And a good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the European Pro League Season 39. And we already have the draft in front of us. Team Spirit Academy versus PuckChamp, who we're going to see 2 times today because we have to wrap around with the groups. We have 2 more days left remaining before the playoffs. So let's get on with the show. PuckChamp, they're not gonna stray away from picking up Shadow Fiend. Like, this is a hero that it's even worse and more toxic than the Drow. It's like, he survives the first ban phase and he gets insta-pick. Doesn't matter what's the follow-up. SF is free, we're just gonna go for it. Double down on that guy, and let's see if it's gonna be enough for TSA to overcome this annoying super toxic hero. By his side, we do have Lion for the setup, we have Omni Knight for the protection, we have Lycan for the further on aggression coming in, so PuckChamp, they're just hitting the gas with this draft. It's just like, we're gonna push in from all sides, we're gonna take them from the lanes, we're gonna take them from the mid, we're gonna take them everywhere. So maybe they're gonna have another toxic hero that they can bring in play, because Huskar is surprisingly still available, so maybe they can go for that. Viper is still in the picture, and TSA, they have yet to reveal their mid laner. Thankfully for TSA, their pick is gonna be the last, so they're pretty much gonna lock down both of the drafts from both sides. So definitely it's gonna be easier for them to make a counter pick. As then for their draft, it's gonna be Brewmaster, it's gonna be Oracle, it's gonna be Grimstroke, and it's gonna be Windranger. Some heroes that are completely off the meta currently, aside from the Windranger, which is always your go-to hero to pick up as a carry. Focus Fire, really annoying to deal with. Second she gets the level 6, somebody is dying. But her versus the Shadow Fiend, now this is where things might get a little bit problematic for the Windranger, because Shadow Fiend, ultimately, he can rotate early on. And he's got the protection of the Omni Knight, and he's got the initiation with the Lycan being brought into the mix. And Lycan, he can just play his own game, completely AFK, completely unbothered, and there's currently nobody else to contest him in terms of the zoo. Beastmaster is not something that TSA are gonna pick up here, even though it could be interesting to see him as a potential mid laner. But I don't think they're gonna go with that sort of a choice. Even though, if PuckChamp gets something squishy, gets something manageable, it might be easier for them, but so far, they might be actually forced to go with such an option, because Puck is taken out, Snapfire is taken out, Invoker is taken out, Coddle is out of the picture, Primal Beast as well, Kanka, Ember Spirit, so there can't be this Earth Spirit option, because a lot of teams are opting in for that one. But I would rather look in for something that can give them the huddle. And that's a little bit of a problem, because you already opted in for your offlaner, and mid lane is feeling a little bit limited, unless you decide to go in something extraordinary like an Enigma mid. But Enigma mid is it's an insane choice to make. Even though there are some courageous teams out there that can do that, so we shall see. Last but not least, Slaughter does not make the cut, which is ultimately one of your most annoying mid laners to deal with, and very good in terms of frontlining this entire circus, or in this case for PuckChamp, it's going to be the entire zoo. So what shall it be? It would be interesting for TSA to go for, I don't know, like a sniper mid or something of that sort, to keep the range, to keep the distance. But then you are going to have 2 very squishy cores, and Oracle, he only has 1 false promise to help you out with the Purifying Flames, and the fact that they can jump between insanely low HP, it might not be able to work out. Final choice for PuckChamp, it is going to be the Pango. A very aggressive, very frontlining sort of a mid laner, even though I always hate that contradiction when you have the Rolling Thunder and the Requiem at the same time, but you can work pretty much independently in terms of those 2 big ultimates. With the Rolling Thunder, you can go out and explore and try to catch somebody, and of course, if you set it up correctly, somebody's gonna get stun locked, but you can easily avoid it, because it's always like this little turnaround that Pango does, so you do have this little sidestep motion that you can do and avoid it. And also, well, the terrain is always going to be difficult for the Pango. You thought he's going to go up the stairs, no, he's going to start bouncing around the pillars left and right, and he's not going to be able to connect to his designated target, but PuckChamp, they're speaking aggression for sure. They have plenty of slows, they have a very good stun lock combination coming in from the Lion, But ultimately, it might be difficult for the Lion to keep up with this entire draft. As last but not least, of course, who might forget the Necrovos? I almost forgot about him. I hoped I was gonna, you know, just lock him out of my brain because he's appeared... Well, he's in the top 3 appearances so far during the EPL. If it's not Shadow Fiend, then it's Drow. And then it's most likely that it's gonna be the Necrophos. But actually, on a second thought, I do believe that season 38 is when we saw the Necrophos more predominant. And especially as a carry. In this scenario, TSA are gonna give... Actually, no, they're gonna give it to Kiseki. So, rotating the Wind Ranger as mid onto 86 and Kiseki picking up the Necrophos. Now, this is an interesting choice. They do have the potential to shut down Haru. But not early on. Not because early on, the shield crash with the swashbuckle, it can hurt the Wind Ranger big times. So she only has the Wind Run to utilize just to move out for a little bit. She's gonna need that extra support as soon as possible. Now looking at the Team Spirit Academy supports, they are indeed quite aggressive. One, you do have the Grimstroke. And second one, which one was it? Oh, of course, it's going to be a pause. And the second one is Oracle. So that's at least 2 great layers of safety. One that can be utilized for the aggression. So imagine you're going to get the 2 targets within the Soulbind, and both of them can be single targeted down with the focus fire because it always prioritizes on that. And in addition, you also have the Scythe from the Necrophos. So that can help you out. But having that sort of a catch feels a little bit too ideal. PuckChamp, they're gonna be really mobile with this one. We're gonna be seeing a double blink dagger from the Shadow Fiend and from the Lion. Well, triple actually, don't forget the Pango. He's also not necessarily in a dire need for it, but it's gonna be a lot easier for him to jump out of nowhere while still having the Rolling Thunder. Lycan, eventually he's gonna turn into a speed demon, just running around with the shapeshift, with the wolf pack. And of course he instantly queues up the Helm of the Overlord. Does not even need to bother about boots or anything. But let's just wait out and see what happens after the pause. I mean, it's interesting. We've been seeing a lot of these hyper-aggressive drafts coming in from a lot of teams, and sometimes they can be great. They can just push out, shut down the game before the other side even has the chance to get their premium farming items. Okay, I think we should be good to go. Both sides, they confirm the G. And off we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 of the first series of today. We indeed are gonna have a long day, such as yesterday. Even though yesterday was a fun day because I kicked off with a very bad omen that game number 1 lasted for 81 minutes. 81. And it was by far the longest game all day long. And the rest of the day ended up with 2-0, but it was scary. Like, from a caster's point of view, ending up all the way into game 3 with enormously long maps. You're gonna lose your focus easily. But it wasn't as punishing. And the games were good. Even though some were unfortunately a little bit stompy, but we had a very nice reverse sweep. Not gonna lie, I'm really proud of Team Spirit Academy.
30 seconds to battle.
My bad, not Team Spirit Academy, sorry, it was PuckChamp, who were formerly not Navi Junior, so that's why they're residing in my head as yet another, in this case, former Academy team. But they did a very well job of getting a hold on Team Aeon. Later on, there was also a very interesting match, but actually no, that was 2 days ago, when TSA, they took down RE.Arise, and that was a very big surprise. Already, they're making contact around the river. Just a few shots fired. Nothing too disastrous, too stompy, too destructive. 2 for 2. That's gonna be the bounty rune distribution. And off we go in the laning stage, even though that was a techie's voice line. And there's no techies in this game. That's definitely gonna make both of these cores on both sides their lives a lot easier. Especially the SF. SF does not want to have a techies in a game. He just wants to farm, he just wants to kill, and he doesn't want to have any difficulties running around the terrain. He's gonna be side by side with Hyuga, aka the Omni Knight in this scenario, and already a lot of shots fired between Hyuga, Adar, and K. Luckily for Hyuga, Adar did opt in for the Stroke of Faith as an opener, even though that spell deals a lot of damage. You're happy that it's not the Inkswell, because if Adar gets close to you, and you get the Inkswell going off, he's very likely to die, especially at level 1. He's gonna kick off with the Hammer of Purity. Purification is gonna be on standby for level 2. Support's just fighting it off, as per usual. Who's gonna drop the support a little bit lower? I mean, for Olital, it's gonna be quite simple for him to make the catch. Just gotta position the race correctly. 86 versus Haru. Now, the kickoff for this Wind Ranger is gonna be tough. Because Haru, he's like... he feels like an honorary spirit. Because he's dealing damage at the same time when he's farming. And you cannot negate the fact that he hurts. Like the Swashbuckle, once he gets to level 3, it is just gonna take down 86 to less than 50% HP. So you gotta be careful, but later on things might get a little bit better for 86. So far, he's just focused on farming with the power shot, with the wind run. So avoid and hit creeps. That's all you gotta do. Olital, a little bit scraped and bruised up top, but he shall live. Hyuga looking in for more Adar. He's gonna get burnt down a little bit by the purification, but still no first blood. Curl Gash and Gothic. Now this is a very fun lane that PuckChamp are having, even though it's a very tough one to work against. Kiseki onto the Necrophos. Now this is tough. You need to either take down Necro before he can turn insanely OP, or you gotta control his farm. I mean, controlling the farm might be a little bit easier because Krollgash, he can just send off the wolf pack. Now is not the time. Gothic, nice strike. They're gonna get a lock on to Kiseki. But yeah, also the support here is really good. I do like Lion. It's just... he's ultimately really squishy, so one small misstep and he's gonna get insta-punished, but he's packing in a stun, a hex, the Finger of Death damage. It is a little bit of a counterweight to the Scythe, but it's tough actually to compare them, even though it's just one click, one burst, and somebody gets insta-shutdown. It should work. Yeah, against the Ghost Shroud as well. Yes, it is indeed. It's still magical damage. Meanwhile, lock on Krollgash. Just a little bit. Not sure if he's struggling here or if he's having a good time. They're really close in terms of last hits to Kiseki. And he's actively just farming. Under the tower, under safe terrain. Still no first blood. How's topside be looking? Adar? He went in for a deep dive to claim the bounty rune. Hyuga right behind him, and it feels like Hyuga... oh, actually, Olital is right behind him. They pop the Inkswell. Hyuga, he's gonna get stunned down. K, pushing forward. Inkswell connecting onto both of them. Purification for the save. Blood Grenade is gonna land, and there's your first blood. Adar. He is gonna finally take down Hyuga, but Olital, he's got him within range. He just needs a couple of strikes, and he's gonna get the raise before attempts for a deny. 1 for 1. Even though the first blood does favor Team Spirit Academy. Down bottom though, Kiseki. Ooh, he's so lucky that the Air Spike missed. I mean, there's a lot of healing here. This lane is... if you get to Kiseki's, that means that the Oracle is already dead. Oh, okay, that explains it. I've never seen that taunt from the Oracle, and I'm like wondering why am I all of a sudden hearing basketball court noises? I don't even watch basketball. Like, is this some sort of a reel that I forgot in the background rolling? No, it's just Celine on the Oracle. Having such a chill time, he's able to play basketball down during the laning stage. 86. Finally managing to obtain the advantage in terms of farm over Haru. And he also got the level 6 before the Rolling Thunder. And Rolling Thunder, it's looking kinda late. Not sure what happened here with Haru. I mean, what happened? Let's just check the last hits. Well, he got heavily denied. Illusion now up and ready for 86. There's backup. If he chooses to overextend, Haru. Now they're actually calling in yet another one. I do have Hyuga, but he just strolled by here to drop some vision around the Roche pit. Which actually both sides, they are aware that something is here. Gothic closes in. They want to take K as we're closing in on minute 7. So the Shrine, Adar, Olitel. He's got level 5, so it's a little bit tough without the Requiem if you want to fight this. And he's gonna get completely surrounded. K with the Inkswell, they stun him down. Nice body block with the power shot. They're gonna call everybody in to shut him down. Now this was quite a mistake coming in from PuckChamp, and 86 will refocus his efforts onto Hyuga. Even though he's hexed up, stunned down, the focus fire is still going, and now here comes Haru, who just keeps on rolling. 86. He did not manage to disconnect by popping the illusions there. Regardless, Haru is not gonna get anything, and level 1 of the Rolling Thunder is a little bit short-lived. So nice rotation ultimately coming in from TSA. They take down 2, and they don't trade off anybody right after. So far, 2k net worth difference in the favor of TSA, closing in to minute 8 of the game. Iseki, completely untouched, on a good path to complete the Radiance in a very good time. Scythe is about to appear, Krollgash also having a good time, but Olitel is not, as once again he's gonna be paid a visit, this time with the Primal Split as K. They will take him down. Gothic on the side, nice Surf Spike, but it's not gonna be enough to save Hyuga. Maybe he can get Adar. He's looking for it, he's feeling greedy about this, but K is right behind him. With the right click, might and power, and the Drunken Brewmaster just shut him down. Yet another one in the back for TSA. And given the fact that Celine is also here, Adar, he's gonna get healed up. Looking fine, purified, and good to keep on going. Hurry Boy Fist kind of far away, so they might not be able to obtain the tower as fast. Kiseki still doing great. 86. Instantly focusing on the Hydra's Breath. No, actually, he's just gonna go for the Specialist Array. I like calling this item the multi-shot. Specialist Array. Sure, we're gonna go with. But yeah, he's gonna go with that. Then he's gonna go in with the BKB. And afterwards, he's gonna go in for the Crystalist. Olital. Tough start for the Assassin. He is gonna be retreating back on the sidelines. The fact that you're not even halfway through completion of the Mask of Madness and focusing on the Windlace for some extra movement speed, it is a problem. And he's gonna skip through the Mask of Madness, instantly going for the Manta. It's understandable, you do have plenty of spells to dodge here. But that will incentivize that PuckChamp will be looking to fight. But so far, it is TSA having the upper hand. It is good that TSA haven't been able to push out any towers just yet. I take that back, they just did. K will secure the first one for the team. So yeah, things could get out of control for PC before they can activate the Shadow Fiend. Hyuga. Not a good start for the Omni Knight either. Being taken down 3 times. You're not getting the Guardian on time. So the one strong healing output is really currently controlled from TSA. PuckChamp, they were thinking aggressive with this draft, but so far it feels like an under-delivery. Only Krollgash having the funnest AFK time in the world here. He's gonna get the Helm of the Overlord. Well, it's gonna take some time for the ultimate orb, about 2,400 gold. But the fact that he's got this far without a singular takedown and with the tower still quite standing, it might be something really scary. And Krollgash is being super careful here, sending out the wolf pack to scout out for vision, to scout out for heroes. Silene, I do believe he did reveal that there might be a sentry within the vicinity.
Bounty.
He's got the false promise though. Hopefully he's not gonna be forced to use it because TSA, they're pushing, they're aggressive. Now the Soulbind might allow them to become a little bit more aggressive. Question is, who's gonna get the first taste of it? 86? He did reveal his presence with the power shot and with Adar already spotted forcing out the mid lane. PC, they're gonna withdraw. So far, going in passive might be the best choice that they can have, as long as they're having enough map space to farm off. And looking at TSA, they do have the more teamfight oriented draft, even though they do have 2 flesh farmers of their own. So it's gonna be a race. It's gonna be Farmville for the first 20 minutes, and with the hopes that PC are gonna break out from this little bit of a deadlock play. 12 minutes it's been so far, 6/1 with 3k net worth favoring TSA. Adar. They've been looking at Haru here. They've been trying to find a chance to push out mid lane. But these two, they're not allowing it to happen. Kiseki, AFK farming Radiance at almost 13, well, at almost 14 minutes. That is great timing. Yep, it should be on this courier. There's a Talisman of Evasion. And now we're just gonna amp up with the farming. Not that he's been struggling right now, like he's almost 7k in terms of net worth, and now he's gonna speed things up to hell and back. Rest of TSA on the move, smoke up as 3, and down bottom, they've allowed Krollgash to venture all by himself for quite some time. And he realizes that he might not be alone. Adar, smoke reveal, they will try to silence him. Oh, he's gonna force the shapeshift, but it's not gonna be enough. It's just one spell, but he's completely surrounded by 4. Gets killed by the scythe. And as 14 minutes approach, a Shrine Steel for TSA. I love how they're moving here. I mean, TSA, they've been absolutely fascinating during this season 39 group stage. And I also do believe that they're currently in the lead.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Do a quick double check. I'm pretty sure they were group A.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
No, actually, they're group A. So they are 1 point under RE.Arise. And RE, they do have one more game to play against PuckChamp later on today. But TSA, they might get some extra points over them, even though the games that they have lost have led up all the way to game 3, so that's at least 1 point obtained.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And they're looking great. I really do hope that they have a good performance later on in the playoffs. Bottom side pushed in, Krollgash punished.
Radiant are scanning.
And they could be going in for more. They could be going in for mid now. Kiseki, level 10. Closing in on the boots of travel. Now that'll just make him disgusting. And the fact that he's free farming Krulgash is farming resources, both within the as units and as neutral creeps. It's gonna make Krulgash's life a little bit tougher. During this downtime, Olital, did they find K? Oh, he's gonna survive the Finger of Death, pops the split. And now the chase is upon Gothic. He's dancing around the trees, trying to juke around. Purification is gonna save him for the time being, but here comes Kiseki with the Boots of Travel fresh from the shop to scythe him down. Beautifully done. Just a swift rotation to seal the deal. 8-1 so far. Well, that is quite the start. K being insanely stable on this Brewmaster. He's almost done with the Aghanim Scepter. And he didn't even, you know, jump over any other items. Like, yeah, he got the brown boots. They're not fully completed, but they're there. You know, you got that extra movement speed. You do have the Hand of Midas to improve on your farming. And of course, your monetary gain. So far, it's nothing but wins for Team Spirit Academy. And it shows by that 5k net worth difference that they're leading by. 86. Being a little bit hesitant whether or not he wants to pop the focus fire. As if he decides to go greedy. PC, they could punish it. Because yeah, focus fire is always gonna stay locked to one target. And if it's the building, then he's not gonna hurt anybody else. But so far there's not much of a counter force delivered by PuckChamp. Olital, he's AFK farming it, and it's the best thing he can hope for. He's not the center of attention. He got the Manta. But he will be forced to fight sooner than later. 86. Once again with the push, this time he's gonna pop the Amplify. Try to take it down with just his right click might. As he got 2 additional layers of safety to help him out. Haru with the swashbuckle, but not gonna be able to take down the creep wave. 86. Securing the final tier 1 tower 18 minutes in. So yeah, where's your SF now? How is he doing? They might have spotted him out. Yep, with the first scan actually. The first scan was dropped by Dire themselves, but they didn't find anybody. Still, now they'll realize K and 86 are right around the corner, instantly shutting down Hyuga. Just paroled Omni Knight. I mean, he's happy that he's level 7, but he doesn't even have the boots completed, let alone going in further with the Pavis and the Solar Crest. Well, mid lane, bound, Gothic, and Haru, and he's gonna get stuck to the tree as well. But he manages to break out. Hesitant whether he wants to use the Rolling Thunder or not, because he doesn't really have any backup if he wants to push forward. Currently, everybody's on their own mission right now. Krulgash, he's just howling and farming and shape-shifting. He's got the Helm of the Overlord. He just now needs to handpick the right creep.
Radiant structures are fortified.
These satyrs. Okay. Well, the prowlers actually. I don't know why they look like satyrs. But they have 4 legs, so it's not the same race. Regardless, this is not gonna be a good pick. He wants the dragon. He wants to burn down towers. Gothic, meanwhile, closing in on the Bling Dagger. So far 0-3-0. Not too horrendous, but again, I mean, you don't have any kill participation here because all in all, PuckChamp have 1 kill in total. And Gothic, ooh, nice hex, very last second. Kiseki, he still will commit the scythe, but that's a little bit too deep of a venture. He silenced the Bite Creep, but Gothic will take it down. He survives by 49 HP. First time TSA they lose the kill.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Krulgash, nicely done. The Zoo will take finally the first tower for PuckChamp. Saline, oof. Very close to being grabbed by Roche there. But he gets the region room. And currently he is defending mid. Krolgash. Oh, he didn't get the dragon, but he will pick up the Thunderhide instead. Yeah, why not? This is really strong to have. You do have the slam ability, but it already got used up. 86. It's gonna be BKB first. Then he's gonna work on the Crystallis. Then it's gonna be the Force Staff into the Hurricane Pike. So far, not a single worry in the world. Krolgash though? I thought he was gonna go for Roche. But he did lose the creep. Actually, he didn't. He just sent it off topside. With that, that's the second tower Krolgash secures in a short amount of time. And even though TSA, they did try to focus him, it was a little bit of a... Well, it was a little bit late. They didn't take away the Helm of the Overlord opportunity, and they still cannot find him. Meanwhile, down the mid lane, they find Haru alongside with the creep. He's gonna get shackled into the trees, and with the scythe and everything, this guy's not gonna budge. Big catch. And additional money in the bag. Which, based on the color, I do believe Kiseki got all of those money. He's gonna get the Heart of Tarask soon enough. Which is ever more so gonna exploit the fact that there's still no strong damage present on the side of PuckChamp. TSA, they're gonna be paying Roche a visit. This is gonna be scanned out. So PC, they are aware, but they're way too far. They don't have the blink. I mean, they only have one blink dagger coming in from Gothic, but Gothic, I don't think he's gonna commit suicide and then just jump in. He's gonna use this downtime to throw as much vision as he can. So far, I mean, it's Krolgash being the main salvation of this team. Oh, he even pushed down bottom. I mean, it took 18 minutes for TSA to do that. Krolgash, he did it in 3, all in all. And now, they're gonna try to look for him once more. Smoked up, moving down bottom, and oh, it's gonna be Hyuga soulbound alongside with Krolgash. Double silence, double focus fire. He will pop the Guardian Spirit as they're gonna stay within range, be safe, but 86, he's still making the chase. Got the BKB up, he's got the stun, he's got the shackles. Krolgash shall perish. Last remaining, we do have Gothic, who's gonna die by the Phantom. And quite unfortunate, Hyuga somehow survives the entire endeavor. But it does come down to the fact that he did pop the Guardian Angel. So no physical damage will go through. But they did get the Soulbind setup. So already it was a struggle for PuckChamp to fend off the Phantoms. And they were not able to break out. Krolgash, he's limited. And aside from being bound to another hero, he's not able to run away. And he's that fast of a hero. So imagine if this happens later on in the game and you get a lock between Krolgash and Pango. Nobody's going anywhere. There's gonna be no additional teamfight potential coming in from PuckChamp. And they're... I mean, it's a tough game. It's a really tough game. Them going in AFK farming, it does give them a chance to salvage this game, but 13-1 with 9k, it is a tough difference to come back from. As TSA, they're not stopping anytime soon. They're trying to push in towers, they're trying to farm out their enemies. 16k currently Kiseki, Heart of Tarask completed, going in for Shiva's Guard after. How is our friend Olital doing? Oh, he got the Hurricane Pike. He's gonna go for the MKB. But how are the rest? Can they help him out? Going for a setup for a kill? I don't think so. TSA though, they're looking for more. They're gonna find Olital, stun him down, still within the Guardian Spirit, but again, the Soulbind! Him and Gothic gonna get connected. And the Requiem will only pop as he dies. Hyuga, stunned out, nicely done. TSA, they're just running over PuckChamp. They're not stopping. Like, they see somebody, I don't care how many people there are on the other end, we're just gonna kill him. And there was just 3 dying in less than 3 seconds. Man, I love the Grimstroke as a hero. And the fact that he does facilitate these 2 big ultimates to go through and then just instantly punish. It's absolutely amazing. He's gonna go in for the Dark Portrait as well, as his scepter is nearing completion.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's gonna be annoying. Yeah, as if resources were scarce for PuckChamp already. He's gonna turn heroes into one of their own.
Dire's
Trollgash
is under attack.
still playing his little heart out. He's got the nullifier, but he definitely needs that BKB because with all of those shackles, all of those stunts, all of those sights popping from everywhere across the team fight, you need that extra layer of survivability. Only tell, babysat by Hyuga in case things go
Dire's
bad.
bottom tower is under attack.
But currently, TSA, they just want to claim as many towers as they can. Mid lane got taken down, now it's bottom under siege. Kiseki, he's just gonna take care of the illusions, even though they did cause him to lose plenty of creeps. And actually, these guys are doing plenty of damage, even for an illusion. But Kiseki, he does not care.
Dire's bottom
One
tower
Dark Portrait
Dire's bottom
addition will be brought in to push out the tier 2. And he's just chilling. Top side, 86. He's trying to push out this incoming wave because he knows wherever the lane is pushed in, there is a high chance that Trollgash is nearby, and he will make the catch. Nicely done, even though Trollgash will pop the nullification, but he's stun locked completely. And he's just gonna get destroyed. Now Haru and only tell they're looking for a chance, but they will set themselves up for yet another Soulbind. Requiem gets popped, but nobody's dying. Gothic, he finds the final kill with the Finger of Death, but the rest of the crew, they're just dying one after the other. Only tell Haru, Hyuga, the TP will be stopped. Pretty much a team wipe here. Gothic will find a safe angle. But during this entire skirmish, they got... Well, they did double their kills from 1 to 2. But TSA, they got 4 in return. And it's absolutely devastating what they're doing to them. Really outpacing them, really outstomping them. And every single time, it's just that bloody soulbind. Lycan, even though he brought in the initiation as he was looking for a kill onto 86, he just got completely sandwiched between TSA heroes. And 86, it's like nothing ever happened to him.
Every coin helps.
29 minutes
Dire's
in.
top tower is under attack.
Oh, do I find more? Trollgash, big jump, instant soulbind. Time after time again, this happens. We're gonna get them stunned down. As there's no way you can dispel that bloody spell. Nope, you can't. You're gonna be stuck for 7 seconds.
Dire's bottom tower
Next
is
level
under
it's gonna be
attack.
8 seconds. So all your BKBs will be burned down if you have any.
Radiant's middle tower is
Current
under
BKB
attack.
count for PuckChamp, 0. That's kinda yikes. Trollgash, I knew he had it queued up. Okay, he's working on it. Only tell, just working for more damage. Pango, he's gonna go in for the Lincoln Sphere, and afterwards go for the
Dire's
nullifier.
turret has been killed.
But they're scared. They're scared as hell, and I'm looking at chat at the same time. And yeah, I do agree with the fact that TSA, they do have a stronger late game, but their opener with this draft is also very strong because they have 2 very fast farming heroes, especially the Necro. Like, Necro is the fastest currently, and he's able to completely... Well, he was able to completely control the lane with Lycan just doing his own AFK thing.
Dire's
And these guys thrive on passive playing. And TSA did manage to force PuckChamp to be in that position. They focused on Litel very early on. The SF is always gonna be at least 1 or 2, in this scenario already 2 items behind Kiseki. But there's always that question, the further they go, the more likely they're gonna fall desperately, but TSA, they're not stopping. They find these executions every single time with immense precision. And PuckChamp, they're definitely looking insanely short-handed. 31 minutes, 22/2, with 17k net worth difference. Now, just between the carries, we have a 6k net worth difference. 6k. That's a full item and a half right now. And the Shiva is done for Kiseki. What else is he gonna go for? There's a new item, I do believe, coming in as well. Oh, it's just the boost that he... Actually, no. What did he get? Was it the scepter? No, it was not the scepter. He had a windlace coming in from the courier. That doesn't matter. They're gonna go and take Roche number 2. This time, it is gonna be the Aegis granted to 86, who's also had a very, very good... Well, laning stage was a little bit tough during the first 2 or 3 levels, but then he managed to overcome the Pango completely. Now he's got the Hydra's Breath, BKB, Crystallis is completed, and going in for the Daedalus MKB into the Blink Dagger.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But maybe that will not happen, because they have 4.5 minutes on the Aegis timer. They do have a Roche banner. They have all the tier 2s pushed in, so they just gotta find an entry point towards the enemy base. Okay. Insane game on the Brewmaster. But, I mean, wait. None of their cores have died. I mean, again, I wouldn't be surprised because PuckChamp only have 2 kills. But it's 4-0-12, 7-0-5, 5-0-13. It's just insane. And oh, another find? Actually not. But it's still gonna be the Roche banner drop down. As we want to breach high ground, we want to end this game. It's already feeling super over. PuckChamp, their faith is running slim. As only tell, he is struggling to farm on the side. But I don't think it's gonna change anything. Top side taken away. Rolgash finally has that BKB, but he's not willing to fight. How can they make the approach? Who do you target first? Kiseki? I mean, you're lucky that this time he doesn't have 2 lives. Rolling Thunder. They're gonna breach out of high ground. 86. Focus fire onto Rolgash. Instantly, they will pop the Guardian Angel. But K, he's on the lookout, goes in deep dive. With the split, they find Hyuga. Adar will be caught up into the backline side. Only tell, he pops the Manta way too late. He wanted to charge up, but he's gone. And 86, he is finding more and more targets across the map. Haru, who jumped into the back lines, takes away the first Aegis life, but that was a huge effort. That was a lot of things happening, but in reality, only 1 hero had died, and that was Adar. I mean, yeah, you are free farming off of the Grimstroke, but not really.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Rolgash, Shackle, not gonna connect, but still the damage will be enough to kill Hyuga.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh boy. PSA. They woke up this morning and they chose violence. This is an insane advantage. 35 minutes. This is definitely a point of no return. I don't know, like, it looks like PuckChamp, they all opted in for the greedier option. TSA, they were just one layer above them. They brought in plenty of healing, plenty of control against the SF. So SF He never got a single kill. Yeah, he might have gotten a kill at one point in the game, but he was not able to kill K. He was not able to control the enemy offlaner. Bottom side, it was Necrophos. And yeah, you pretty much got out-farmed and you got outplayed. And to make matters worse, Kiseki's going in for a refresher. Pango. Haru had a decent... Well, because we haven't really seen much of a play from PuckChamp all game. They've been AFK farming. And yeah, farm is okay. But the game might be at a loss. Still, now that they know that the Aegis is not present and that 86 already jumped out and used the focus fire onto Hugo, they're gonna make an entrance from the backline. Sailing gets caught up first. He will force out a buyback. Looking at K. Primal split in about 5 seconds. Can they kill him before that? Actually, the answer will be yes. Adar, he's gonna die down. They will find Gothic as a trade-off. 2 for 2. Oh, Requiem pop, but it seems like only tell. He will find the teammate back home. Haru, same fate. With only the supports being lost as Hugo got picked off first. This is the first balanced out team fight that PuckChamp were able to deliver. But it's been about 37 minutes of gameplay. And you have lost 2 sets of racks, so it's not a good time to just start. You will need to try to contest Roche here. You will need to defend the bottom racks. Because next up will be you fighting against Megas. And I mean, aside from Krollgash pushing in bottom side, they haven't been able to control the lanes to strike them back. Even though they've built up right now to be in a very strong position because they have finally the damage, they finally have some control. But what chance will TSA grant them? Because right now they're looking to push them in a little bit more. They're looking. Because they can just walk from here with the creep wave and jump in from the side. They do have the primal split, they do have the Fool's Promise. But do they want to make the jump is the big question. It seems like PuckChamp, they're gonna look to give themselves a chance instead. Primal split is gonna be popped. Only Tell takes away the first Void Link. Oh, he finds Kiseki. They have the Necro, but he will pop the Ghost Shroud and get a hell out of there. Soulbind onto 2 big targets. It's gonna be Olital alongside. Ooh, that's insane. They will get Haru. Second Scythe moving in. Olital is gonna be taken out. He does not have a buyback. They forced out PuckChamp, well, to do something here, to push out, to feel a little bit overly confident given their recent team fights, but the difference is outrageously big. And you cannot work against that. Not a single time that Kiseki has fallen, that 86 has fallen, Team Spirit Academy, they will take away game number 1. And this is a very strong start. I mean, the draft was insanely good. The performance was amazing. They locked away all of the lanes. And by the time PuckChamp were able to do something, it was obviously far too late. At 36 minutes, they finally got the first balanced out team fight. But the aftermath of that was Team Spirit jumping up on high ground. They did force out the primal split a little bit too soon to bait Team Spirit, to bait PuckChamp into thinking that they can claim the team fight a little bit easier. But then they were not able to execute Kiseki. Kiseki did not fall below 50% HP. And the rest was history. Still, as always, ladies and gentlemen, this series is not yet over, as we're gonna take a small break, and we shall be back with game number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 2 between PuckChamp and Team Spirit Academy. Team Spirit Academy game number 1 was a very well crafted draft, a very good played out execution. Like, they had control over across all lanes, across the entire mid game. They cleared out towers by all of the tier 1 towers by 18 minutes, and afterwards it was pretty much smooth sailing. The biggest problem that they had during this entire experience was Scroll Gash onto the Lycan, but ultimately once they decided to pay attention to him, he was just like taken down in a matter of seconds. And yeah, just re-looking at how fast that they managed to build up the items. We had Kiseki completing the Radiance in 13 minutes, which is a very good time for a Necro. Afterwards, we had K with the 8-minute completion of the Midas and directly managed to finish the Aghanim Scepter in 17 minutes. Whereas on the other hand, PuckChamp were really slow, even though, again, it's Krollgash that has been the most stable hero and the most stable player on their end, but the SF was suffering. Mid lane was suffering, Pango, he had a very tough time. And also, there was this awkward mistake that came in from OnlyTel, which I do believe personally it was a mistake, but he skipped over the Mask of Madness and decided to focus on the Mantis style as well. Now, this could be generally a decent idea because you will be forced to fight sooner than you're gonna have the comfort for farming, but it was just one of these huge items that are aiding the SF a lot more. Like, in this case, the SF was not able to set out any spells because he was actively silenced from the Grimstroke. He was slowed down, he was stun locked, and then afterwards, he was dead. He was not able to pop off the Requiem at any given circumstance in the game. Like, all in all, he had about 16.4k damage dealt onto heroes, compared to 86 and Kiseki had done, and they had like 25.8k, 28.3k, which is insane, especially for a game that lasted 38 minutes. This game, it's another interesting and funky draft being brought in by Team Spirit Academy, and ultimately the fact that, well, not only in this scenario that they've again taken away all of the annoying carries, they're supplementing them with heroes and additions of their own. Like, they're making the ballpark comfortable for their own plays and forcing PuckChamp to either on the get-go to start panicking on, or take a piece of paper from their notebook and try to reconstruct the same results. This time, we have the Treant, one of the most powerful supports out there, paired up with Dark Willow and with Underlord. Now, that's gonna force out PuckChamp to be very dependent on their BKBs. Now, given the fact that they have opted in for Tiny as a core role, that is gonna make his life a little bit more difficult. I do love the Grimstroke being picked up, and I do love the techies brought into the mix, because both of these supports, they don't allow other heroes to farm. They don't allow any other heroes to have any comfort within their lane. But I do have a little bit of a problem right now, because PuckChamp, actually, Team Spirit Academy, when they brought in the Grimstroke during the last time, not only that they were dependent on the fact that Soulbind is gonna distance lock the enemies to stay within manageable range to take them down, they were also able to bounce 2 big ultimates that are also single target and maximize the usage of the Soulbind every single time they land a 2-hero catch. Now, for PuckChamp, what they do have in their favor is that distance lock, which they can amplify with the Tiny. Now, it would have been better if Largo was an option, because with the Frog Stomp it would have been a lot more interesting. But again, there is that lack of a single target addition to the mix. Last but not least, Team Spirit Academy, they opt in for Tinker. Now, this is a fun, quirky little hero that we haven't seen in ages, and based on this draft, this is looking like a Tinker mid. What a way to reminiscent of good old times. And I love the fact that they brought back the March of the Machines, which makes your lane control a lot easier. It allows you to push, it allows you to take towers, and once you get the recharge, you're able to just rinse and repeat and be a Nature's Prophet on steroids. For a second time in a row, we are seeing PuckChamp opt in for the Pango, which, I don't know, it always feels like an odd one out sort of a hero. If PuckChamp opted in for a little bit more of a pickoff sort of a draft, it would have been better. But now, they're gonna force only Tal to play the Tiny. Now, this is the part that I'm scared of. Tiny as a carry, he does not have a very good pickoff. Tiny as a mid laner is a lot better, but I don't know. We have K on the other side. We have Saline on the Adar on the other side. No, it's gonna be tough to stay into the front line. It's gonna be tough to keep up with the farm. I want to see how Krolgash is gonna perform onto the Brewmaster, because Brewmaster with K last game, it was the shining star who was able to push out the SF very early on, but the fact that they also doubled down with a lot of healing made this also possible. But this 86 Tinker, I think this is gonna be the spotlight of the entire game. What Team Spirit Academy have in store is they have a lot of vision control, a lot of presence with the Treant, as he's always gonna walk around across the entire map. He's gonna set things out for the overgrowth, and you can very easily follow it up with the Pit of Malice jumping in out of nowhere, with the Gate of course, with K. You can also bring in Adar into the mix and also scout out with you, so you can set off the Bramble a lot more aggressively. And then you have the Slark. We haven't really discussed Kiseki onto Slark, but this feels like potentially a free game. Now, the fact that PuckChamp are somewhat mimicking what TSA had done in game number 1, it could be great, or it could ultimately backfire, because I love the Groomstroke being paired up with the Tiny, because you do have the local AoE lockdown, and you can follow it up nicely with the Toss and Avalanche, but at level 1, you don't have both of those. Saline, no, he's gonna walk under the sentry, a little bit far away from his team, but everybody, all 10 players, are currently huddled up bottom here. Krolgash, he's gonna break the smoke, forcing TSA to realize we still have somebody in our midst, but they will split the team, with the remaining 3 moving towards, well, down the river, and they're not gonna stay here to linger. They know they don't have the first blood potential, because regardless if it's the Pit of Malice, or in this case the Firestorm that is being picked up, if Adar catches one hero within the Bramble, they're very likely to die. And Adar will move in, just steal away the bounty rune like nothing is happening. Saline, he secures one in their midst. Attempts were being made by K to snatch away one down the river, but only Tal is gonna be a little bit more successful in that department. No first blood, even though it was looking scary and at a moment there when all 10 heroes were lined up down bottom. Treant alongside with Kiseki. Now this could be a very good lane for the Slardar, because not only do you have the potential to break out, you also have healing, and you also have a very good frontlining support. Now, Gothic with the techies, he's still hesitating on what to level up. Is it gonna be the blast off? Is it gonna be the sticky grenade? Is it gonna be the taser? Taser is not that good of your kickoff here, because Kiseki, he's not thriving onto delivering a lot of that right click damage, neither does Saline. But when Saline strikes, it hurts. It's the right click off hell. It's still one of the highest right clicks in the game. Kiseki ultimately dropping down a little bit low, but Saline maintaining the distance. And of course, once Kiseki gets level 6, he's gonna be able to heal out. Starting off with the Saltwater Shift. So a little bit of a steal potential, but then we're gonna get the Dark Pact, we're gonna get the Bounce, you're gonna have your own Dispel, and having a strong Dispel is built in is a very good thing to have. Mid lane, again, Everlasting Haru versus 86. Now 86 on the Wind Ranger last time, he had a difficult kickoff, but later on things were looking a lot better. Like, he managed to get additional experience over Haru. And this time he's not a little focused onto single targets. Now he's here to clean up the entire map. Now he's not starting off with the March of the Machines, instead it's gonna be with the deployed turrets and with the laser. The turrets are very annoying. Just because of that little knockback that they have. The fact that you don't control them though, it's a little bit annoying, but Tinker has always been the staple of being the most annoying hero. And yes, we do have techies, we have Nature's Prophet, we have SF, you know, who's also been really annoying personally to me in the past couple of days because he appears in it at least once in a series. 2 times, even if it goes down to game 3. But what you're getting with Tinker is, for him, it's the best of both worlds, but in reality, it's the worst of both worlds. He can teleport, he is gonna make the boost of travel eventually. He's got the push, and he's got all of those mechatronics to not only facilitate that, but for him to just reset, rearm himself, and get the hell out of there. Now, this spell has been nerfed immensely because it used to work on items, it used to work on everything, and you were able just to jump in, throw a couple of March of the Machines, rearm every single time, and then just go back and boots of travel, rinse and repeat every time. Now in this scenario, we don't really have that rush. It's gonna be the Kaya with the Blink and then with the Aghanim Scepter prioritization. Because the Aghanim Scepter for techies, for Tinker, my bad, it does feel like the Skywrath Aghanim Scepter upgrade. It gives everything. You get the Shrink Ray instead of the laser, you get the improved March of the Machines, and you're getting the faster deploy turrets. He's gonna pop yet another Triad to try to hurt Haru as much as he can and not get the major benefits from that water rune. He's got the bottle though, so he will be able to freshen up just a little bit more. Let's just check out up top for a split second, but oh, hold up, there's a blast off. Nice connection for Gothic, but they're not gonna keep him locked into the same spot for the kill. 8R and K. Now this is a toxic combo just waiting to happen. We already have the Brambles at level 2 and we have the Pit of Malice at level 1, so let's just see which hero appears first to face that level of aggression. Only Tal a little bit suffering. I mean, his farm is really bad currently. Yeah, not sure why this bugged out to stay on my screen for this long. Yeah, this lobby already kicked off quite buggy. Because one of the players... I don't know what exactly, because they keep exchanging primarily in Russian. Like, he said something in the lines that a player is getting a Steam update every single time they're trying to connect to lobby, and now my HUD is stuck to... to cover the last 3 network spots for... I'm really sorry about this, but it's obvious that Olital is suffering. His farm, I mean, it is way under Kiseki's, but Slark is not really the hero who likes to farm. He's the hero that likes to kill. And attempts were being made to shut him down, but he will come in for the jump, Gothic dropping low, and they will get it. They tried to use the Inkswell to keep them at a distance, but not today. Let me just do a quick transition to see if I can fix this out. So, I'm gonna be back in a split second. I'm gonna keep the audio on so you can hear what's happening. Nope, unfortunately, the HUD is here to stay. So, yeah, I wish I could remove these additional information. But I guess it is gonna be an eyesore for all of us. Maybe like this. Actually, it worked out like this. Okay. Enter for the save. It's like I had a perma enter. Okay. Technical issues avoided. Minute 7 is upon us. Hyuga and Gothic already selling to secure their additional experience. Haru gets the Amplify. 8R secures the other shrine. But as expected, It is this pesky tinker at the top of things, and hello! We got the March of the Machines! So he stopped focusing onto the laser and onto the turrets. Now he's just gonna double down on pushing creep waves like they're made out of butter. And yeah, you do have the keen conveyance switched up. So with the addition of this, and the fact that Tinker can no longer refresh the items, you don't need to bother about the boots of travel at all. No boots at all! And look at how fast he managed to farm out the Ancients and the Medium Camp at less than 8 minutes. Nobody else can do this. Nobody else. They were trying to intercept him, but Adar, he shows up into the backlines, gets the Bramble, forces out the Rolling Thunder to be used by Haru as he's silenced up, locked under the stairs. Adar, oh, actually Haru will make the wrong rotation, still barely makes it from across the stairs, but they will cancel out the TP with a nice blast off jump coming in from Gothic. Adar looking for the deny, he's not gonna land it. Gives quite the struggle for PuckChamp to kill him, and at the same time wasted up an ulti. It was a good effort. Space created. Kiseki. Gonna need a little bit extra to get that. Oh, hold up. Gash. And a little bit in danger. He does have the split, but not enough mana for it. Kiseki still looking for an angle. He really wants to kill him. But no. He's gonna go for the Diffusal Blade as an opener, because especially as his attack speed increases, with that the mana burn increases, and you have two heroes that are insanely dependable on mana. One is Haru, the second one is the Beastmaster. And you can see like Gash, he was just backing off. He knew without the Primal Split, he is gonna die. Manta, well not Manta, it's gonna be the Midas first. And actually, he's gonna get the recipe, so 9-minute Midas. With only the brown boots. Is it at the same time as his SK from the previous match? Well, okay, got it at 8 minutes, so 5 minutes late for comparison. Kinda ugly. Meanwhile, topside, Olital, he's gonna get the Bramble and Pit of Malice combination. The crown will burst, but they won't connect the Malice for yet another time. With that, he breaks out free. But it's kind of scary what K and Adar can do in unison. They also have managed to stack up the Great Healing Lotus. So all three of first Lotuses were taken away by K. And the fact that he's kept them for such a long time means that Olital, he cannot touch him. Olital though, as always, for the Tiny, you need the Echo Saber first to get that right-click might and power. A little bit of an extra. And of course, it's your go-to farming item. Meanwhile, Hyuga. Yep, he's gonna feel the wrath of Adar and K. I was waiting for this a little bit sooner. But TSA, they're not super late. They know that PuckChamp are struggling in terms of their farm early on. They were not anticipating these picks to arrive. And in less than 11 minutes, they take the first tower. Saline sticking around mid lane versus Gothic, as both of these heroes are looking for their big ultimates. Now one, it could cause some shenanigans, that is the proximity mines. But again, aside from the Tinker who is farming off of your lanes, you don't have anybody who just wants to back off and farm. Underlord, he can farm into the side lanes. He's not necessarily bound to be anywhere on the map. Is he gonna go for a scepter first? Hell yeah! It's already halfway done. Kiseki, Diffusal Blade just needing the recipe. It's gonna take a bit. He's quite close to farm with Gash, but Gash is bound to be a little bit faster now that the Midas is present.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now PuckChamp on the move. Can they get K? There's a strong opportunity, because they do have a decent amount of lockdowns. K eventually gets caught up, but he pops a Pit of Malice, trying to keep them at bay. But a triple proximity mine. And a stun lock. And that's a whole lot of damage. Yep. Actually, he just
is under
Nah,
attack.
he used more than those.
Radiant's courier
It's
has
not
been
just one
killed.
proximity mine. Actually, yeah, it was 2 proximity mines dropped. So that explains the damage. One proximity mine dealing 400 damage at level 1. And you set up 2 of them.
Radiant are scanning.
That's insane. That's indeed a lot of damage. But nothing to worry about. Underlord, he's not gonna suffer for this. He's just gonna roll back, continue where he left off. Because his main goal is completing the scepter to go in for... And we haven't seen a gate yet. TSA, they are currently chilling. 86, farming about. He is halfway completed with his scepter as well. Blink Dagger, up and operational, Kaya as well. And then just March of the Machines, pop the turret, machines turret, machines turret. It feels like a very boring hero to play sometimes, but it's a very dopamine satisfactory hero at the same time. Down bottom, attempts are being made on Gash. The crown will pop. He was trying to pop the Primal Split. He's gonna get terrorized. Feared up into the Bramble. Oh, he's not gonna pop, but they will take Kiseki as well as a beautiful intervention coming in. As Olital gets both of them locked into the Avalanche. Actually, it is gonna be 3 heroes dying, and as Haru also finds Saline. Beautiful intervention from PC. TSA, they even dropped the gate, but noticing that they were a little bit outnumbered. Just stay passive. Olital,
Dire's middle
with the Echo Saber revealed during the previous skirmish. He is nearing completion of the Blink Dagger. Saline reappearing, but he's careful not to overextend as there is indeed a sentry present. Thankfully, he's not all by himself. Kiseki is nearby. 86 paid a visit for a couple of seconds, but it's not necessarily to help out. He, like, the entire map is his farming space. 8.1k currently, and then just jumping out of nowhere. Go from the neutrals, into the lanes, into everywhere.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Down bottom, Gothic. Ooh. Oh, they will find both of them. A little bit of an overextension there by PuckChamp. And Kiseki, with the rest of the crew, will get... Well, will
Bottom tower is under attack.
use that chance instantly for his kill. Yeah, they got completely surrounded. And yeah, it was the overgrowth
Is under attack.
that was used up.
Structures are fortified.
And overgrowth, user ain't going nowhere. And given the tiny itemization, he's gonna go for the Silver Edge first. Now, I'm not a super fan of this. Maybe go in for the BKB first, even though those 9 seconds might be wasted out a little bit sooner than you want to. But you'd better be safe than sorry. Because if you go in that classic tiny scaling, like damage first, everything else later, it might become difficult for you to keep up. Because Kiseki, he's gonna pop the Shadow Dance, he's gonna have the Scepter soon enough, so that's gonna be the double pounce. And he can just jump away from you. Blink BKB would have been a better opener. But let's see. It all comes down to time. Gash, caught up top, same scenario as last time. They will connect, but not to the Pillar of Malice for the second time.
Dire's
Team Spirit Academy, they are respectful this time. They know that Gash cannot die unless they call in the Slark, and the second Slark appears, they will call in Tiny. Pit of Malice, living up a short distance. K, he will find the supports in the back, locking them down with the Pit of Malice. Nicely done. Hyuga forced to run off. Ink Swallow is going to be used up. Can they put a stop to this? Unfortunately not. But that's just going to be one. With the Siege and with Space Crate, and down bottom, ooh, beautiful Soulbind is gonna be enough to save Olital as Haru is jumping around. The Shadow Dance already used up Saline. He shall perish, Kiseki. Silenced up, but still on cooldown. He will pop the Diffusal for the slow, and the fact that he's alive means that TSA, they can counteract this aggression, and 8R, he's looking for Olital. Oh, they will make the jump. Brambles don't connect, but the Avalanche is gonna be used up. They will still make the pop. Kiseki jumping in. Blast off from Gothic. The crown will pop. This guy is still alive. Inkswell, Kiseki, slowed down. He backs off, but Haru keeps him chased up. The swashbuckle. Adar He is gonna fall. An awkward overextension coming in from TSA. But they really wanted to kill this Tiny. Because he's about to get to his prime. He's got the Echo Saber, he at least has 2 levels on Grow, which does give him a little bit of a fighting stance, and he's got a lot of compensation to do. So that is also additional motivation to get that Silver Edge done in no time. He took away the Ancients during these attempted sieges. But he was not able to get Kiseki in return. TSA, they lose both of the supports during the skirmish, and by far this is a more balanced game than last time. But 86 and Kiseki, they are committed, and they're not gonna let that opportunity slide. Once again, they reinitiate, and this time is gonna be a mission success in taking down the Tiny. Top side, Adar finds Pearl Gash yet again. Instant brambles with the crown, but Haru jumps in with the Rolling Thunder. Adar, Gothic. Oh, nice blast off K. He's stunned down. They're trying to pop the Terrorize, the Fear, but it doesn't seem like they're... The gate? Is he gonna go through? No. He should have thrown the Terrorize. Adar, he was like, should I do it? Nah, he's got a gate. But he's been completely surrounded. And with that, he shall fall. Pango. This time, Haru looking a lot more proactive and a lot stronger compared to game number 1. And game number 2 is already a very different story. It's balanced out. It's 7/8. Well, 8/7, technically favoring PuckChamp. And he's gonna get yet another one. Deep dive for Adar. Make that 9/7. 86, still sticking to his own agenda to push and take as much as he can, but interestingly enough, from all the lanes and all the creeps that he's taken down, it is mid lane still standing. It is creeped, it is bruised, but it's still not gone. Topside, PC, looking for yet another opportunity. They want K, and they want him dead and gone, especially now that he does not have the gate available. Ceylin, look at all of these sentries, look at all of this control. Like, PuckChamp, they've been trying to focus topside for quite a while. It's quite a surprise that they haven't taken away the tower yet, and they haven't taken a single tower about 20 minutes in this game number 2. Which could be objectives to be later claimed, because you do have a Tiny within your ensemble. And yep, he's gonna go for the BKB, which is great. But the rest of the team, they did force out a team fight. As Gothic, he's gonna be caught up by the edge of the gate. The second Pit of Malice into the Roche Pit is gonna secure him. A little bit of something. But again, big ultimates committed for both sides just to get a couple of puny support kills. I mean, 1 for each side. They're not losing 5 supports at the same time. Hey, how you doing, buddy? You got the... At the very least, he's happy that lanes are controlled, but it seems like they're looking to put a stop to it. PuckChamp, they will pop the Primal Split, they will pop the Rolling Thunder. SK, he's dead and gone for yet another time, and this is... Actually, you know, it's been quite a while since he died. Gothic, caught up in mid. It is gonna be a little bit of a something, but that will not compensate for the fact that you just traded off a pause 4 for, well, a pause 3 for a pause 4.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Finally, they will take away the tower. I mean, a lot of movement coming in from TSA. They're, at the very least, they're taking solid objectives very early on. But the more time they're biding for this game, the more likely of a problem the Tiny will become. Because again, this is just free real estate waiting to be claimed. Meanwhile, Haru gets caught up at the edge of the pit. Oh, he's not gonna blink away far. But he will manage to swashbuckle and get over the wall. Thanks for that backup mechanism. Otherwise, I mean, he just blinked away like from here until here, which is barely any distance to cover. Okay. Working his way up for the Crimson and into the Shivas. What is 86 building? Well, he's got the BKB. He did complete the Aghanim Scepter, so now it's just increase the range, get a Sanjin Kaya, get a Shivas, and get a Tormi. Tormi for Adar. Crown with the Bramble combination. And Adar on a good path as well. He has secured the Rod of Adus as an additional layer of lockdowns. How is the Treant looking? Usually Treants are having a very bad time in terms of items. But this guy, he's got the Solar Crest and he's got the Mana Boots. So all he can provide right now is additional safety layers. Living Armor actively being pumped out and used up, and there's a catch. It's gonna be poor old Hyuga, who's gonna get brambled up, but he manages to set up the bind. Still 86 will get the laser for his kill. Haru jumping around, he's gotta be careful not to get locked into the pit. They find Hyuga. They find Gothic alongside with Hyuga. Saline, crown popping, primal split went off, but they have all four of them locked into a bit of malice. And with the Bedlam coming in, Haru, he's just gonna die. Olitel way too late, but he will set up a beautiful 3-man avalanche and get 2 kills in return with Kaseki. Oh, that's a big one. Small intervention, a red carpet approach, and he will claim a big enemy carry. He just showed up for 3 seconds, delivered 3 strikes, and that was 3.5k damage. Absolutely insane. And he also found the slaughter right after he popped the Shadow Dance. So until he gets the BKB, that item is his only salvation. And the best part of this Olitel jump is the fact that he did not need to use the BKB, as everything else got thrown in the mix. So he just had to jump in. He doesn't even have a Blowing Dagger, mind you. So he just walked in and threw the avalanche. That's it. The Pit of Malice setup was already there. And already would have been a struggle for TSA to take down Cruel Gash with the Primal Split popped off. Kiseki, back to the drawing board, back to farming. The highlight of this entire teamfight was the fact that they didn't lose 86. And he just kept on pushing, he kept on throwing lasers across the teamfight. And he's just able to continue where he left off, and that is pushing the lanes, pushing the creeps and everything. But now things are gonna be tougher. Because you do have the counterweight from Techies, who is currently under siege. And he's just gonna die. But yeah, looking at the proximity mines, looking at the ground control coming in here and here and here, they're just trying to keep at least one portion of the map isolated in their favor. Which of course is going to give them detection. Silene, oh, walking right under the sentry. And that is scary stuff. Still, they will try to take him down. Rod of Adus with the crown. He's got the primal split, but he's got no menace. He's going to be completely melted. Terrorized, thrown in the back. Haru wants to put a stop, but the overgrowth is going to hold him in place, and Krolyash will die. Crown popping, Haru on the run. He's gonna tick out, but he's gonna go safely back to base without being stunned. And Kiseki, no, don't do that. Don't do that. I know it's very tempting to kill a Pango just after he rolls out. But don't go in for the deep dive, because first off, you don't know where Tiny is. You have absolutely zero clue, and you saw what happened last time. So just go in for something static, go in for something safe. The Pango will die when the time is right, but not now. They're bringing the extra additional hill. It's gonna be a full team commitment to take down the first tier 2 tower of the game. So far, TSA, they are leading 15/13 with 7k, but PuckChamp, they do strike back. They are hurtful. Tiny has grown up. He's got the Silver Edge nearing completion. And he's scary, he's painful. He's got the Bling Dagger with the Ink Scroll jumping in, but to be baited into the Pit of Malice. 86, he pops the BKB. He's gonna survive the Soulbind. And it's gonna be Olitel that pays the full price. Hyuga, crowned and stunned. Gothic caught up as well, but Haru, he's gonna find 86. Now that's a big one. No Tinker, no problem. Let's go for more Sailing. We know he doesn't have the overgrowth, so he's just gonna perish. Primal Split popped up with the Rolling Thunder, but the Pit of Malice has to follow up. Kiseki jumps in. They will fear them out of it, but they will set up 2 more Pit of Malices along the way to keep them asunder. The crown will pop with the brambles. Another bramble setup. Haru, rooted, locked into the trees. He's not gonna be able to go out far. Yet another pit of malice, and they got 4 for the price of 2. Now that was some scary stuff. But a brilliant first catch coming in for TSA. As they did take away Olital really fast, and it was a really on-point maneuver. It was kind of scary when PuckChamp had the Primal Split and the Rolling Thunder. During that time, unless they have the Overgrowth, they're not able to stop them. Celine, he did die, but at the same time he had nothing else to provide to his team aside from healing. And his healing has been immense. Like, look at all of these towers. Look at him. 100%. All of them. 28 minutes into the game. I mean, this guy is amazing. This hero is amazing. I do hate the fact that he's being perma-banned 90% of the games, but when he appears, he's just great. And it's time for Roche number 1. 28 minutes in. I mean, neither side had the Roche kill potential early on, but it's gonna be TSA with the army of the machines, and with Kiseki finally getting really strong. And of course he's got that little benefit with the repair bots. I like how they've switched around Tinker between a mid laner, between a support, and now back to a mid laner. He doesn't have, what was it, the defense matrix ability anymore, which really threw him into the support role. Only Tal, ganked, pops the BKB for the run. Only Gothic dies within the skirmish. Instant back off coming in from TSA. SK, he was looking for the shrine to begin with, and he leaves his team. Adar, Gleipnir reveal, nice catch, Coral Gash, feared up, stunned down, but now we have Haru jumping in with the Rolling Thunder. He wants to take out Adar, and it's gonna be a success. A lot of damage coming in from the Pango. Kiseki still was looking to charge forward, but he's gonna be a little bit short-handed as he already lost his backline. Still had the prize for a Rolling Thunder, which is currently down to 80 seconds of cooldown. They didn't provoke the Primal Split, so that's gonna be good news for Krolgash within the upcoming team fight. He's had the Aghanim Scepter for quite a while, and the Assault Cuirass, so it is much expected that he's gonna go with the Refresher next. Now for K, how is he responding to this? He already has the Crimson Guard, Shivas, BKB, and it's gonna be the Octarine Core, so he's still sticking aggressively here with a little line of safety and defense for the rest of the team. Because in reality, they don't really have to overextend with defensive items. As I said earlier, they have the heal with the Living Armor, and now they have the March of the Machines, which is actively healing. And of course, to make matters worse, smoke up, Olital, he finds Kiseki, but he is feeling a little bit regretful. Pops the BKB to get out of the pit of malice, but Kiseki in the back, he's got both supports locked out. Hugo Gothic, both of them will fall. Haru, oh my god, he's rooted up and he's gone! They might have taken Adar and Silene, but again, they popped up the 2 big ultimates just for 2 support kills. TSA, they have the green light to push in for more. And why not? We're gonna get yet another tier 2 tower. Olital. The hesitation when he saw Kiseki. It just spoke, it said everything. Yeah, you know you're the tiny that can hit everything. He can bash through buildings in a matter of seconds. But Slark, now that guy I'm kinda scared of. And he saw way too much. And the fact that he was in the front lines, it gave the green light to TSA that everybody else is in the back.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And yeah. By the way, looking at chat, my reactions are always legitimate because I'm always scared and into the moment of what's happening. But I've never bet on anything in my life, so... yeah, you can make jokes around that, no problem. I'm not gonna take it seriously, but it's really fun because sometimes people are scared that I'm the one losing money in these games while I'm genuinely being concerned when somebody's doing something obviously really stupid. Still with 1.5 minutes left remaining on the Aegis timer. TSA, they've pushed in all lane towers. They are trying to put a little bit of a compensation down bottom. As PuckChamp, again on the losing side of things, and in contrast to the SF being present during the previous game, right now you don't really have a super stable high ground defense because all of your cores, they are melee. And they will be always in the front line, so maybe you can work out something with the supports jumping in the back, but Hugo only has the force stab and the high hopes of getting a good bind on two big heroes. The split, pop down bottom as they are looking for 86. They will jump in, toss him, but they're not getting him dead. Saline, Kiseki, they reinitiate, they jump in deep. Haru, now with the Rolling Thunder, but they know Tiny's got nothing. Kiseki with the charge in, he's gonna take him down. 86 once again under siege. He is trying to blink away, he's within the march of the machines, but it's not gonna be enough. But the Pit of Malice is gonna connect onto 3. As with that, they're looking to take down Haru, they're looking to take down Krolgash, both of them dropping severely low on different sides of the team fight. Let's see who's gonna die down. Kiseki, mission success, he finds Krolgash. Celine jumping in, K, he does not have mana. Even if he converted the power threads into intelligence, it's not gonna be enough to land that final Pit of Malice. 86, he might have died, but he did die a martyr. Provide a great team fight for his entire team. And yeah, surprisingly, I mean, Kiseki's just got that single target, which is hard focused for the takedown. But K, set up every single time. The Pit of Malice is landing on top of each other. BKBs are completely negated for PuckChamp. And yeah, just to make matters worse, this is one hero making your life absolutely miserable. And you have layers upon layers of aggression that can follow up just as... It explains why Idar is always focused during the team fights, because he's got the Bramble, he's got the Fear, he's got the Crown, he's got the Brambles with the Crown, and he's got the Bedlam, and on top of things he's got the Gleipnir, so it doesn't even matter which setup came first. The second they have 2+ heroes locked down, they're able to kill, and it doesn't even have to be 2+, look at this. Instant catch up, he will pop the Force Staff, but where is it gonna take him? Nowhere, back to the fountain you go. Oh, Primal Split once again. It's 86. Picking a little bone there with Krolgash, which did provoke the Primal Split, so no Primal Split for about 95 seconds. Yet another green light for PuckChamp to rush through the base. But they could wait. They could wait for their next Roche. Or maybe they can use this beautiful double catapult setup and go in for more. But they got no Roche banner. And they don't know where Onlytal is. Onlytal farming on the side. He is gonna go for the Silver Edge completion. But right behind him, we do have PuckChamp already setting up. Kiseki with the jump, 86 teleports in. They get, while all 3 of them locked down, the Overgrowth is not gonna keep Onlytal locked in for a while, but Krolgash, oh, we do have the refresher reveal. He came back into multiple pieces once again. They have Silene completely surrounded. TSA, they're waiting for the ultimates to expire as Kiseki is gonna be the TP point once again for 86. Idar has fallen, 2 supports are out, but they've used up everything. And they still haven't had the reveal of the bigger strike. Okay, coming back. They have Krolgash back in one piece, but no double ultimate present. They will trade off supports for supports. But during that primary impact where PC were looking to take a lot more, they didn't scratch not even a single core. Okay, we came in with the reinitiation, and look how amazing that global presence is currently. Kiseki just scouting out, being sneaky, being sly. Oh, there's a blood grenade. I just made the HD popping for a sec. But yeah, he just jumps in very sneakily, will detect a hero. Boots of Travel, level 2, coming in from the techies. From the Tinker. God damn it. But yeah, he doesn't even need that. My bad. He's got the keen conveyance. What am I talking about? This guy doesn't need boots. Ever. Ever in his life. Yeah, level 3 right now is giving you the Flint friendly teleport target. And right after, if everything is confirmed that it's gonna work out in our way, then you have K commit.
Radiant are scanning.
Roche back in about 30 seconds. TSA, they're looking to push in the lanes to keep PC in check. Oh, beautiful avoid away from the Gleipnir. You don't want to die for a full minute, but up top, oh, we have a beautiful catch. As it's gonna be 3 heroes locked into the Pit of Malice. Again, the support's on the suffering end. As Gothic and Hugo both of them will be destroyed. Only tell BKB, he only has the silver, well, the Shadow Blade, and it's not gonna take him far. Kiseki on the double, they have the terrorize, but they're not. Oh, they're gonna actually make it land. Only tell gets pushed back. Hugo coming in way too late with the Soulbind, and with the double silence, it's looking like he's gonna get punished. Or actually, no, he's gonna find the safe passage back to the fountain, but Kolgash, left remaining here to fight, is losing the Brewlings 1 by 1. 3 for the price of none. And with yet another set of rags there for the taken. Hopefully this is not gonna be a pause to bash the other players. Okay, it was a short-lived one. And as another chance has been granted to siege the base, another jump will be found as well as Kiseki jumps in into the backlines, takes away Hyuga. Even though 86 is gonna take a lot of that incoming damage from the towers, he is gonna leave a whole lot of machines to do his own bidding, and Krolgash will fall. Gothic on the side trying to set up a blast off, but nope, he's gonna fall as well. Haru? I do see that he is dropping severely low because he's being actively harassed from down the fountain. And he's not gonna get out of it. He doesn't have the Rolling Thunder for another 10 seconds, and he's not gonna get the entire team back in a full minute. Only tell, he's gonna be back in 15 seconds, but look at this level of harassment. Now this is classic Dota, classic Pug Dota from back in the day when you know you've won your game with Tinker and you're just standing strong, you're popping March of the Machines and make sure they don't get out of the fountain. Mid-Rex finally taken down. They have secured the Megas and a beautiful Gleipnir jump coming in from the Dark Willow. Olital forced actively back into the fountain. Haru, he's gonna pop the Rolling Thunder, but for what use? Where are you going? What are you gonna do? Yep, he blinks away, back for the aggression, double Soulbind, and just double BKB to counteract it. March of the Machines, again, nobody wants to go. Look at this difficult terrain. This is so freaking scary. Brambles with the slow, with the Pit of Malice, with the March of the Machines. TSA, second game in a row. They're drafting phenomenally. And the way they're playing it out afterwards just makes these drafts look even better. Tinker coming in as a last pick onto 86. It's a surprise. It was a surprise for everybody. But he's making it happen. Krolgash jumping in, trying to secure somebody. Okay, he's gonna eat up all of the mines, but he survives the jump. However, Haru will not. Only tell, jumping in. Again, they're looking for at least one kill, but they're not getting a singular one. Last try standing is gonna be Krolgash, but the GG is already called up. Team Spirit Academy. What a great performance. And I was happy yesterday for these guys, and I'm happy again. Because with this, they're gonna get 3 points and be temporarily at the top of their groups until we see RE.Arise for one more final time against PuckChamp. PuckChamp, they had a tough time yesterday. Well, they had the tough time the day before when they lost against Hive. They had a good time versus Aeon, but it was game number 3. As for the last one, they might be falling into the red zone. But we shall see. It's gonna be 2 more series for today. First off, we're gonna have Ilbris facing off against Team Syntax, which is gonna be in about 45 minutes from now. And last but not least, as I said, it's gonna be RE.Arise versus PuckChamp. Now, again, TSA, beautiful performance, very unconventional drafting. I love the fact that they're not sticking by the meta. Okay, you guys have your meta picks. You have your, well, your Shadow Fiends and whatnot you like. We're gonna stick to our own guns. No, we're gonna stick to our own game, and we're gonna make you suffer for it. And 2 times in a row, they make it happen. Which will grant us our break, ladies and gentlemen, and we shall be back in, well, quite a while. So stick around, and I'm gonna keep the stream up, and I'll see you for more Dota. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second series of today. We have Team Syntax versus Ilbris Esports, and already a little bit of a mistake coming in from Team Syntax, as they were very hard focused on banning out supports. They completely disregarded the Lone Druid, which is of course going to be insta-picked up by Ilbris as they pair it up with Underlord and with Lion. A bunch of control, a bunch of annoyance, but let's see if Syntax have a way to overcome this insanely annoying hero. It's like, there's a reason why people ban this out first. It does take a lot of time for the Lone Druid, to kick off with the Spirit Bear. But once they do, once we have the Scepters, once we have the Maelstroms, once we have the Mjolnirs and whatnot, the bear is gonna run free and pretty much stomp everything that you have across the map, which takes away the purpose if you want to have like the zoo extra, if you're going in for Beastmasters or for Enigmas and whatnot. You already have this one huge unit of a bear, which mauls everything along its path. For Syntax, so far, they're taking things down a very steady course. They will open things up with Keeper of the Light, with Tusk, and with Rubik. Now, as much as I do like the support combo that Syntax are bringing in, this Coddle is already feeling a little bit surrounded because he can be easily isolated, easily targeted down, regardless of the fact that he's super fast in terms of farming. So now with the Bristleback being brought into the mix, Syntax are looking to out-farm the Lone Druid, at least on 2 heroes. Now that is a little bit of a problem because of, well, looking at the bans, there's 3 reasons for this. One, there is still an option for Ilbris to either go with a Drow, an SF within the mid lane, or maybe even take a Viper in the off lane to proactively punish the enemy carry. So there's still a lot of lingering heroes that Ilbris can double down on and make life living hell. Earth Spirit is going to be picked up as the mid lane contender. Great for the control, great, you do have the built-in silences, and you can kick targets off across the map. But yeah. Syntax, they're the actually ones who have the upper hand here, because they can go in with these SF and Drow picks as their last resort. But given the Lone Druid being present, now that's definitely kind of yikes. Not a lot of stopping power here, and that's what I'm concerned of. As much as I do love the Tusk, he can be one wrong decision away from throwing 3 people on the wrong side with a snowball. So that could ultimately mess you up. Lone Druid is going to be facing off against the Bristleback, so that's quite an annoying contest, specifically for the bear. Now, for the Lone Druid himself, he's always going to be in range distance and run away from the Quill Sprays, but either with the Tusk or with the Rubik, if he's paired up with the Bristleback, they can either force out the Bristleback to move in a little bit more forward with the Snowball, with the Shards, or they can just pull targets back with the Rubik, improve things with the Fade Bolt, and then just negate them. So there's that combination that can work out. But given the fact that, I mean, it could be either or. Ilbris are still vague about their last pick, because we have seen Earth Spirits going in as support, so that could also be an option. And Syntax, they're just gonna make sure they throw away heroes that they don't want to see. For Ilbris, it's gonna be those classic carries taken out. One is gonna be the SF. I do assume the second one is gonna be Drow, which is gonna leave a pretty limited pool of what Syntax can play with. So let's see what the final ban is gonna be, so maybe we can throw in some predictions in terms of what could be a decent substitute. TA might be interesting here, because currently there's not a lot of burst, not a lot of early burst to get through her refractions. And given the fact that Syntax, they do have the last pick, they might go in for her. There's the interesting Sven option, but Sven jumping in, there's too much happening in the front line. You're gonna get the Earth Spike, you're gonna get the Pit of Malice, and we've spoken about the Pit of Malice way too many times, especially during that previous game number 2.
Radiant team ban.
So let's see. Lifestealer is going to be taken out last. Yeah, I do agree. I mean, there's going to be that extra need of a tanky core to help out, because Coddle is fast as he can be in terms of his own farming. It is gonna be tough for him to survive.
5 seconds remaining.
So let's see. Clockwork, second to last banner coming from Syntax. They have a full minute and a half of reserve time to take away something else. But I'm still putting my bet, if I were betting that is, on Ilbers taking this Earth Spirit as a support. I'm not sure if it was them specifically who did this maneuver. I need to do a quick double check, because I know I was hoping to see him in one of the first circumstance when I saw him, I was like, okay, this is gonna be a mid. But it ended up being a support with that sort of... Either it was a super early reveal or a very late one. But I'm not sure who was it. The tough part for Syntax is they're already at a loss. And the fact that they have 3 more serious. There is a slither of redemption, but Group B are pretty cluttered in terms of how close the last 4 are. You have Summer Bear, you have Baloo, you have Syntax, and you have Habibis. Habibis, unfortunately, they got eliminated because of the 4 losses that they faced. But for Syntax, the first series that they were playing out versus Envision, they did lose, mainly because of the fact that they had to call in 3 substitutes to play while they were qualifying for ENC. But they did obtain a win versus Habibis, which is currently keeping them at a standstill. But with
10 seconds remaining.
3 more serious and very tough contenders, it could be difficult to reach within the playoffs. So Ilbers, last but not least, they will maintain this Earth Spirit to be their designated mid laner, while Ringmaster will enter the field last. Now, this is a great pick. Always great to have a Ringmaster by your side. Wheel of Wonder for the setup, Impalement Axe for the harassment. But reaching that Rubik is gonna be the most important thing Silbers can do here. They do have the reach though. Earth Spirit, he can jump out. Underlord can cover distance globally. And Ringmaster can just swiftly reset things with the Escape Act. So Syntax, what is your final say here? They opted in for the Omni Knight ban rather than focusing the Ringmaster. I mean, Omni Knight has appeared in a lot of circumstances and is great when it comes down to a lot of physical damage on the other side. But Ringmaster, it is getting that GOAT status. Him and Hoodwink pretty much side by side.
Choose your hero.
Now last, Syntax, they will go in with the Slark reveal, giving it to Lenny. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Last game when we saw Slark, he pretty much had a free venture to do whatever he wants just because the rest of the crew were really aggressive. And I'm talking about the Tinker match that we just watched with Team Spirit Academy. 86 onto the Tinker. They had the Underlord, they had the Dark Willow, they had the Treant Protector, and any carry option was pretty much free after that. Slark was the perfect balance between being super annoying and really proactive to shut down both the Pango and the Tiny. In this scenario, you are generally always thriving on plenty of melee heroes, but Manam onto the Lone Druid. He could definitely mess you up. We shall see after the laning stage. Ilbers, they should have a strong laning opener. Both Lion and Ringmaster are very aggressive supports. Bristleback onto Emptiness, though, he might make Manam suffer, and furthermore not able to utilize the bear to its maximum. Nefrid on the Underlord should be super stable, as Slark, he cannot really do much. If he wants to go in deep with the pounce, either one, the Ringmaster or the Lion can put a reset to that. But do not negate the fact that obviously Jeezy is a Ringmaster, a Rubik Grandmaster. So definitely he knows what to do and how to do. I don't know, but it feels like a little bit of a weak draft here. They have doubled down on the farming, but they're looking at an aggressive offlane to face against an aggressive safe lane. But Bristleback could always be either or. Like, when you double down on the aggression within the early states of the game. Bristleback, he can contribute towards that, lead the siege, pop the quill sprays onto everybody. But at the same time, there's a lot of durability. Even though there's not necessarily a lot of healing currently favoring Ilbers. But they have so many ways to stall him down to keep him away from his potential prey. Already diving in deep here, Manam's Bear is gonna be left to scout out mid lane, as he will spot out Emptiness. So that's at least one hero. Lenny, his smoke shall not be broken, but he did spot out Nefrid within the vicinity. 10 more seconds remaining. Can they surround Lenny already? Ponlo going in with the deep vision. Smoke will be broken. And he's gonna go for it. Oh, a little bit short-handed. Nice pounds coming in from Lenny. He does secure the bounty rune, leading up to a 2-2 distribution.
No mana.
No mana. The ultimate angry Gandalf noises. Well, yeah. GZ and Emptiness. Limited lockdown coming out from Syntax early on. Unless they decide to throw the pounce every single time. Monodrama already feeling aggressive. He will miss out with the first Impalement Act, but they're going for Emptiness. The bear leading the siege. Wow, only one encounter, and
Dire's courier has been
that was a little bit punishing.
Consider yourself.
On the other end, Nefrit will lose his courier due to Stoic. Ponlo, ooh, beautiful double connect. The Firestorm. It's gonna deal some additional damage, but without the Pit of Malice, you're not getting those kills as easily. Still, the early harassment onto Lenny.
has been killed.
It could be a good sign for Ilbers, but mid lane we might be having some issues as Mikey went in with the deep dive. Ooh, boy. There's your first blood, ladies and gentlemen. Mikey's overextension. And also he walked into a boulder here, which got pulled back. Jesus Christ, man. That was completely unnecessary. I mean, yeah, we know Coddle has a lot of early damage and he's able to burn through heroes, but just keep it stable, man. Earth Spirit, I mean, he's not your strongest contender, but some respect. Oh, really? That entire wave missed? That's interesting. I didn't know, like, the wave was obviously still over niche, but he didn't get any damage. Oh well, there's that. Great start for niche regardless. He is gonna have the additional experience advantage, and the fact that he's always gonna be close to his targets means we're gonna be seeing a lot of denies, already kicking off with a 10-2 CS. Meanwhile, Nefrit, nice catch. Stoic's overextension is gonna be punished
Dire's middle tower
now that we have the Pit of Malice available. Can we show Lenny how it's done? Well, maybe in about
Radiant's
14
bottom
seconds.
tower is under attack.
He did force out the pounce just to hide under the tower. Nefrit saving up the entire creep wave just for him. And a good Underlord game. It could be a great game overall, because he's always gonna be that hero that dictates everything. Once he pops the gate, everybody's gotta run, everybody's gotta push, because that gate is not wasted for anybody. With GZ. Feeling a little awfully curious there. And he should not overstep, because the Impalement Axe are growing stronger, the bear is getting bigger. Monodrama already securing up the Lotus, nicely done. There's gonna be a Diffusal first item. Priority coming in from Manam. I mean, yeah, you do have a Coddle in your midst, who's actively gonna pop the Chakram to everybody he sees. So, if one hero is at least kept in check, that would be great. But you do have the Lion side by side. You do have Ponlo. But because the bear is gonna be going in for the solo executions, it better have that. Emptiness. Bunch of stacks of the Quill Sprays onto Manam. And they killed the bear? It looks like it. Because it didn't look like Manam was trying to save it. So that could have been a pretty good bounty going for Emptiness, who is a little bit underfarmed. was expecting a little bit of an extra farm tempo coming in, but Mikey, once again in danger. Oh, he got punished for that deny.
Is under attack.
Nicely done from Niche. Second time in a row. Monodrama, meanwhile, gets taken down. Even though the Impalement Axe were taken down bottom, they will suffer yet another kill. As Ponlo gets taken down as well. Emptiness barely surviving the onslaught. Still a good reminder from Syntax that they're still in the game. We did see a devastating game this morning. What was the result? I don't even think
Dire's structures are
that what's his face? That PuckChamp were able to hit double digits. It was 33 on to 6. Meanwhile, Niche again for the third time he's gonna kill this Coddle. And already there's a 2-level difference between these two. What a Chad. He did pop the Magnetize for this, but
under attack.
super domineering plays coming in from Niche and the Earth Spread. What was the damage output? I mean, just 4 remnants dropped down, 797. Not too shabby, but that secures a Coddle dead. Meanwhile, topside, Emptiness once again under siege. Madam, they will take down the bear. Monodrama. Uh-oh. He's got to be careful, but the telekinesis thankfully was used up already. He will turn around. Does not have the Impalement Axe, but they will get the roots temporarily. Madam, he can resummon the Spirit Bear. And the supports once again, they're at it. Team the Beast, Jeezy. He's gonna get the Impalement Axe, but there's no backup. Monodrama. He's playing a very dangerous game here. And I do believe this has led to the Spirit Bear dying twice. As anticipated. Emptiness is always gonna be head first. And of course, being head first versus a bristleback means you're gonna get a lot of cool sprays, but this time, he's gonna overextend and by staying at the Lotus. He was looking for Manum, but he ain't getting no one. Neither the Lotus, neither the hero. Even though, again, 4 Quill Spray stacks, they are scary business. Meanwhile, Lenny, with yet another win. They got Nefrid this time. And oh, here comes Niche from across the map. Kick and push and rolling boulders all across. He finds Lenny, beautiful Earth Spike, and he gets them both. What is your KDA right now, sir? 5-0. 5-0. Holy crap. That's insane. 4K currently, pushing towers. He did completely dominate over Mikey. And even though he's been somewhat successful in completing the urn, without any charges, without anything to throw it in, it's just gonna make things awkward. I mean, Coddle being the least farmed out from everybody in the map, it's very concerning. Emptiness, going in for a dive, he was looking for Manum. But Manum withdraws his bear, and they're just gonna keep it stable, but back up is coming. We do have Niche. Insert the Jaws music here. No, actually, wait, no, that's not Jaws. That was... Oh my god, I forgot. A very old series. It was the Twilight Zone, I think. Yeah. Yeah, Jaws had a completely different memory. Niche, unfortunately, will not have the upper hand in surprising Syntax there, but he's looking at mid. He sees Stoic. Monodrama joining in with the Impalement Axe. They're even popping the urn. But he's not dead. Still, Niche is not stopping. He's got the haste. That's gonna make scary stuff. Lenny, even with his wins, the fact that the aforementioned Earth Spirit joined in and then just ran him down in a split second, it did allow for the early takedown of the tower. So that is gonna make his life a little bit more annoying. But topside, we're having visitors. A deep dive coming in from Syntax. Unfortunately, the Pit of Malice will miss. Niche, however, there's the haste rune in action. He's gonna jump in, take down Jeezy. Looking like Stoic is gonna go down next. Impalement Axe for the connection, and they're gone. They are gone just like that. 9-3 so far for Ilbris, with 2k net worth in their favor. Around mid, Niche once again keeping up the harassment onto Mikey. The Earth Spike will miss. And thankfully Mikey, he's gonna get out of reach, pops the Elder Form as well, which means he will be able to heal up and, well, level 4 with the Solar Bind on top of it. Now you gotta respect the old man. Even though that old man has been harassed to hell and back. Topside, Emptiness is still joined in by Jeezy and Stoic as they're looking to punish Manam. Monodrama though, Team Diak, Team the Beast, he's gonna get a lock on to Jeezy. Manam, he's gonna, well no, actually he's not gonna lose the bear, they're gonna save him with these Captac, but not for long. He does have a respawn, but he's choosing to fight on his own. Jumps away, one more strike, oh, they're not gonna get him! Niche also jumping in, he does not have to magnetize, but he's gonna be enough of a scary thought for Syntax to get away. Manam looking at death in its face. Of course, he's gonna tip Niche for this. The Earth Spirit has been insanely proactive, insanely scary. He did fail to kill Mikey earlier, but just his presence is scaring out the rest of them. And Ilbris, they will have enough time to call in some additional assistance here, because their tower is under siege. But it seems like Monodrama will be caught up first. Emptiness does not want to overextend. He's just got the power threads. Well, the Soul Ring is gonna help you out, but it's just a mini item to make ends meet. It's not something great. Manam though, he finds Jeezy. We have the gate popped up as well, as Nefrit, he wants to join in on this one. Bit of Malice, locked down with the Finger of Death, nicely done. Even though Mikey, he's gonna pop a beautiful Illuminate to burst down through Ponlo. And they're looking at the bear. Lenny also joins in, he's gonna go through Nefrit's gate as he's looking to kill him. Came the beasts, nicely done. Two are connecting, but he's still bound with the solar. Eventually he dies by the Illuminate. Niche jumping in, this is a ballsy move, he's fighting right into the Shadow Dance. Oh, that's a throw. That was a very awkward throw. They didn't set up that team fight as they were anticipating. And also Lenny's appearance very last second, utilizing the enemy gate to get there. It was exactly what the team needed. The Coddle Burst though, that Illuminate landing onto 4 targets. It secured a big kill. Actually, not the one. It secured Paulo first, then they got Nefrit, and they got Niche at the end, which was a free kill granted to Lenny. That's a lot of money, alongside with 3 permanent agility stacks. So even though Lenny has been suffering his losses, at the same time he has been popping the infused raindrops for the additional mana regeneration. It's really funky. Around mid, Mikey is pushing out again, but he could be surrounded. The 2 supports, they're scouting out with smokes, and Niche, oh my god, I'm pretending I'm being under attack, baits Mikey pretty back into enemy territory, and Nefrit just jumps in with the Pit of Malice. Very easy setup, very easy bait. Oh no, I'm so scared. Monodrama gets caught up as Lenny... Now, the kill potential has risen for the Slark, so he no longer needs to linger in the sidelines and wait for his teammates to facilitate something for him. He's able to lift his own weight. Meanwhile, Manam, he's had a tough time around this top lane. Fortunately, he hasn't fallen, but that means a lot of resources did not go his way. He's a little bit underfarmed. And he doesn't even have the Maelstrom up and operational for the bear. So good pressure on him. This is now gonna be the golden era for Lenny. Which, of course, he might be forced to prolong it, because he needs a scepter as well. The double pounds will come in handy. Nefrit. Scepter halfway through completion. Or are we looking at the rest? Monodrama still working on his boots. Manam, as we said, is the Mjolnir that he wants. Ponlo, Blink Dagger, gonna take a while. Niche, gonna go for the BKB. Is he gonna go for the vessel upgrade? That's the first question. Looking at the couriers. Well, he's got nothing. He's straight out gonna go for the BKB. Meanwhile, around top, Emptiness keeps up with the harassment on Manam as Jeezy finds Ponlo in the backline. Stoic keeps up the pressure. They will pop the fear, but they have a lock within the shards. Jeezy, however, Niche is gonna take him down, but oh, there goes Manam in the eliminate. Beautifully done. Beautiful interception coming in here from the entire team of Syntax with the addition to the Coddle. Emptiness looking for more. He's looking for Monodrama. Can they save him in the back? Mikey, he finds Nefrit as well. Niche jumps in. Magnetize popped up a little bit too late. Stoic Lenny jumping in head first, but Niche, he's out of resources. He's not gonna roll back in the lane. He's only happy that he took down Stoic, as the losses for his team were a lot more significant. They took down the supports, but for the price of Ponlo, Manam, and Nefrit again. Now Nefrit dying, things are beginning to look bad. This is gonna be the first time for Manam, so there's still a chance for him to salvage this. But the fact that he's not able to let the bear do whatever it wants to keep up with the farm, he's really suppressed here. Niche, great of a start, but they already have a read on him. Mikey finally delivering some aggression onto this hero. And there's already, he used to be at the bottom of the course. Now he's climbing up second. And Manam, he's the only hero not hitting the 6k mark. Which is not good news. It just kind of feels like this lone druid has been overhyped and over-exaggerated, when in reality a lot of heroes and a lot of players know how to counteract his presence. So far so good for Syntax. They are recuperating from the early strikes. But 2k is not a lot of a difference. There's still a lot of free real estate for both teams on the map, as there's still tier 1 tower standing 15 minutes in. Monodrama. Finally, he did complete the Mana Boots. But Elbers, they're kind of stalling here. Well, they should stall. Because going in aggressively, it will just bite them back in the ass. Even though they do have a good solid chance here. Stoic, as he walks. Oh, he's gonna drop the vision! He will realize he's hunted. And yeah, panic, panic, panic. Are we gonna go for him first? Are we gonna go for the kill? They will reveal the fact that there is at least one sentry here. Oh, Jeezy stole the bear? That's a good find. And the bear stole the Invis rune. Oh boy. Nothing like a little Rubik to spice up your life. Niche, Snowball will land the kick and the punch. They have him slowed down. Nefrit though jumping in from the back. Nice bit of malice, but Mikey with the BKB reveal. They're popping the Wheel of the Wonder, trying to keep them to a halt. And which side is winning? The Magnetize is popping. They still have Emptiness in the back, fighting over the Pit of Malice. But slowly, he might fall here. Oh, they do have him. But there's a healing wave coming in. Ultimately, it is gonna be a support exchange. Neither side liking the outcome. But now we have Jeezy, who is able to roll up and call it and jump in. Yeah, just Otto being an absolute beast.
That's for me.
Still holding on the argument that if caught, he's gonna be dead. So far, he has the BKB making his life a little bit easier. And of course, that's a crucial item to have 99% of the situations. But with an Underlord who just wants to lock you on the ground and deliver the follow-up right after, you gotta survive. Because after the Pit of Malice, usually it's the Wheel of Wonder that pops up. And if you do manage to survive it, there's the Earth Spike.
Radiant's middle tower is under
But let's
attack.
see now. Ilbers. They've done waiting. They've done being quiet. But they're losing heroes, and that's gonna be Nefrid. Oh boy. I guess they're not necessarily provoking. They're currently just reacting. They lost a big one. Even if they get Stoic out of this, it's not gonna be... It's not gonna be equal for sure. Lenny? Scepter should be on its way. Double pounds action, BKB coming up next. Ilbris. Good idea, good effort. But it seems like Syntax are one step ahead. GZ playing very, very well. Even though he has died 3 times. He has secured plenty for the team. And he's going in for more. Meanwhile, Lenny finds yet another one. And it's just 3 agility stacks added up. And they could get niche. He rolls out. He's got the Amplify. If he chooses to fight, Lenny jumps in, second pounds way deep under the tower, buddy. I mean, we know you're a lean, mean killing machine. But respect the enemy. And respect the fact that there is a tower. Emptiness. Pushing top. He's got Manam's bear. And the bear currently has got nothing? Well, they're gonna put him to a stop. You're not TPing back to your master. 250 gold for us. All of the items currently on Manam, though. I guess he wants to improve the right click off his own, not necessarily be super dependent on the bear, but the bear is gonna need it. Still, you need a scepter. And a scepter, from this point of view, easiest way to get it is to kill a couple of heroes. I mean, it sounds easy, but in reality it's pretty tough, especially Lenny getting ahead of the curve. Mikey becoming a force of nature, force of light, and the supports, of course, facilitating that to happen. So let's see now. Bottom side, that's where they'll set up their next objective. Ilber's popping a smoke of their own, but currently having no idea where to head. Manam, the bear, it is gonna reveal Mikey, but there's the real Manam as Lenny. He's looking for the jump. Nice fear, taking him back, the illuminate. Oh, that pin of Alice. Beautiful setup, but can it make them work? Nice. It seems like the Wheel of Wonder will answer the question and be yes, Lenny on the run. He did pop the dance already within the pit, but he was locked down. He's still trying to get away, but he's not able to get it far enough to get the healing off. Lenny, still within range, rolling in. Niche. Oh, they will miss, but the beast will get him. Now this is the setup I was looking for from Milbris. And this time, they will get 2 cores and a support for the price of none. But they used up everything. They used up the magnetize, they used up the gate, they used up the finger of death. I mean, and the Wheel of Wonder, of course. But they won't subside. They're going in again. Emptiness this time. He could kill Nefrid though here, but he's already surrounded. Nefrid caught up in his own pit of malice. Monodrama jumping in once again. Tame the beasts, but Emptiness, he won't budge. As there is no damage currently on the end of Ilbers, but they do have great control. And that was a beautiful demonstration, but this was a lucky chance. It was a lucky shot. I don't think they'll be as lucky next time. I don't know what approach you can do here. Ilbers, they can go AFK farm and try to mind their own business, and then just respond to aggressions coming in from Syntax. But there's not enough map space to make that happen. Nefrid will be forced to stay alone and farm Manam as well, and Manam, he's still in no shape to be all by himself. But after that earlier skirmish, he did gain a lot of experience, and he did gain a lot of gold, so that could help out with making the bear independent. But there's still Rubik with this pit of malice. They will try to snatch it away from him with popping the gate, but he's just gonna back off, stay on the side. And he's got the protection coming in from Emptiness. And to make matters worse, we do have the scepter coming in for the active bristleback ability. Oh, I hate this scepter, and I hate that it's coming back. Meanwhile, mid lane, escape back for the save, but in the Pit of Malice, he's still lingering. Mikey with the Illuminate, bunch of damage. Okay, the OG Master of the Pit of Malice, he's trying to get a lock on to Jeezy, but Jeezy is way too far away. Stoic jumping in. They're forced to pop everything here, but the jump coming in from Lenny, it's a little bit too awkward. He is forced to pop the Shadow Dance. Manam within reach. Another Pit of Malice, and the Finger of Death coming in from Jeezy will lead to the kill. Okay, it's kind of sad. Okay, no, it's not sad, actually. There's 3 Finger of Death stacks. It would have been sad if Jeezy had more stacks than the actual Lion. But a good catch, a good kill.
Dire's
A little bit of an overextension coming in from Ilbers, but damn it, 4k damage coming in from the Coddle. It was looking scary for a split second from Lenny as he jumped in right into the Wheel of Wonder. But he did manage to run across the ticks. He also has a second pounce, so... And he's got a BKB. Almost completed. So next time, it's gonna be a lot tougher for Ilbers. Niche. He has fallen once in this game. And he's taken a step back to refarm. Meanwhile, big objective taken here from Syntax. Roche, it is gonna die about 24 minutes into the game. Ilbris, they are in the vicinity, but I don't know, they're not gonna make the jump, even though they have the gate to throw right in the middle of the pit. But they're not willing to mess with the Syntax, they're not willing to face them front. And they've lost the majority of the vision in their jungle. So Manam. Scepter still not completed 24 minutes in. Genuinely a problem. Slark now with the double life, with the BKB recipe on its way. Oh, this is scary stuff. Emptiness. He did complete the Lotus. So all of your single target spells will be thrown back at you. Monodrama forced to go for the Ghost Scepter. Even though he's got the Rod of Adas, Nephrid, recipe left remaining. Manam, he lost his courier. And still no scepter in sight. Hanlo, he did secure the BKB, but let's see what's happening in mid. Nephrid pushed in. Emptiness looking to secure the first tier 2 tower takedown. I mean, he's just gonna move in from one side to another, currently looking at the best places to farm. He's also looking for the BKB with the follow-up of Heart of Tarask. From Ilbers currently. Lone Druid, he's completely desecrated, he's completely destroyed, he's really having a tough time keeping up with the game. And he's not able to push from the sides, he's not able to farm, he's not able to harass anybody. He's just a teddy bear, he's, you know, Winnie the Pooh right now. Who's just hiding in the jungle to eat honey. Meanwhile, Syntax, they are pushing. They are hungry, and they're looking for kills. Lenny jumping in, even with the Tumbler Story, double pounds is gonna be popped. A little bit too far off, but Niche, that's the first catch. They will find Stoic. Wheel of Wonder popped on top of Emptiness. It's not gonna get stolen. It's only gonna be the Firestorm. 2 kills with 3 ultimates committed. But they did take down Emptiness, so now that's a very, very big success. How did they break him so fast? Anyhow, they're looking for more. Actually, Lenny's the one looking for more. Jumps in, wants to pick a bound with Niche, but it's not happening. Once again, the Pit of Malice is gonna be stolen. Nephrid, Manam, they're running away. Niche, he's gonna get out of harm's way, but this was scary. Lenny with the haste. Lenny pushing in, and with 2 lives, and he's not gonna stop. He's once more, he finds Ponlo, instant Earth Spike, and Ponlo, he cannot stay alive long enough.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
27 minutes in.
Are fortified.
Score-wise, Ilbris, they're still leading 22/17, but 7k net worth is in the favor of Syntax. And they are pushing, they are well, they are forcing Ilbris to suffer. And Lenny, he is just willing to hunt down supports. He's just willing to get more agile and more annoying. 8 permanent agility currently stolen, and they have Nephrid, Pit of Malice. You wanna get a taste of your own medicine, buddy. Escape pack for the safe, he's gonna get out of range. This time he's gonna put his own Pit of Malice. Snowball, Wheel of Wonder, Jeezy. Can he steal it? No, he can't. But they did force out a big ultimate from Monodrama. Lenny, this guy's not stopping. Where's the off button? Holy. Not even a BKB needed, not nothing. Oh, they have Niche. Again, escape back for the save. They're gonna throw him back. Oh, Mikey charging up. He's looking to make him pay for all of his misery. Yet, who gave this guy the Pit of Malice? Jeezy. What the hell, buddy? I mean, seriously outplaying it, and the fact that he can refresh the abilities way too often. Because it's always gonna be Pit of Malice from somewhere, Pit of Malice from somewhere, Pit of Malice from somewhere. GC is just steal, I'm gonna take everything. And he's gonna go for the Scepter upgrade.
Radiant are scanning.
Even though Pit of Malice, I don't think it has the Scepter upgrade. It's just the gate that gives you the Pit of Malice. Venom, the bear, is a little bit under attack. But he's got the Scepter if he wants to fall back. But no, I don't think he's gonna fall back. He's gonna die way too fast. At the very least, it's gonna be okay that he kept the entirety of Syntax busy. But pretty much, even with the bear dying, you're giving away the same amount of money as you would for a hero.
Dire's
And
top
Mana?
tower is under attack.
Does he have another bear? No, he does not. Wait, he should have popped one right now. Where's your bear, sir? I guess it's not present.
Has fallen.
He should have had it unless he popped it up for a second time. Down bottom. Ilbris are looking to push, but this is very dangerous, Niche. Even if he pops the BKB, he is gonna die. He will pop the Magnetize way too late. Meanwhile, Emptiness is pushing lanes. He did push out top, so is just left down for bottom. Combo. Gets caught up time after time again. Nah, you should have blinked away. Why Mana Drain? Why turn around? Really sad stuff. Mikey, ooh, getting richer by the second. And we're gonna have the Will of the Wisp closing in soon. Octarine core completed, the rest of the team sieging high ground. Or at least looking for the possible siege. Manam, 30 minutes into this game, he's finally able to play the hero. Or at least to play the bear. But now they're completely locked out in their base, so every venture out, you're gonna be suffering some casualties. Top side and mid lane, they still have tier 1 towers standing. Oh, that's just bad. Emptiness pushing in, leading the siege for the high ground push. There comes the fortification to take away the catapults. Thankfully, only one Roche has died during this game, so we don't have the Roche banners available. But we have a rack team full of insane heroes who are able to push down your lanes and kill down all of your creeps, and they just skyrocketed their farming potential and of course their kill potential at the same time.
Radiant's top
Emptiness
tower
just
is under
turns his
attack.
back around, bursts down everybody. Mikey as well. And not to mention Lenny. Ooh. Is indeed scary stuff. Echo Saber completed. We've been seeing the Scepter in action for multiple occasions. He also obtained the Shard for the Depth Shroud. So now everybody, all of your friends, are going to be hidden and affected by the Shadow Dance.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's impressive that Ilbris are still trying to move out.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
But, again, they haven't lost anything as a part of their base. So there's still a way. I think there's a way to retain this game. Because, in all reality, 2k net worth difference between each of the heroes. It is something to come back from. But the next Roche contest will confirm or deny that. Because when a big team fight happens in a 5v5 scenario, there's a high chance that Syntax are gonna look to be overly aggressive and overly jumpy and overextend on their positioning. And Ilbris isn't. They can't throw what they have and kill multiple targets at the same time. They don't have a single target potential. And that's where you're missing out. The single target potential is gonna appear a little bit better as levels are coming in. As Manam gets the bear stronger. He is gonna complete the Silver Edge though. So a little bit of a compensation for Manam. But there's already a lot of aspects from Syntax's draft that you need to pay attention to. Nefrid He's gonna get caught up right in the middle of the lane. Pops the BKB, tries to run off. Manam joins in with the bear, but he's instantly gonna be thrown in air gel as the sentry is nearby to see what's happening. They will be getting stoic out of it, and hello Jeezy. You've been making our life an absolute misery. Also, Niche, he's gonna find Mikey in the back. Oh, that's a big one, starting the team fight without the coddle. Now Lenny, alongside with Emptiness, they're only forced to fight, and it's the bear that is making their life a living hell. They will get a small lock, nicely done, Earth Spike, Mikey forcing out a buyback, he will pop the Magnetized, Emptiness looking low, but Manam's bear is looking even lower. He will lose the bear. Niche forced to get away as Mikey, he is back. Bit of Malice dropped on the ground. They're trying to protect Niche as he's gonna burn down, and Mikey, nicely done with the execution. Everybody else on the run. Nefrit gets the hell out of there in the very last second before he dies, but Monodrama will not have the same fate. Actually, no, Niche... Oh yeah, they got him. It was Nefrit that I was looking at. Oh boy. You win some, you lose some. It's all the same for Syntax. As the second... I mean, Mikey's a very good enabler here. In every single occasion, in every single team fight. The fact that he forced out a buyback here... It's... I mean, it could be either or. But I think it's for the better, because, again... Ilbers, they're bound by their big ultimates, they're bound by their big setup. But they will get Lenny due to his overextension. Okay, buddy, why did you do that? I mean, you have the perfect downtime since there's no Niche, no Magnetize. You're already close to enemy base, so they're not going to use the gate for that sort of a close of a distance. This was bad. Lenny thinking he's the king of the world. And he just died. And the more that game progresses, the more punishing your death experiences will be. Mikey realizing that death is not an option. He did buy back earlier, and he needs to farm out, he needs to be present as much as he can, because right now, well, Lenny, he has proven that he can die, especially when he does not have the BKB available. And it's a breathing room for Ilbris. They're able to move out. Who might they find is a question. First off, it's the free real estate across the entire map. They have a lot of towers left for the taking. Beautiful catch onto 2. They still have Emptiness. With the gate, they're jumping in as well. Wheel of Wonder, everything popped up for Dispersal to die. And a lot of free spells for GZ to take, but so far it's only the Hex that he's gonna claim. It's not gonna be enough, but with the soon returnal of the Slark, it is gonna be Ilbris backing up. They have everybody. Should they go for Roche here? That's the big question. Because Syntax, they could be doubling down on that. Instant smoke up, Emptiness jumping in. He's gonna be spotted in vision. Nefrit popping everything he has on the ground because this is gonna mean death. BKB with the escape pact in the back. We have GZ being harassed. Finger of Death is gonna be used up, but Nefrit will die regardless. He forced out a buyback for this. Emptiness leading the siege. Ponlo, GZ, both of them will trade off. So far, 1-for-1. Manam. Well, most notably the bear of Manam. It is gonna die. Does he have backup? Well, he just used it up. Leipnir, they have the lock. Niche, oh, not gonna stay alive for long. Unicycle trying to drive away. But nope, nope, nope. It is gonna be ultimately Syntax. Love the fact that Emptiness has grown a lot stronger, and because they don't have the break yet. Actually, they might have the break on the bear. Let me just do a quick check. There it is. Yeah, they do have the break, but the bear was gone. As long as you have somebody to kill the bear, you don't have the break, and Emptiness will survive. And Emptiness, he just led the siege and just took down everybody in his path, forcing out a big buyback to come on the end of Ilbris. And they have the Aegis claim. And of course, they're going to give it to Emptiness. If Ilbris are struggling so much to take him down, imagine what could happen twice. "37 minutes into the game, almost 38. It's 26/28. Score-wise, they're still not leading, but 13k is enough of a difference for Syntax. They're looking to push in, especially since Niche is not here. Monodrama doing his best to keep a distance between Emptiness and the Rax. But all they can do is linger and watch from the side. as Mikey, he just heals him up to a max. What did Jesus steal this time? Oh, again, he stole the Pit of Malice. Oh boy. Just don't give this guy a Rubik. I mean, it seems like Syntax can choose everything, but as long as they have GZ onto the Rubik, he's bound to make life miserable for the enemy side. Still sticking around and venturing around the dire jungle. Mikey, though, he's forced to defend because Manam, the fact that he can finally let the bear to venture out, he is taking towers. But he shouldn't just give away gold to Mikey like that, or to Lenny for the matter. He will pop the Silver Edge, but he's still within vision due to the dust. Come on. Just withdraw the bear, buddy. Did he take it back? No, it was a resummon. That's gold for Lenny. A little bit of a harassment back and forth. It's gonna be Mikey who cleans things up, and then comes back with the Boots of Travel level 2, and of course they do have the Outpost as well for the faster teleport. And they're just gonna try to inflict as much damage as they can down bottom. Monodrama dies by the cool sprays. And look at this, a Pit of Malice over a Pit of Malice. That's so fun to see. Lenny, they have the bear. And no bear for a full minute. Mana, he just threw everything there, even though he really needed the BKB on the bear. But yeah, you're playing with 6 heroes, and your biggest one is gonna be on cooldown for a full minute. Meanwhile, Niche gets caught up. He's gonna pop the Magnetized and the BKB as he's completely surrounded. The situation might be ideal for him to take down somebody, as he's looking for GZ, but he's gonna jump into the Pit of Malice, still bursting, still pumping. Finally, GZ will be gone, but at what cost? You still haven't taken down Lenny. Emptiness, he's still thriving with the Aegis. And Niche, he's gone, on low. Still dancing around the enemy, but it's only the Ghost Scepter that is keeping him alive, and with the death of Nefrit, it's gonna be enough for Ilbris to call it Syntax. A bit of a rough start, but the follow-up was absolutely amazing. Mikey began running down over heroes with no problems. Bristleback, insane lead, insane advantage, insane push. And the hard focus on Lone Druid so early into the game, it did provide Lenny to have a free game onto the Slark. So, it is nice that Ilbris picked up one of the most toxic heroes around there. But, obviously, everybody knows how to work against the Lone Druid, so hopefully they're not gonna fall for it for a second time, as it could be Syntax having a 2-0 victory. And they definitely need these victories, because Ilbris, they've done the majority of the games as a part of Season 39, and this is indeed the last one that they're going to be playing. Every other series, it's been a win. Syntax, they do need the points, so let's see if it's going to be smooth sailing or if it's going to be a game number 3. See you after the break. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 between Syntax and Ilbris Esports. I am sort of developing a little bit of a cough, so I turned off the camera just in case I get into a frenzy of coughing and sneezing. It's either me getting actually sick or an allergic reaction just kicked in because of something I ate, so hopefully I'm gonna survive this series. Same could be said for Ilbris, who are already losing by 1 map. Syntax this time, they are bringing in Largo, they're bringing in Clockwork, they're getting Enigma also in the mix. A very aggressive opener, but it is a good response towards what Keeper of the Light, Shadow Fiend, and Undying have to offer on the side of Ilbris. Now, game number 1, I was feeling a little bit scared regarding the Syntax laning stage, but they were really well focused. They were really committed and dedicated to shutting down the lone druid before he can ever become a menace. And by the time they were pushing up high ground, that's when finally our dear friend, the Spirit Bear, had the Aghanim Scepter completed.
5 seconds.
And he was able to start pushing out the lane, start pushing out the towers. But it was already far too late to make it a difference. This time, as always, as per usual, he is going to be banned out, but as always, if any of those 3 survive, that being the Shadow Fiend, the Drow, or the Lone Druid, they're going to be insta-picked up by one of the teams. Invoker joining in the ranks for Syntax, ultimately making this a very teamfight-oriented draft, and Enigma Invoker is a very classic combination. You're popping the Black Hole, you're popping all of the big spells around, and the fact that you already have the Clockwork in the mix will prevent Enigma from being the first one to jump in, but you always want to have the hookshot landing onto an actual hero, not necessarily an illusion.
Dire team ban.
Points away.
Now, a little bit of a counter control coming in from Ilbris. They're gonna get the Pango to join their ranks. Now, it's okay to have him just because you have so much of a center of attention coming in from Syntax, even though they have yet to reveal their support. Ilbris, they will respectfully take away the Rubik this time because Jeezy, he was absolutely insane playing out this hero, just actively stealing out the Pit of Malices. And not aside from the fact that that spell is being super spammed out, it was a great opportunity for the Taken and completely reverting any effect that the Underlord had during the game. Necro gonna be taken out, Doom is gonna be removed, Puck as well as out, Snapfire, Techies, Bane also removed, so Syntax, they can opt in for something within their liking in the support department. Or they might ultimately even convert this Largo into support, which we have seen that in previous occasions. So Bristleback, Necro, there's still the Underlord in the mix, so either side might opt in to go for it.
5 seconds remaining.
Ilbris, they can also rotate the Coddle to be a support here. That's gonna be at least 1 lane secured when it comes down to creep farm. Hopefully he's not gonna steal it away from the SF, that is.
Radiant team
Vengeful Spirit banned out. Interesting choice from Ilbris. I mean, she's great for the setup, and she has appeared on a couple of occasions. Just the fact when you're...
Dire team pick.
She's devastating when she's alive, but when she's dead, she's also, like, 2 heroes at the same time. You need to face against them, but of course it's bound by the scepter. So, it could take some time until she gets stronger. Lycan is going to be the final ban coming in from Syntax, as they have 2 more seconds remaining on their reserve, and they have the last pick. So, Ilbris,
5 seconds.
what do you guys have to say here? What will be your final pick? Is it going to be a support? Is it going to be a mid laner? There's still... Technically, there's 3 candidates for mid lane. And they can mix it up depending on what Syntax are going to opt for. For their side, it's a little bit more obvious. Invoker is going to go in mid. Enigma most likely to go offlane, and Largo going in as a support.
Radiant team pick.
Centaur is gonna be the final pick. Ilbris. Still, I mean, okay, this is gonna be a Centaur going in as an offlaner because I don't think that there's any better of an option. Pango gonna go mid. Now, who are you gonna pair up? Is it gonna be the Undying with the Centaur or the Coddle and the Centaur? Last, ooh, Terrorblade comes in from Syntax. Okay, so they're definitely keeping the Largo as a support. Emptiness, taking the Enigma as an offlane. Stoic, gonna take the Clockwork. Ponlo on Keeper of the Light. So ultimately, we are looking at Coddle Pos 4 with Monodrama joining the DSF. Now, the problem that I have with Ilbris here in the Undying Shadow Fiend lane is the fact that they have 0 catch. They don't have any lockdowns. Yes, they do have a lot of damage. They do have a Tombstone, which is going to keep targets occupied, but you have an Enigma on the other one. So, Enigma with the Eidolons, they can do the heavy lifting and take care of the Tombstone, especially when you have 6 on the field. Mikey onto Invoker. Nefrit is going to take the Centaur as expected, so it's going to be an offlane. Lenny upon the Terrorblade. And it feels like Terrorblade has been a little bit neglected in the past couple of days because he's always having the power to kill during the leaning stage with the Metamorphosis, and the illusions are really annoying to deal with on the other side. Now, Nefrit and Ponlo on the other end. Now, that lane has a kill capacity, but given that the Terrorblade would like to jump, he would like to kill, and at the same time, the Centaur might like to do that with the Illuminate and the Hoof Stomp combination coming in. It is going to be a little bit of a tougher game for Syntax for sure. Ilbris, since they managed to yet again obtain a super strong meta carry, it is a question whether or not they're going to live up to the SF standard, or if it's just going to be yet another greedy pick being pretty much blowing up in their face. But between the SF and the TV, the one thing that you always have as a retaliation on the TV is the fact that you do have the Sunder to help you out. But you are also very susceptible to being silenced, to being slowed, to being stomped, to having a bunch of zombies running into you. So that could mess you up, and you're going to be insanely dependent on your BKB if you want to survive. But if everything goes in your direction and SF is allowed to throw all of that right-click damage that you can easily revert the team fight and bring it back into your favor. Now, by your side, you have Clockwork, you have Largo, you have Invoker, you have Enigma. All of these heroes, they always want to go for the big and glorious team fight. But what they have in between is these minor setups, which are that are going to give you the control. The cogs coming in from the Clockwork, pair it up with the Frog Stomp on top of it, and you have one target locked down to stay in the same place, ultimately to be Sunstricken. So there's this nice synergy that Syntax have cooked up. For Ilbris is, we're just going to run through, and we're going to hope for the best. Like, again, they have opted in for a very jumpy, very all-over-the-place draft, but if they're not able to get the executions every single time, they're always going to be short-handed. The problem is the Centaur is your leading force here. Now, as good as of a hero that he can be, and soak up all of the incoming damage, he's the only one here that has a setup with the Hoof Stomp. It's AoE, which is great, but after you get that stun through, you'd better kill somebody. You either have to have the Pango rolling in for the chain stun, because nobody else can help you out. Coddle might help you out eventually. I mean, he's got the slow. He's gonna possibly go for Will o' the Wisp, but in this case, it is Ponlo who's gonna be playing it. So ultimately, reverting the Coddle to a support means he's not gonna be able to have these premium items to do the same thing that we saw earlier coming in from Syntax and from Mikey. I mean, Mikey was playing really, really good. Even though the early harassments coming in from Niche He died 3 times during his laning stage. It was that bad. But Mikey, in the end, he did tend to overextend, as that is the reality for a bunch of these spirits. You jump in, you throw yourself far, and you hope for the best. Now in this scenario, we don't have any of the spirits, and I'm kind of happy that we've went over the spirit domination time. Because there's been a time when it was either Storm, Ember, or Void. Storm, Ember, or Void. Storm, Ember, or Void, nothing in between.
The battle begins.
Ilbris going in for the deep setup. But they're not gonna find a pick-off potential. They do secure one of the bounty runes. The last one, it is remaining within their midst, which... Can he deny it? Oh, Pog! Emptiness with the idol on deny. Okay, that's gonna be... That's a good start. It's a little bit salty, but... Better be safe than sorry. Once you have like three pupils in your midst to do your heavy lifting, you'd better use them. But you do have the monodrama problem on the other end. And now this guy likes to spam with the decays. You have the raises as well, so protecting your Eidolons is gonna be a tough but very important mission, because for you it's farm, for them it's farm as well.
Dire's courier has been killed.
It's kind of locked down to play with only the wand and the fairy fire. Over on bot lane, Lenny and Stoic once again. It's TV versus Clockwork. On the other end, Centaur and Keeper of the Light. Stoic, he's not shying away from being overly aggressive, and we have the Metamorphosis popped up. Second lane, he gets level 2. But unfortunately, Nefrit is a little bit far for the taken, and Stoic is still at level 1 with the Battery Assault. So no cogs for the setup, which is a waste of the first ulti. Around mid lane, Mikey and Niche. Niche, I do believe he just cleaned up the entire creep wave with one swashbuckle, which is making it tougher for Mikey to farm. But his eyes are not always gonna be down the lane. He's always gonna look on the sides to fortify any kill potential. Stoic, he's just standing there and soaking up all of the Illuminate damage. But he's gonna jump in. This time he's got the cogs. Where's the Sunstrike? Where's the Sunstrike? They're not gonna need it? Or they're not gonna need it. They're not gonna waste the Invoker mana, as First Blood is drawn with the death of Ponlo. GZ looking low. Almost. There could have been a First Blood here. Monodrama, GZ, they're just dancing around the fountain. But Monodrama will eventually land the decay, leading up to 12 stacks. 8 of them are coming out from the Largo. Unfortunately, I mean, the good thing is, yeah, he is strength-based. So there's plenty of more to steal. But you gotta back up. Again, for those of you who are joining right now, there might be an underperformance on my end because I'm getting a little bit sick. So if I'm pausing, if I'm going silent, it's most probably because I've put myself on mute so I can blow my nose or something, and without turning it into an ear bleed for you guys. As topside is still struggling, there could be a potential for a kill. Syntax. I mean, they always have Invoker on speed dial if, you know, they're there to fortify, but Monodrama and Monim, they're pretty healed up, so it's gonna be tough to do anything. But Monodrama, nice catch from Jeezy. Just level 1 of the Frog Stomp and the Catchy Lick. It is looking to hurt Monodrama and Emptiness. He is struggling, even though he's done his best not to let the Eidolons die. Get the Math Stone. Get the Math Stone. Nicely done. Almost dies. Pops the Fairy Fire. He's got the wand though. Jeezy sets off the Frog Stomp once again, but does not have Monodrama within reach for the Catchy Lick. Now though, they're insanely close. Jeezy. They could make it. Mana also very low, getting a lot of the damage from the Eidolons, and they do have a chance for the Sunstrike. Yup. It's gonna happen. Thank you. GZ though gets the kill. 2-0 so far for Syntax. Manim gets caught up. Nicely done. Make it another in the bag. The Malefice. I mean, you have one single target stunning spell alongside with another AoV dotting stunning spell. It's a stunning spell. It's just freaking good to have. It's annoying to say the least. So far at the top of CS currently, we do have Niche. But he's not currently at the top of net worth. It is as expected, Lenny. He did complete the Falcon Blade in a very good time. He's got the brown boots. So it's just a little bit of a speed. Maybe the next metamorphosis is gonna lead to a kill, as he just recently used up the previous one just to amp up with the farm. But even though he's not getting kills, during its duration, Nefrit, he is backing off. And he's forced to stay on the sides. At the same time, Coddle, on low, is gonna move out. Just going in for the stacking for the setup. Give Niche some extra farm. Of course, he's really happy about it. Another swashbuckle. And that's a lot of gold and a bunch of early mat stones.
Dire's middle tower is under
Get
attack.
another stack. Oh, this is, yeah, it's 4 stacks currently. That's a lot of money. But currently nobody has, aside from the Coddle, I mean, doesn't have the level 4 Illuminate, so it's not gonna be an easy takedown. But you can set it up for the SF, you can set it up for the Centaur, you can set it up for the entire team. If you feel like it. How is our buddy Enigma doing? Emptiness. He completed the drums, and we're gonna hear them bang. There's the jump. Manim, ooh, gonna get out of the Sunstrike, but Stoic, he's still chasing him. Emptiness, running away from the zombies, but they will take out the Tombstone with the Eidolons. GZ, however, will not survive, but they do get Manim in the end. The trade is gonna be 2 supports for a carry. Not that a worthwhile trade for Syntax, but Emptiness, he did survive. It was mainly the fact that there's not enough of damage. But when you combine everything, I mean, they were hesitant whether they want to go in for the kill onto Undying. Do they want to go onto the SF? Things got a little bit out of reach, but they did secure a big one. Now they return. GZ on a drama. This time the Sunstrike is not gonna miss. Catchulik to make sure he's gonna get locked down. Stoic, in the meanwhile, he finds Venom, locks him into cogs. Lenny coming in from the other side with Metamorphosis, showing the might and the strength of the other demon on the map, and down goes Venom. 3rd time he dies in this game, and a full level away from the Requiem. Lenny looking 10 times better compared to the SF. I mean, currently they're having 800 gold difference. Around the mid lane, GZ and Monodrama, they're dancing around the rune, which is not gonna spawn here. Instead, it's gonna be down bottom. And Niche, ooh, he takes a very nice haste rune. But Monodrama will fade away either way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Down bottom. How are things looking? We do have Centaur still farming. He's wrapping up. He's gonna get the helm soon enough, and meanwhile, Emptiness. They find Manam one more time. This Malefice Frogstomp Catchulik combination every single freaking time Manam gets shut down. Not sure if they also committed the Sunstrike, but Mikey's active involvement here has definitely kept things in check. Mid lane also removed. Actually, no, mid lane is not removed yet. 250 HP left remaining, but the Forged Spirits, they should take care of it. One for the tanking, the other one with the Alacrity. And Mikey claims the 2nd tower of the game. Down bottom, Nefrid and the army coming in. As he did pick up the Dark Troll Summoner. They're looking to, at the very least, equate with 1 tower takedown. But the Terrorblade is not there. Terrorblade, he's already moving across the map, farming at his own convenience, called up when the additional damage is needed. But so far, there's no carry for him to contest. Manam, yep, he is doing his farm. He's got that built-in spell set to make things easier for him. But the reality is a little bit dire, with Emptiness actively haunting him. GZ coming in from the other side. This time, though, Ilbris will take notice, and they will just pop a TP to scare off Syntax. But they're still lurking around topside. We still haven't seen a black hole coming from Emptiness and Niche. Oh, preparing to roll up. They have 4 surrounded. They want Enigma dead and gone. And they're possibly gonna get him as he tried to TP out, but the Rolling Thunder is gonna be provoked. And he's gonna stay in the same place and die. Monodrama getting the streak away. And they also find GZ lurking in the back. Nice team commitment from Ilbris. A little bit of a sign of life. But the question is it gonna be enough? I mean, Pango being at the top of things, it is a good sign. But not sure if it's gonna be a good sign on the long run. Because ultimately he's your hero for setups. He can get kills on small supports, but these supports are not gonna grow small. First off, you do have the problem of the clockwork. If you want to jump upon him, he's gonna drop the cogs, keep you locked down, and he's just gonna fade away. Now, on the other hand, you do have Largo, who does seem a little bit more manageable, but he's got built-in healing. And if he's in the vicinity, there is very likely somebody else that he's buffing. This is not gonna be the case right now, though, as GZ, he's still trying to keep an eye on Manem. The Manem is looking a little bit scared, low on mana, and he's seen time after time again what happens when he gets licked up and Frog Stomps. Thunder popped on the down bottom is Lenny. He is under siege, Illuminate damage, and Niche, alongside with Nefrit, of course. It's gonna be enough to kill him. Did this provoke a counter reaction due to the fact that he took down the tower? Meanwhile, the team, they're just pushing out mid. And maybe they can pay a visit up top, because they have left Manam all by himself for quite a bit. I mean, farm-wise, it's not looking good. He's at the bottom of the course, and he's still looking to complete Dayasha. Emptiness, coming in from the side, pops the drums once again. Manam, no, he does not have the Feast of Souls to get away, but he does have company and help under the tower. Niche, meanwhile, they find Stoic, lurking around the dire triangle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
GZ. Oh, nice catch. They will bait out Monodrama to go for the sentry. And he's gonna land into the Frog Stomp. Tombstone drop down. Oh, but GZ, they're gonna leave him all by himself. They won't get the kill. Actually, they will get a kill onto Pondlo. Emptiness? Emptiness? Oh, so close. That was so freaking close. Mikey is still standing on where he was. He's got eyes on Manam if he wants to go for it, but he's all by himself, so that's gonna be a ballsy move. And the Tormentor, my bad. The Tombstone was still active. Still, he's gonna get him a very easier kill compared to Manam. And it's gonna be another support that are gone. Beautiful combination between the Meme Hammer and the Tornado.
Radiant are scanning.
Centaur, how is Nefrit doing? We did see the dominated neutral creeps in play, as they did provide their assistance to push out bottom. But now Nefrit is a little bit all by himself, as GZ is looking for the harassment. 14 minutes. Shrine, Nefrit, they're gonna keep him afar with the cogs at the Frog Stomp. And it's easy extra wisdom and extra experience. But Niche, they're looking at this as a kill potential. Stampede is gonna be popped. GZ completely out of mana. And if they're wasting so much time, for a lost experience rune, and Manum being taken down solo. It's not worthwhile. It's not a worthwhile trade for Ilbers. Mikey is just dominating. Niche eventually he finds Stoic as well. But also, such is the nature of the hero. He's great for the executions, great for the fights. But only when, mainly during pick-off scenarios. During the big ones, it might be a little bit tougher. Smoke up, en route towards topside where Mikey has been residing for the past 5 minutes. He hasn't moved from this portion of the map, he's just actively harassing Ilbers. He's gonna pop to the Ghost Walk, but the sentry is gonna be waiting for him. And he gets completely surrounded and just perishes within seconds. Definitely a misstep. I mean, I do appreciate the might and force of the Invoker, but you're not almighty. You gotta be humble a little bit. Jeezy almost got stormed down, but he shall survive. Enigma. Emptiness opted in for a Midas. Before he decides to go for anything else, he's gonna go for the urn and then for the blink dagger. Oh, almost caught. Niche there, Stoic. He's just gonna dance around the tombstone. They're keeping it secluded, but this might kill Stoic. And that's gonna be the case. He used up the hookshot already. They're keeping at least one of the heroes of Ilbris in a good state. Niche, he's getting kills. And this is exactly what the Pango wants. 704 currently on his KDA. Madam still has a lot to compensate, but with one hero doing his heavy carrying right now, we could be looking at Ilbris making a comeback. 12-17, currently 16 minutes in with 1 key network difference, but there's the black hole for the first time. Ponlo on the outskirts of it, but still he's gonna be well within reach. Mikey gets the Sunstrike for the niche kill, and he's gonna go down. And all of his entire streak. A little bit of a body block coming in. Ponlo. They will pop the Stampede, so he's gonna get out, but Stoic, he will find him. Hookshot. Barrage, forced to go on the other side, and Catchulick for the kill. Mikey, he's gonna find Manum for yet another time. This guy is so freaking insane when playing these heroes, and I mean, aside from the fact that they have vision within the dire triangle, the fact that Mikey is able to execute Manum every single time he sees him, it's kind of making me happy to see a Shadow Fiend suffer as much, but I don't like it when it's afflicting a lot of mental damage on the players. Monodrama under siege, the Cogs with the urn. They're gonna take him down. He will turn around to pop the tombstone in the very last second, but it's not gonna be a chance to provide for Nefert, as Nefert now is on the run. He already used up the Stampede, lands in the tornado from Mikey. Niche coming in from the back. They are trying to stun lock Lenny, but he's got the Sunder. Can he get out of the stun? Nope! The Swashbuckle for the kill. Nicely done. Niche looking for more. He's got eyes on Jeezy. Mikey lurking on the side. Ooh, he gets caught up in the swashbuckle as well. But he's Invis. And thankfully for him, Ilbers, they don't know anything about it. A big loss for Team Syntax. But again, it's just the Pango messing your life up. Until you get a BKB on the TB, which is gonna take a while. You're not gonna be able to land those Sunders. But healing is being amped up. We do have the Distillers for Stoic, who is currently under attack. Niche using the downtime of the TB to inflict as much damage as he can. Catchulick for the save. Now he's locked into the Cox with a Frog Stomp. Ooh, this is bad. He's gonna get the Rolling Thunder in about 2 seconds, but can he use it? Catchulick taking him back. We have Lenny on the double. He is gonna swashbuckle away, and they will just allow Monodrama to die here. Instead, Jeezy, he's still committed, strumming his guitar, forcing him to stay, and it's gonna be just Jeezy dying. Rolling Thunder looking for more. Niche, Mikey, oh, down the river, they find the poker! Ooh, they're gonna take him down, even with the Requiem committed. It is 2 for 2, but ultimately, Ilbers, they only lose the supports. Actually, was it just the supports, or... Yeah, Monodrama is playing the Undying support. It's been a while. A lot of teams are preferring Undying to go in as an offlaner. I'm not super fond on that decision, Just because the itemization of this hero does not give me offlaner vibes.
Radiant's middle tower is
Okay,
under
he
attack.
can be offensive, he can be annoying during the laning stage, but later on, he doesn't feel like he's offering a lot. Stoic. Taking away the enemy vision. More money in the bag to complete the Blink Dagger. Clockwork, not too shabby so far, 3/4 8 on his KDA. Even though he's always gonna be the first target to die, but he's always gonna be the first target for the setup, because after him, they could have this brilliant follow-up coming in with Emptiness and the rest of the crew. Emptiness, he's been AFK farming and chilling in the jungle for the time being. He finally got the Blink Dagger, as he's gonna go for the Octarine and the BKB right after. There is yet another item queued up here, but we don't know what the +4 is currently. Meanwhile, Jeezy gets found. Niche going in for a little bit of a deep dive. The Solar Bind is gonna slow him down. Ponlo looking for more. He's charging up the Illuminate. Niche rolling Thunder, force up, but he's gonna lose the first couple of seconds. And ultimately, it's gonna be a defensive one. As now, Syntax,
Dire
they're angry and they're ready to fight. As I said, they do have the Blink Dagger onto Emptiness. Lenny, he's got the Dragon Lance alongside with the Manta, and there's the jump for Niche. He ain't going nowhere. Down the mid lane though, Mikey. Oh, but Stoic is gonna defend him. Monodrama. Bonlo, he's gonna pop the Illuminate. He's doing everything he can to keep Stoic away, but the Castulik is gonna drag him back. Sunstrike a little bit too far-fetched, but regardless, Monodrama is dead. That is 2 heroes from across the map, as Lenny is going in for the first tier 2 tower siege. 21 minutes into this game. That's quite the timing. Scotty, ooh, halfway through completion. That's a really good timing on him. Manam, it's been a little bit quiet. We haven't seen him die in a while. And he might have made himself a little bit stronger as time keeps on going, as BKB is already queued up. The Ogre Axe has been bought. But will they find the kills is the big question. Ooh, they're lurking around top, where there is Lenny. Or did they catch him by surprise that he could be dead, instantly charging up with the Requiem. One more strike, he's feared up. No way to pop the Sunder. Nicely done. Rest of the crew, they were a little bit busy with taking down the Tormentor. So they were completely AFK here. Very timely gank coming in from Milbers. And they will use this downtime without the TB to take Roche number 1. Finally, Manam, he can start hitting. And again, as the previous situation where we saw a loser's opener for the Shadow Fiend, he is gonna skip through the Mask of Madness and directly go for the bigger items. In this scenario, he opted in for the Sunjin, for the Yasha and Kaya, and it's gonna be the BKB after. Definitely gonna put him into a fighting state. And of course, in the next 4 minutes, things are about to be brilliant. Bottom side, Team Syntax still pushing in. And they're playing a dangerous game here with Mikey, even though he's gonna find and swiftly execute Ponlo. But he'd better scram. He'd better get the hell out of there, because the Rolling Thunder is already popped. Niche chasing targets out, but Mikey's got the BKB, and he's gonna TP out. Whew. By just a bit. Just a bit. Jeezy as well. He's just gonna glimmer away. They almost saw him in the end. I mean, obviously the enemy has vision there. Is there a part of the map? What are you expecting? You went for a deep dive pretty much right after the Aegis got claimed. Lenny, he's gotta be careful, even though he's got Stoic and Emptiness right behind him. You do have a threat lurking, who will need to be killed twice. Smoke up, Monodrama, nice find from GZ. Niche, they're trying to lock him down. Nicely done with the Black Hole. Centaur on the side, he's not gonna be able to join in. And even if they didn't get the kill within the Black Hole, the Rolling Thunder was still on cooldown. Nefrid being stricken, the Retaliate is helping him out. Stoy going in deep, he's pretty much soaking tower damage at this point, but they will secure the Nefrid kill regardless. Eidolons and Lenny with the illusions. Manam Wait, they killed him twice? Mikey. When did this happen? I mean, one small misstep from Manim and this is the most... Oh god. I mean, it's the most useless Aegis I've seen in my life. As it didn't last long, they weren't able to do anything. Syntax just brushed off its existence like it was just another normal item. And with that, they're gonna push for more. 25 minutes, 26 over 15 with 9k net worth difference and all tier 2 towers cleaned up. On low. Well, just one more strike. The fortification was used up a little bit too soon. Lenny? Can they get one more strike? Yes, they got. The final illusion is gonna be popped. Niche wants to roll in. They have Stoic in the back. The fact that this ultimate has been forced for just the support has puts him in a tough spot, and yeah, this is a tough spot indeed. But he's lucky that Syntax did not see this. Oh boy. The sad stuff. Jeezy. Kaya has been completed. Again, Mikey times and then times again. Where did he die? Where were you, sir? I don't even see where Manam is half of this game. I mean, aside from haha, he's dead. But I don't even see him on the minimap. By the time I realized that he's dead, he already had an appearance for 2 seconds, which was enough to miss. Holy. I mean, the second they had a stroke of hope, with the Pango leading everything. I mean, Niche is playing these heroes really well, both on the Earth Spirit and now on the Pango, but the rest of the crew don't really agree with it, with his level of aggression. But it's mainly both times Manam being super shut down. I mean, just Mikey. I think he got 100% of the SF kills. And how is he doing? What's his KDA? 12-4. 12-4. And mind you, the SF died 8 times. Usually you're free farming from supports. You're not free farming from carries. And Mikey is just proving that that's a thing. I mean, they want to throw any shade, but the top 2 net worth places should have been the TB and the SF only, not the TB and the Voker. Okay, I think we're good to go. But I guess we are. And with the pause ending quite soon, we are having the high ground siege coming in. GZ just strumming the amphibian melody to heal up the creeps and heal up Lenny. He does not have the scepter upgrade, so he cannot strum him 2 melodies at the same time. But he's already done enough to keep things in check. Emptiness jumping in, but a little bit too soon there, sir. You don't have the black hole yet. Mikey... okay, this time he finds Manam as he's pushing down bot. Just time after time again. It's insane. That's a lot of damage. Let's see now what happens top. As both lanes have been cleared up, Niche wants to jump out, rolling thunder, but he's not finding the right angle to exit the base, and by the time he does, the ultimate will be halfway done, and he's not gonna be able to kill Stoic. The swashbuckle misses as he's glimmered up. EMP, no mana, catchy lick, taking him back. He cannot roll anymore, and the Sunstrike for the kill is times and times again. Mikey, this guy's a beast. Meme Hammer rolling in with the cogs in the backlines. We have the black hole just for monodrama. And without a carry, without anything else, with the supports dying just right about now, I think it's high time for Ilbris to call it. They're about to lose mid, and they're gonna call it GG. An insanely good play coming in from Team Syntax, formerly known as Flame Esports. They just ended this game in record fashion. I mean, we started at 6 CST, and game number 1, it ended pretty fast. Game number 2, it ended at 27 minutes. 27 minutes. How much was game number 1? It was also pretty fast. It was actually it was 40 minutes. But regardless, Team Syntax wrapping up and packaging Ilbris. completely destroying them. And this is the team who hasn't had a single serious victory all season long. They only had a one map loss, and that was against Summer Bear, but this is the first time they're losing a series. So Syntax, even though they were a little bit late, now they're finally willing to show their true colors and actually start winning. So let's see if tomorrow is going to be the final test for Syntax, as both of the matches is going to be them. So this was a very pleasant surprise, and I really want to see this team prosper further. As for us, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a 1 hour break. We're going to be back at about 6 o'clock CST to witness the whereabouts of the final series of today between RE.Arise and PuckChamp once again. So without any further ado, take care, and I'll see you within an hour. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third and last series for today between RE.Arise and PuckChamp. Now, I'm going to be turning off the camera during the drafting stage, mainly because I'm actually getting sick, so that is definitely not a sight for you guys to see. Hopefully, the pills and medicine are going to do their business, so I'm going to actually sound as I should. And hopefully I'm going to have enough oxygen in my brain to make sense of what I'm saying. So, with that being noted, RE.Arise and PuckChamp. Now, this is a very crucial match for PuckChamp. They have interest to fortify themselves with 3 points in order to get into the playoff stage. Because the last game is going to be played out between Hive and Aeon, which is going to be the day after tomorrow. So, regardless if that game goes into 2-0 or 2-1 or whatnot, PuckChamp, it only gives them a chance for them to see playoffs if they get to those 7 points. Now, Namiga, they're already there and standing at a third place. Team Spirit Academy and RE.Arise are definitely proceeding forward. So, RE.Arise, they can let them go off easily here and allow them to walk away with a 2-0 result because they're already secured. And it's always like that placement. Which teams do you want to see later on during the playoffs, which are gonna be easier for you to overcome them? So question is it gonna be PuckChamp? Is it gonna be Hive? Is it gonna be Team Ion? It's gonna be one of those three. It's not gonna be all of them, unfortunately. In terms of their draft, both sides, they're just having the support openers. Well, presumably for PuckChamp it was Snapfire going in as a support, but with the Shadow Demon reveal, this is gonna be most likely a mid-laning Snapfire. Brewmaster is gonna take the off lane, so we have left remaining to see the PuckChamp carry. RE.Arise, they're gonna take one of the most toxic and most annoying supports out there, and that is the Treant Protector, which he's been absolutely great. But in this scenario, there's a Hoodwink on the other end. So if Treant likes trees, Hoodwink loves trees. So you try to hide, one sneaky sentry, one sneaky dust, one movement out of position, and you're gonna have the Bushwhack Acorn Shot right on top of you. So already PuckChamp, they do have somewhat of a counter reaction towards the Treant, but unless they execute him swiftly, it's gonna be an overgrowth, and everybody who jumped upon him is gonna be caught up, and they could be killed. Thankfully for Snapfire, she always wants to lurk into the sidelines and throw the Mortimer's Kisses, and Shadow Demon for the additional catch. Now, I do love the Brewmaster, as it does give you that pushing power, it does give you those annoyances with the primal split, but we have a Weaver in our midst. Now, you think you're throwing a lot of damage on this hero? You think you're throwing everything? No, this guy's gonna hit the reset button and he's gonna be back where he came from. Now, again, it's the Shadow Demon, which is the key here for PuckChamp. He can be used for the setup. He can be used to evade awkward situations. He can reset the Tusk initiations as well, alongside and set things up with the Snapfire, because it's that good old disruption into the cookie or disruption into the Bushwhack Acorn Shot. But now you need the damage. Now you need your Executioner, PuckChamp. These guys, they're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it fully. I mean, Snapfire mid, she can lock and load and start right-clicking everybody across the map, but you need something extra. Now that extra, thankfully, it is not gonna be the SF, it's not gonna be Lone Droid, it's not gonna be the Drow Ranger, so those three are gonna be taken away at the first instance. RE.Arise, they have one more ban. So their second to last ban is going to be the Phantom Assassin removed. PuckChamp, they do respond with Pango taken out. Pango would have been good here, mainly because of the catch, mainly because of the long distance chase. But I would take away the Underlord as well, just to be sure. Because with Treant, you do have the detection, and with Underlord, you do have the global counter presence. And that is the only offlaner that can do that to you. Dawnbreaker, she's already been removed. So that's not happening. We're not gonna see her, unfortunately. Let's see. RE.Arise. They're taking their sweet, sweet time with this final ban. And it's gonna be Faceless Void. Okay. That means they might be adding somebody else in the mix to feel a little bit jumpy. But it's also uncertain what the position of this Viper is going to be. PuckChamp, they ban out both potential offlaners and mid laners. Queen of Pain, she used to be an offlaner, not anymore. but she's also really impactful and really annoying to be dealt with. And she's got the burst in this game. So either it could be PuckChamp
10
opting in
seconds remaining.
for something a little bit more glass cannon-y, a little bit more
5 seconds
in your
remaining.
face. I don't know if this could be. It's not going to be a good Slark game. It's not going to be a good Sven game for them at all. Centaur is going to be the final pick, so ultimately rotating the Viper in mid. Now PuckChamp know exactly who's going to go where and what shall be their final choice. I mean, their final choice was pretty much locked. They need to go for carry.
10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds from main time, 27 seconds left from reserve. What else do you got?
5 seconds remaining.
Going in range here, it is gonna be awkward. But the Brewmaster doesn't have necessarily a problem with that. He can soak up the majority of the incoming damage, but... And afterwards, of course, pop the Primal Split. But there's already way too many things that RE.Arise have cooking in their favor. Viper, he can melt him down. Weaver as well. Necro is gonna be the final choice. And ultimately, it's gonna be... Yeah, it's gonna be a Necro carry. I keep forgetting, and I want to forget that this guy is being played out as a carry. I mean, he's great for the pacing. He's great when it comes down to farming all of the creeps across the lane and across the map. And you do have the scythe for the swift execution, and this is gonna be a problem for UI if he's not able to pop the time-lapse in time. And this could also prolong his incoming engagements. If Necrophos is shut down, which it could be a problem here for Anku and Anisan. Especially if since it's a double melee combination. That is definitely gonna be tough. Krolgash onto the Brewmaster. This is, I believe, the second time he's playing the Brewmaster today. And yep, that is indeed the case. They picked up the Brewmaster in game number 2 versus Team Spirit, but it ultimately led to a loss. And they've been really keen on bringing the Spango all day long. But it's been a little bit counterintuitive to their presence. And with that, we're ready to go. In between these two drafts, I do like the draft that RE.Arise have here. It is aggressive, it is annoying, it is a little bit glass cannon-y, but you do have the Centaur for the front lining, you do have Tusk for the aggression, you do have Treant Protection with the healing. It was not specifically Anisan today, but it was... I think it was Ilber's. No, actually it was Team Spirit Academy in game number 2, where they brought in the Treant Protector and none of the lane towers got taken down. Not until the final moments. Like, maybe the enemy team started getting the towers at 25 minutes or something, but already it was far too late. The global presence, the global healing is always a very welcome asset here. Especially you're going to be having UI, you're going to be having Ethereal as well, scouting out around targets. Waveform is going to be looking to enable that to happen. And of course, speaking of global presence, you also have the Stampede that also has a global effect. You just gotta pray that you're not gonna be forced to use it defensively. Just go in for the full-blown aggression. Double team smoke up. And they're not currently finding anybody. UI and Ethereal, they did linger around the dire triangle. But it's gonna be around mid that their smokes pop. Krolgash was trying to get the bounty rune, but he's not gonna be getting the bounty rune. Instead, he might die here because UI and Waveform are looking at this as an opportunity. Waveform with the tag team slowing him down. UI, he's got him connected. He needs a couple of more strikes, but he's not gonna land them. Haru and Gothic looking like they could turn this around and get Waveform instead as First Blood, still within range. Haru, they do have the Scatter Blast in about 5 seconds. Waveform is trying to run away, but the Bushwhack will land on top of him before, and there he goes. First Blood secured for PuckChamp. And a great start for Haru for sure, because his upcoming lane is going to be really, really tough. Viper, he just thrives on these support turned course, as they got pretty much nothing to offer, especially in the early stages of the game. He's got no defense, he's got nothing for healing. He just only needs, well, he's not the one having the living armor on his end, so it's also going to be a problem. Ethereal can't be allowed to overextend here. And he's going to go for more, as the creep wave is under the tower. Look at those poison attacks. Haru goes in for the reset, jumps in with the cookie, but he's looking kind of low. He could die, he's still burning, but he's trying to out-heal. He used up the entire bottle. Oh, survives at 2 HP. That was insanely risky. Ethereal also forced out to pop some healing resources, as well as definitely that was a very big overextension. Is he gonna have the living armor next time? Unfortunately not. It is Onisan still at level 1 with the leech seed, so he's gonna need to wait out just a little bit more. Unfortunately, as a position 5, experience is not gonna come easy for you ever. Gothic looking to keep the dire jungle occupied with sentries. With that arrow landing, Onisan is completely aware that he's been kept under vision, but I don't think he can take down both of these sentries at the same time, so he either needs to address this one or address this one. Haru, forced to go for the deny. A little bit of banding here, as Ethereal, he is gonna push him pretty far. Also gets additional 100 observer gold, so that's already really good for him. Even though he did not get the kill, he did get a bunch of downtime, free experience, free creeps, snapfire. In return, she gets nothing. Already, after this takedown, they're 1 level difference. Waveform, beautiful find. He is gonna execute Olital's courier, but Hyuga, he's looking to punish Anku right behind him. Waveform, blood grenade gets thrown, hoof stomp, stunned down. They're surrounded by all of the creeps alongside with the illusion, and he's gonna die by the poison. Meanwhile, Yawai finds Gothic, and it's gonna be, yet again, 2 kills across the map for PuckChamp. And yeah, they did lose Onisan as well. Again, it's this vision gain. He decided to go in and block the enemy camp instead. Well, that's a valiant choice. I mean, we definitely saw the projectile, the arrow projectile flying from him, so there's definitely some awareness that there's at least 1 sentry here. But with this one, he's missing out on both of them. Pretty much right at the edge. So ultimately, he's still under vision. He's still vulnerable. Of course, he is quite tanky, but obviously not tanky enough. Especially also he's lurking around trees. And that's a bushwhack acorn shot waiting to happen. Okay, 1 sentry for the protection. But still, you're having lane issues, sir. Yoi. Still keeping himself connected. I don't like the fact that they're keeping this Threads of Fate. Not necessarily, well, that was expected. Ethereal goes in for the deep dive. Haru is dead. But going back to the threads. But hold up first. Yawai gets caught up. He's gonna be fine. I don't mind the fact that he's got such an innate ability, because mechanically it is very cool. Like, you get the additional damage, you get the break distance from the thread, you get the slow duration, but the visual effects, it is very annoying. And it's the fact that it's actively present, you know that the target is always going to be chased down, so it kind of gives you the negative effect to anticipate incoming strikes from the Weaver. During this banter, Hyuga, he did find his nemesis, that being Waveform. And again, I do like the Shadow Poison coming back into the game compared to the Disseminate. This was good. Like, it was good. But this feels 10 times better. Yes, it is gonna spam, it is gonna fill up enemy once, but once it pops, like just 1 single release, and somebody's dying, and thinking that you are the ones who's gonna be dead first. Ani-san, Yawai, he's trying to save his buddy, but Pearl Gash and Gothic, they're committed. Fairy Fire pop, not to save him. Yawai, not even having either target low enough for a counter execution. All in all, the Necrophos is having the best time, as one might anticipate. Olital, even though he did lose his courier, the fact that they're is absolutely no support to make his life a living hell. He's able just to counteract the presence of the Centaur. Meanwhile, Tusk jumps in alongside with Hyuga, all the supports joining in to fight around mid lane. Haste, ooh, that's a beautiful catch for Waveform, but he still has 3 stacks. Ethereal, completely surrounded. Snowball trying to reset, maybe they can get Hyuga, and the answer would be yes. The poison stacks, they're not going to be high enough. Meanwhile, Anku gets caught up by Olital, but can Ethereal get yet another one? Nice cookie for the save. They're going to lock him in the trees. It is going to be yet another one, but they lose Ethereal.
Structures are fortified.
Good start so far for PuckChamp, 7-4, and it's looking like they could get Onisan yet another time. But I guess the living armor is finally starting to pay off. He's gonna heal up, at least try to heal up to the max, but he's 20 seconds too early for the shrine. Unless they can go in for the pickoff here. Nice deep vision, hiding amongst the trees. Onisan knows that at the very least he's fine here and he's completely undetected. But will he make the catch for Gothic if he chooses to go down? 3 more seconds left remaining. Okay, now he revealed himself. Now Gothic was ready. He was ready to stomp. And Onisan, it is brave of him to hold ground, but he will lose the shrine and lose his life in the process. Krolgash will secure it. On the other end, Waveform gets the additional experience. Anku, he did just die versus the Necro. But, I mean, he's looking quite underfarmed. 2.5k so far. It's gonna be a little bit of an extra time until he gets the helm of the Dominator.
Oh boy.
For UI, Falcon Blade completed, going in for the Blightstone boots on the Courier. He's got the time lapse if things go horrendous. Meanwhile, around mid lane, Onisan, he's counting, he's seeing Everlasting Haru. Ethereal, looking to punish Grandma, as he's been doing time after time again during this laning stage, as Haru got killed twice. He did deny himself once, but this could be a kill number 3, popping the Mortimer's Kisses. They're running around him, as he won't be able to make those projectiles land, especially with the Stampede. Everybody's super fast. Waveform, nice reset. Gothic Hyuga, now forced to fight all under the tower and within the acid puddles. Bushwhack in the back, maybe he can get Onisan? Answer would be no. And he could take 288 damage. So freaking close. He's actually gonna survive. Whew, that was quite scary for a second, but he is gonna be fine. With that, it is also gonna be a tower for RE.Arise. Once they get their might combined, they are delivering results, but again, it's this mid lane that is suffering. And they're just pretty much pumping every opportunity against it. Olital, really good lane for the Necro. Completely untouched, completely unbothered. He did even get a solo kill over Anku. And he's standing strong at level 9. And 2/3 of the Radiance completed. Yawai, though, on the other hand, looking pretty free so far, but he's not textbook as fast as his counterpart. And the fact that right now you have 2 Invis heroes, there's always going to be sentries, and then we'll get a lock. They have him stunned down. Can he pop the time lapse? Yes, he can, but right into the Cyclone. Shikuchi, can he get away? He gets out of vision, but they will be dropping sentries. They will be dropping everything. He's still well within range, but the tree kind of messed him up. He will change his mind to try to go across the bridge. Eventually, the Primal Split will run out. Onisan and the supports left standing, no overgrowth, no assistance, no nothing. We also have Olital joining in to look for the Scythe. As UI, he's just running around in the back, trying to find a safe spot to TP back, or at least TP across the other lane, where he's looking to complete the Dragonlance. Good save for UI, but he will trade off both of his, well, one of his supports and his Courier along with it. So it's not as fair. Best one currently having a very good time on the end of RE.Arise. That is gonna be Ethereal. And oops. UI's presence there. Realizing that there's no time lapse as they did see it coming. It is gonna be the second Scythe towards the kill for Olital. Ethereal though finds Krolgash as he decides to move down bottom. So just utilizing that downtime right after those toxic ultimates. Still, this is not gonna make Yoai's life easier.
Radiant's
Because
top
he's
tower
also
is under attack.
down for fighting. He does not like to farm. If he retreats and plays the farming game, Necro is gonna be winning. And also at the same time, Haru will be able to compensate. Well, I would have said that Krolgash also needs to compensate, but he's been having a decent time, even with that one death happening right about now. He should be having the Hand of Midas in a decent time. The record today for getting Hand of Midas onto the Brewmaster was 8 minutes, and nobody has broken it just yet. Smoke up, Ethereal, and Waveform. They're looking to pay topside a visit. As the unaware Shadow Demon,
Radiant are
who
scanning.
doesn't have the ultimate just yet, might suffer. Anku chasing him with the Pinecone Warrior, Hyuga, even if he decides to go across the gate. Can they get him stunned? Oh no, and Ani-san with the overgrowth! Oh no! He popped the ultimate for nothing and he was like, guys, I'm here across the gate! I'm here to help to put a stop to this guy, and ended up just wasting the big ultimate. I don't think that that mistake got spotted by PuckChamp, but if they knew about it, they could have stricken him down instantly. Mortimer's kisses? I heard them being thrown by Haru. Might have been for Ethereal, yeah, he's looking too goddamn low. But he did manage to avoid him. Landing those projectiles is always gonna be tough, because you need to care about where your enemy is, what they're doing, and which path they're gonna take. The delay is always gonna mess you up. And of course, not only the delay between the shots, but also the path the projectiles need to make. And the further they are, the... well, they're not gonna land on time, that is. Waveform Ethereal. They're gonna pop the Viper Strike onto the Coral Hoodwink. Can they kill him? They have the kick, they have the punch, they have the snowball. Sharpshooter charged up, not gonna kill anyone. Gothic pays the full price. I mean, Viper Strike. This is a freaking disgusting spell. And then it's gonna go down to 30 seconds, and you can use it pretty much 3 or 4 times during a team fight. And just that, and another Toxin. 600 damage. Easy. So far, great compensation for the fact that UI is still not in a fighting shape. But with this downtime, with nobody harassing him, that means the Desolator should be arriving on time for a little bit of an armor reduction. But the big question is, will you be able to snipe down Olital? Now that is gonna be the tough one, because ultimately RE.Arise are a little bit limited in terms of reliable lockdowns. Yes, they do have the hoof stomp, they do have the shards, they do have the snowball, but they have to line them up absolutely perfectly to prevent Olital from popping the Ghost Shroud and of course healing himself up.
Dire's top tower
They
is
were
under
looking to
attack.
hunt him down. But I think
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
RE revealed a little bit too much, and they lost their element of surprise. With that also, their ongoing push towards this tier 2 tower. Around mid lane, Ani-san. He's got both... I keep on wanting to say both supports because of Snapfire, but he's got 2 heroes that he's overlooking from the side of PuckChamp. He's not under vision, so he is currently safe, and PuckChamp, they are thinking, is just Ethereal right now. But we don't really want to find out. Now Ani-san... Actually, it's their sentry, so they don't care. They're gonna go for Hyuga, who's been trying to get these ancient stacks going that Ethereal currently is stealing. So they will make the Viper Strike. He's gonna pop the Disruption. He is doing his best to keep himself calm, but nope, he's gonna pop the Purge. Anybody else for the setup? Illusion play, nicely done, not gonna last for long. Polgash coming in from the side, Bushwhack, Gothic, charging up the Sharpshooter, and they will pop the Stampede. Oh, almost walking in front of Roche. Gothic looking to close the gap, and the Scythe coming in from the side. Olital. Great last second arrival. And of course a big streak for the Taken. He's got the Boots of Travel, he's got the Radiance, he's got the kill potential, he's got the push, he's got 10k worth of net worth. and nobody currently to stop him. But coming up from top, we have Anku, waveform. TP is closing in. They don't have the fortification to cancel this, but Overgrowth gonna connect onto 3, but still the Primal Split will be used up. They're throwing everything they have onto Haru, but they're a little bit short-handed as Ethereal is pretty much far away from this team fight. Yawai closing in from the back. He finds Hyuga. Disruption will put him into place. He's still looking for these supports, but he's not getting them easily. Mortimer's Kiss is flying from afar as waveform. He's gonna get the kill onto Olital. Ethereal, just as Krollgash is back into one place, or in one piece, he's gonna go for it, pretty much killing 3 of them, and Yawai claiming 1 in the back. Actually make that 2. He went all the way to take down both of the supports without even using the time lapse. Now, that's a great way that RE divided this team fight, even though they did lose the tower, which is actually the first tower they're losing in this game. They're not gonna suffer as much for it because PuckChamp, they somewhat overcommitted, and of course they overcommitted because of Ethereal and the earlier takedown of the Viper. Primal Split for the Overgrowth avoidance, and without the big ultimates, they got nothing. The Mortimer's Kisses also got used up, and now they're taking their Ancients.
Oh boy.
Radiant are scared.
17 minutes into game number 1. It's 17 on to 14 currently favoring RE.Arise with 14 net worth difference. Mainly comes down to the fact that they have the remainder of the course in a very stable situation. Ethereal especially. On the end of PuckChamp, their cores are struggling. Krollgash, even though he's got the Hand of Midas to give himself a little bit of a faster farm, I don't think it's gonna get you the scepter on time, especially since the other guys are willing to actively fight. And we have seen what happens once the Primal Split expires. Onisan, Ethereal, and Waveform joining forces to pay a visit up top, and this could be a good catch because, oh, they almost lost Olital. Oh, they're not gonna catch him in vision once again. Maybe Anku is gonna see him. Or maybe not. They might have spotted out Gothic there. Yep, actually they did see him with the creep. And now Olital as he arrives down the lane. Oh, but it's... yeah, everybody went across the gate. There was a golden opportunity there, but RE were completely unaware that he was there. Meanwhile, Yawai, right now he is in a fighting shape to hunt down supports, and he's gonna keep at it. He did it earlier, during that bigger team fight, and now he's gonna keep up with the harassment more. Desolator needs to be charged up. I'm gonna need those additional stacks, I'm gonna need that additional damage. 30 additional damage. Actually, no, 30 charges plus 2 damage. That is 60 damage. Roche number 1 being paid a visit before the minute 20 mark. And Yawai, he is gonna get 2 lives. Anku, ooh, great pipe of insight. Meanwhile, Haru being paid a visit towards mid. The Viper strikes, the Poison strikes, they are landing. He should be safe. He's got the cleanse, as the shard was built by Hyuga very early. And that is gonna help out Haru big time. It was a matter between life and death. Meanwhile, Anisan looking for more. He sees Gothic hiding in the trees. Instant shards with the Anku jump. And no squirrels. There's no squirrels in this jungle. Down bottom. Why? Was looking for the push, but also for the kill potential onto Krollgash.
Radiant's top
Krollgash.
tower is under attack.
400 gold left remaining for the scepter completion. It is gonna make a change, adding that 1 additional level. And you're just giving a little bit of everything. Meanwhile, Ethereal going at it once again. He wants to kill Haru, he wants the grandma dead and gone. I mean, if she were a little bit lower, she would have died in the fountain. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew, they took the Tormentor. And it's gonna be the Drinking Buddies. I love the fact that this guy retained both of these, and I'll keep on saying it. RIP to the Facets, I never liked you, but the fact that some great abilities got developed in the process, and both of them got added back to the player because the hero, because they were complementing it so goddamn well. This is one of the examples. Cruel Gash gets caught up, stunned down, snowball, punch in the sky, but the disruption will save him. Mortimer's is flying in. Ooh, they're gonna get the supports, they're gonna get a waveform. Ani-san, they will lose life number 1. They still have the split, the primal split. Ethereal now on the side, willing to strike. Why? He's gonna die. But Viper, he's looking to take more, but he's completely surrounded. Nice Hurricane Spike up top, but it's gonna get cancelled out. Oh boy. First time they're not able to kill Cruel Gash. And of course, they've been lurking with your wife for way too long of a time, and they were just expecting for such an opportunity. Grandma landing the Mortimer's Kisses absolutely perfectly. Waveform getting shut down really early on, and he also had a huge streak. Actually, they took away 2 streaks during that team fight. With that, they will also protect the tier 2 tower. It always feels like there's missing description in terms of the primal split. I don't know why. I mean, maybe because it previously used to give you the Void Bruling. I don't think now is the time that you're actually getting them, because it just came back to the original spirits as it used to be. But yeah, good reminder coming in from PuckChamp that even though their Necro is overfarmed and their cores are a little bit on the suffering end, when he decides to show up, there are people dying. And the fact that the Aegis got lost twice, the time lapse did not get popped. It is definitely a problem, but next up, we do have the BKB for UI, so that is definitely gonna change things. Viper, Manta recipe left needed, as he's gonna go in for the shard as well, to increase the effect of the poison attack. And also lowering armor per stack. And affecting hit buildings. Now that's a lot. That's a very big improvement. Anku. Shiva's Guard. He just obtained the recipe, but he's still gonna need that Splint Mail and the additional Chasm Stone. Necro. Gonna go for a Shiva as well. Cruel Gash, blink into the shard. Grandma, she's got the Kaya currently. She made the Fire Snap Cookie because, of course, it's your go-to. What shall she go for next? I'm really curious about. Hoodwink, Force Staff, Blink Dagger, Shard queued up for the Shadow Demon. He is gonna go for the Double Cleanse. Actually, no, with the Double Perch. He got the cleanse already with the shards. Waveform, jumping in, there's a catch. It's gonna be Hoodwink. Beautiful find. This will expose the fact that they have some remaining vision, but it's gonna be used up as another team fight is upon them. Anku manages to pop the Stampede and he gets the hell out of there. Can they take down Haru? Can they take down Olital? Waveform, he's still hunting. Hyuga on the sides. Yowai, he's gonna be revealed by the dust. He's still trying to move in forward. Disruption to save Hyuga, but this time there's the BKB. Haru, those Mortimer's Kisses are really cute, but it's only gonna hurt Ethereal and Anku. Yowai. Oh, this is kind of bad. Again, they're overextending here. Ani-san lurking on the side. He does not have the overgrowth that was already used up. Time lapse as well. Now, get the hell out of here. Ani-san, just sit there and be quiet. He is keeping vision just to make sure that Yowai is fine, as he is still chased by Gothic. Again, a secondary. It started out quite well with the support takedowns. Now they're suffering, and oh, Grandma! Little Shredder for the kill. PuckChamp keeping this game quite even. I mean, Waveform, he did facilitate for a good catch. They did find the supports, actually, except for Hyuga. It was Gothic that fell first. Only tell he did die here, but the trade-off was ultimately for 4 more heroes, with Ani-san being the last survivor. So, not worth it. But I don't know why they're thinking so aggressively here. I don't know, as time passes, definitely it's gonna be tougher for you to manage. But I mean, for Anisan, it's not a sin for him to die as such, because with the Treant, your main job is to obtain information and to keep the enemy team in control. But this is not control. In our Puck dictionary, this is called feeding. 2020 so far in 26 minutes in the game. Down the mid lane. Why are they still down this mid lane? Just move out. Ethereal? Oh, he's gonna get the region rune, but now he's got everybody right behind him. Primal Split is also available, so these guys, they're willing to fight if things get hasty. You're bringing in the fire, we can double down on it. Ethereal, he finds Gothic. Primal Split, popped, waveform, he's still dancing around. Anku jumps in very last second to protect his support. And now, upon Coral Gash, we have the big menace coming in. It's Alnital, Hurricane Pike to buy some distance. Mortimer's Kiss is flying in. Yowai, he will close in the gap to Grandma, but she will pop the Ghost Scepter to avoid the physical damage. Still, it's not gonna last for long. It's only gonna be the name that is everlasting. 3 targets taken down in the backlines. They have Alnital completely surrounded because he decided to greed out on the ethereal kill. But he was never low enough for him to drop the scythe. Ultimately, an aggression coming in from PuckChamp, which completely backfired. It seems like whoever wants to make the initiation is the team that is bound to fail. So yeah, it used to be 2020, now it's 24-20. You know why? Definitely making a great use of that BKB. Anku's jump very last second there to save waveform was a much welcome intrusion. But I really can't wait for us to see the Scepter upgrades, the Workhorse upgrade. I mean, the fact that you do have 2 very annoying right clickers in the game, and them being able to hit from the back of the cart is just gonna be absolutely beautiful. And in addition to that, you are prolonging the immunity that they're gaining during the after the BKB. And there's another BKB nearing completion. Waveform, pushing up top, PC. They're looking to intercept him, meanwhile the team is lurking on the sidelines and stealing away the Shrine of Wisdom. Yowai, he is closing in to that level 20 talent. And they're going for this tier to look at the amount of damage that he's dealing to it. 28 minutes is quite impressive. But still the fortification will be popped. As PC, they will show up to investigate. They're not gonna allow that tower to slip. Yowai, gotta be careful. No need to overextend. Anisan finds a safe TP spot, and he just moves out. Necrophos, somewhat forced not to stay in NDFK farm, which is definitely a problem for this hero. There's already Ethereal and Yowai are getting stronger by the second. He's gonna go in with the Krill's Crozier, which is a good addition to have, given mainly its physical damage. But this guy is dealing magical damage, so everything Viper has to offer, it can be negated by the BKB, so that's the thing that I have an issue with. It's a good save against Yowai and versus Anku, but you already have one built-in a physical immunity spell, and you're going in for yet another physical immunity item. That overlapping, it's feeling kind of contradictory because there's still magical damage on the other side. So maybe after the Krell's Crozier, he can go for a BKB. Or maybe he can hope for the best with the Death Seeker and the Death Pulse. Maybe he can heal himself up to the max. Who knows? Maybe he's depending way too much on the Brewmaster. We shall see. Because the actions, they do justify the means. Full Gash, spotted out, mid lane, instantly broken, stunned out. This is a great opportunity. Can they kill him before he's gonna be able to pop the Primal Split Disruption? Nicely done there by Hyuga, but Yowai will keep an eye on him and use this chance for execution. He's gonna appear up next. Scythe, not gonna take him down. PC, they're retreating, they're trying to run, they're trying to hide. Anku is gonna pop the Hoof Stomp. Nice Manta coming in from Olital. But they're running low on resources. Hyuga forced to buy back, even though they have Anku and Waveform completely surrounded, but now Polgash is back in one place. Ethereal, he reveals the BKB and a beautiful overgrowth in the back. Can they kill them? It's just these 3 heroes. Anisan, he will back off, but Hyuga, he's gonna be on a dieback. That's 1 hero being taken down twice. Even though 2 heroes will be lost within the skirmish. The fact that PC used up absolutely everything and only got away from an Anku by the end there just because he was so freaking lucky is what changed the course. But that is not gonna stop. I was about to say TSA because it's been TSA that kind of won me over today. But it's RE.Arise that we're watching today. We're gonna go for Roche number 2 as Olitel is looking for the interception. Jumps in. Oh, she's gonna snatch it! No way in hell! Sharpshoot coming in from Gothic. They will kill him, and it's gonna be Yowai falling off next. Oh my god! Necro with the jump.
Radiant's bottom tower is
That
under
was
attack.
so freaking risky. They didn't get the last hit, but they got the snatch. Now this is an amazing outcome for the Necro.
Radiant's
Oh my god. And with the downtime, because both Ethereal and Yowai are gone, they're able to push out across the lanes and waveform. Waveform, buddy. You're revealing yourself too much against this guy. Cookie? Ooh, thankfully it's gonna miss. He's gonna force out the drinking buddies with one off the creeps. And he's gonna blink away back to safety. He does regret his presence there.
are scanning.
As also, oh, Gothic is gonna find
Radiant's
him.
middle tower is under
Popping
attack.
the distillers. As they do see him. And he's just gonna back off. Oh my god, this is a very back and forth match. I don't even know who's gonna win now. 26 over 24. It's still RE.Arise having that little bit of advantage. Gaben Graph, it is still giving them a 60% chance, but they've been making a lot of mistakes. I mean, I don't know what to say. The second they thought they had the safe Roche, Necro popped out of nowhere and pretty much shut everybody down. Again, RE.Arise, they don't really care about this.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bounties.
Okay. Not gonna be a long pause. We are back. Ethereal is back. We are back where we came from. And that is Necrophos having stolen away the Aegis. They are not gonna kill the waveform as he was running with his life down bottom. But the fact that Yowai is receiving so much downtime, Ethereal also got a hefty amount of downtime. It's gonna take some time until he completes the nullifier, but at this point, you don't need to think only about your items. You need to think about your buybacks, you need to think about a lot more. Because you don't need to think about the next 15 minutes, you need to think about the next 50. And it seems like Yowai... Oh... Huge overstep! Very bad positioning. Gonna get scythed down instantaneously. PuckChamp, they just double down on their pressure, and Gothic is looking to set up for yet another one as Ethereal gets bushwhacked. He's gonna pop the BKB, trying to fend off the Necro, but the Necro is persistent. He's pushing. Anisan, he's gonna be forced to pop the Overgrowth defensively as OnlyPal. He's gonna go with the Manta Void, and Haru and Krolgash jumping right behind the tier 2 tower. They find Ethereal and take him down. Anisan, they don't really have him within vision, but he can burn down by the illusions if they keep them there long enough. Thankfully, that's not gonna be the case. Anisan, he finds the Blink Dagger angle to jump away. At least stay safe for the time being, but his towers are falling. One tier 2 tower almost gone. Top one, he can watch it from the side being sieged down. PuckChamp, they may have lost this morning, but this is looking like a very good path towards redemption. I mean, not to jinx it, this is still game number 1. It's still very tight. I mean, they're pushing in with 1k net worth difference after RE have been leading for the majority of the game. But RE, they've been playing a little bit too compulsively and a little bit too courageously, neglecting the fact that PC, they're a little bit more of a compact team. They got healing, they got resets, they got the control, but that's a beautiful kick and a punch, not gonna lie. as only Tal gets thrown back right at the tier 4s. But nothing touched him. He's gonna pop the Corliss Crosshair, he's gonna pop the healing, he's gonna pop the pulse, and he's just gonna walk away. That's it. And he's gonna go for the Heartstopper Increase Aura, coming in from the Aghanim Scepter, just to make matters a little bit worse. But yeah, as I said during the drafting stage, this Shadow Demon presence is the big difference maker for PuckChamp, and he's been delivering. Every single time there's a catch, there's instantly this disruption for the reset. Anku really wanted to take him down, but nope. Gothic either way, he dies. Anisan with the overgrowth, but nope, the Cruel Gash illusions, the Brewlings, they're gonna keep at him. Mortimer's Kiss is flying in. Oh, is he still gonna be within reach? They're still melting him, and it's gonna be enough. Cruel Gash lands the final strike for the kill, but already it is 2 heroes lost on the end of PuckChamp. And eventually, Cruel Gash returns into 1 point. But PC, they're still looking strong even with their supports being lost. Necro, completely untouched. And he could lead for a counter kill here if they find Ethereal. But Ethereal, he did not use the BKB. So he's still in a decent spot. They could just wait out for Anisan to return, or they can just go and keep up with the push, as they've been doing. I mean, this tier 2 tower top, they've been trying to siege it down for the past 15 minutes without any success. Still, kudos for RE. They did lose one of the racks. It's a proof of concept that what PuckChamp can do once they take out the Viper and the Weaver combination. Aegis naturally expired. Only Tal still looking strong, still looking proud in this game. And oh, yeah, why? Gonna be caught up by the Rod of Aegis. As they've been dancing around and trying to take away these sentries. Smoke Up, well actually no, Smoke Up is just Anisan being his good old invisible self. Only Tal, they're gonna make the commitment. He is trying his best to stay alive, and he's ethereal, and he's stunned down, but can they get him? They're fighting right in the middle of the Mortimer's Kisses, and yep, the answer is gonna be yes. So far, no casualties on the end of RE.Arise. Anisan in the backline is trying to control the supports. They will get Cruel Gash the second he returns in one piece. Cookie forward, they will find Anisan, but the snowball rolling in, they find Hyuga. Still a lot of back and forth. I mean, given what we've been seeing all game long, it might be the next team fight won by PuckChamp. Waveform on the run. He's gonna run across the bridge, find the safe angle, TP, and it's okay. I guess this is once again an overextension coming in from PuckChamp, because they've been lingering far too deep into enemy territory. While at the same time, I don't know, it's still either or. What does Gabe and Graf say? It said 60% last time, now it says 78%. Okay, Gabe Graf is a lot more of a believer that RE are gonna win this compared to 5 minutes ago. They're gonna try to equate the result. Okay. Going in for high ground. Fortification's gonna be popped, 30 seconds until full regroup. We're gonna have the Primal Split arriving at the same time. But there might not be enough of a base to return to as bottom lane. Look at that might, look at that devastation Ethereal and Yawai. I mean, he's got the shard, so that already makes a very big difference. The buildings are basically trees for this Viper. Oh, there's gonna be a catch, there's gonna be a find. It's currently PuckChamp going in for the harassment. They will try to disrupt Gothic for him to be safe himself, but now it's gonna be Anku locked up for just a little bit. Mortimer is flying in. Ethereal is like, I'm getting the hell out of here. I got what I wanted, I got what I needed. The rest is up to you guys. If you're choosing to die, that's your problem. They did force out a double ultimate for this one. They got one small kill, and they're looking to get one bigger one. Blink Dagger, it's still on cooldown, and he's gonna find it because Cookie went in the other way. Cruel Gash still keeping the chase, but Anku, he will slither around the trees. And he shall survive, not giving a bigger kill. So ultimately, the post-team fight after the high ground siege ended up with 2 supports dying. But the results from Ari's visit, they're a complete devastation in UI. He's got Haru. Be careful there, sir. Instant. Oh! What? How did he kill him so fast? I mean, yeah, he's gonna die right after, but he landed a crit right before he got disrupted. That was just insane. What? Okay, I cannot see the damage. Well, actually, I can. Here it is. I was from the... No, wait. Oh, yeah, from the German night attack, yes. The second strike. I was looking at here and I was like, there's no way she did that much. 47 physical damage, yeah, it makes sense. But the German night attack, the second attack coming in, it was a crit. That was quite unfortunate. Regardless of my fascination with how did Hugo die, the fact that UI got taken down is a big win for PuckChamp, as this time they're gonna be the ones jumping into the Roche pit. But in the back, it's Asterial hunting targets. They find Gothic standing next to the secret shop, and unfortunately PuckChamp, they're not as fast in the Roche execution as their counterparts. Onisan spots out Polgash, and with him being ever so slightly hurt, Roche that is, RE.Arise, they're looking to commit. Mortimer says, oh, used up a little bit too prematurely. No, that was just a tad awkward. God damn. Polgash, he is looking to investigate. The pit is empty. There's no one here, and he don't want to be baited out inside. Shots fired, coming in from RE.Arise. But actually, Roche is barricaded with the shards. Stampede used up. Polgash went in for the waveform execution. They're not a full stack just yet, but waveform will look at this opportunity to throw Polgash in the back. Will force out the primal split. Waveform, BKB up, running off. It's the big 9-second BKB, so he can run out pretty far, but he still gets caught up by Polgash. Meanwhile, in the back, Anku finds Hyuga. Waveform, he's still alive. Amazingly. Will reset, jumping in with the snowball. He will blink out, but with the shard, he's gonna keep 2 Brewlings very close by. Delivers a punch, Polgash back into one piece. Haru, in the meanwhile, he's gonna die with Yoai's imminent arrival. As his Dota crashed right afterwards? Oh my god. That is really unfortunate. You just get one big kill and then your game just is like, okay, that's enough. No game time for you, sir. You've played today way too much. I assume they also maxed out the part 1, the act 1 of the event. A lot of people actually finished it up. And I'm still struggling because I'm spending most of my Dota time being here. But yeah, I am fascinated that Waveform is still alive. They've kept Polgash busy throughout the entire Primal Split duration, and guess what? He's got a second one. Now this is gonna be a little bit tougher. Anisan is with him. He's got the overgrowth. But he's already charging up, as you can see the green part. If they don't stun him down, which I do believe the snowball should land on top of him. Okay, we're good. I don't care that the entire team fight is happening up top. This is a little bit more interesting. He's gonna get kicked, he's gonna get punched, he's gonna get thrown in the back. Not gonna pop the primal split for a second time. Waveform, he survives the entire onslaught with wasting the first part of the big ultimate. Meanwhile, 2 targets have died in the back. And this is all for Roche number 2. Polgash, he's just gonna TP out. Gonna keep that primal split for better days. And also the fact that there's 2 lanes that need to be pushed out. Only Tal will join in. And this time they're way too far to intervene. On the side we have Gothic scouting, but he jumps in. Not gonna take anything. Oof. Not a little bit. But a big time short-handed. Did he even... No, he didn't even take the Roche banner. The Roche banner is upon Viper. Yowai granted with 2 lives. Biggest net worth difference we've seen all game long, and this is 12k so far for RE. Well, 12, 13, 11. They're still a pretty fast guy, just clearing out creeps on the inside, so... The Necro is withholding this net worth difference. But yeah, 43 minutes into the game. It's 37 on to 29. And oh, beautiful fine waveform jumping in from the back. Hyuga with the disruption save once again in meter. Polgash is gonna pop the ultimate, but both Hyuga and Olitel shall perish as Ethereal. Look at that power, look at that might. Polgash's Brewlings are burning down to the ground. Olitel forces out a buyback as he wants to intercept, he wants to intervene, he wants to put the siege to a stop. He's gonna get the Ethereal with the Mortimer's Kisses, but they've used up pretty much everything and all of the buybacks. Anku, Yowai, still in the midst. That's gonna be one life taken away. Anku is gonna die down as well. And they're pinging everything they have. Time-lapse hasn't been used up, but if you can have them locked down long enough, it's gonna be a kill. With that, the siege has been put to a stop. And the top ranks are still standing. Not super strong, but they're still there. So that's not gonna be Magus. At least not for the time being. But it was at the cost of a double buyback, and I gotta give kudos to Waveform, because not only was he able to pretty much use this opening to walk back right behind the Necro to punch him in the face and kill him in that given moment, he also survived. Time after time after time again, this guy survives everything. And of course, he's got the kick and the punch with the BKB on top. But there's always a very big difference between playing Tusk and knowing how to play Tusk, and this guy knows his hero. With the strike that PuckChamp had received, they are looking to push in and punish RE as much as they can. But how well they can do it is the big question. And how fast, also. Waveform jumping in as times and times again. He is gonna pop the BKB to survive the sharpshooter. But he's not gonna stop Olital with taking the final lane tower. They're gonna go in for a high ground push. Fortification is present. Buybacks are also present, but they're not gonna waste them for about 10 seconds as Gash. They threw out the primal split. Mortimer's Kiss is flying in, but they're not anywhere in the vicinity. They're gonna miss out on all of them. They're not even gonna take the tower. And that was a very big reveal that Mortimer's Kisses were at level 25 with the plus additional 8. So they're flying out across the entire team fight. But they didn't kill anybody. And also there's a refresher on the Grandma. Meanwhile, Yowai, back among the living. And he is doing... Oh, Hyuga. He realized the smoke did not go through. But where's my target? Who saw me? That's who saw you. It was Yowai. And with all of them being grouped up, there's no split, there's no kisses. Unless they want to pop the refresher, they're gonna go all in for the Megas. First up, it's gonna be Haru. He's out. 100 seconds, one buyback forced out. Gothic, they have them locked down all together. Anisan was trying to go with the overgrowth. It's gonna be successful, but he's gonna die right after, and he's gonna pop the buyback off his own. Waveform, Anku pushing in. Waveform once again. He is trying to waste a lot of time away from the enemy team, but Anku, he's gonna be scythed down and destroyed. Ethereal and Yowai, not even close to the Rex. Gash, a couple of seconds left remaining until he comes back into one piece. Yowai, he's looking at for him. Instant qualification, quickie for the save, buyback coming in from Anku. They're looking to push it out, especially since they found Olitel. Drunken Buddies, Ethereal, more attack speed, more hitting. He's broken and he's gone. 120 seconds with no enemy carry. Gonna go in for the Megas. Gash found out Mortimer's Kisses once again. I mean, look at that melt! Oh my god, the Snapfire! She is some scary stuff. I mean, she's gonna take down Yowai and Ethereal once again in a package deal. But they're gonna be losing the Megas. Oh god. All of the final buybacks forced out. Nobody has a buyback aside from the supports. Gash. He's locked by money even though he's currently alive. Actually, did he sell something? He might have. Oh, somebody got taken out of the fountain. And it's looking like Hyuga. He is not gonna survive for long. Next up, Gash. Pops yet another split. Haru jumping in back and forth. They have Yowai on the lock and he's gonna die, not able to pop the time lapse. What the hell is happening with this game? Gothic, he finds Waveform, that's one buyback. Anku, if they kill him twice, this could be a turnaround for PuckChamp, even though they're losing to tier 4s and Megas. But they will survive. RE.Arise, they still have 4 standing in enemy base. Onisan though, he is harassed. Mortimer's Kiss is once again flying, and look at these projectiles jumping in! But it's not gonna be onto Ethereal, it's gonna be onto Waveform, and Onisan instead is Waveform. He will burst and die. Creeps now sieging tier 4s. Only Tell not gonna be back in about 30 more seconds, but Anku, he's the next in the line of harassment. But he will respectfully back off. Ethereal using his illusions to push it just a little bit more, but holy moly, ladies and gentlemen, this has been 49 minutes of absolute insanity. A lot of overextensions coming in from RE.Arise. I mean, as much as you know that you have one of the sneakiest carries in the world, that being the Weaver, and you not being able to pop the time-lapse, not even at a single time. It's just, you're ultimately always fighting with one life, even if you, well, you do have the Aegis on one instance so far. He didn't live long enough, you know, to do anything about it. But Grandma, I really want to see the damage coming in from Haru in the end. No more buybacks. Only one buyback actually is going to be available in 100 gold. And that is going to be onto the Hoodwink. Oh my god. Slowly but surely. PuckChamp, they're coming back, and they're all together. It's going to be another 40 seconds until a full regroup is gonna come in from RE.Arise. Ultimates are queuing back, getting off of cooldown. Troll Gash pops a primal split. They're looking to push in mid. I mean, they've been struggling to get the mid racks in the past 20 minutes. And finally, it's gonna be at least one lane of super creeps secured. And they will back off. They still have to worry about the megas. That is still 2 more lanes that they haven't taken down. And of course, Yawai, he's back in the mix, and he's looking to end this game as a Divine Rapier, ladies and gentlemen, has been queued. What are the upcoming builds? Haru? Also going all or nothing. Guys, I guess these guys are throwing all the dice. They're just gonna gamble this game until the very end. Do we have any other interesting items coming in? We have Hyuga with the Scepter. We already spoke about that. Hoodwink, Gleipnir has been completed. I think we saw it in action at least once. Because in this sort of a scenario where you have all of this AoE control, you want to have that additional AoE lockdown. Even though you're doing absolutely great with what you have with the Bushwhack. It's never enough. If we can layer more and more upon them, it's gonna be great. Smoke up, coming in from RE.Arise, PuckChamp. Oh boy, this could be some scary stuff. Roche is gonna be back in 2 minutes, so they're not gonna take the contest there. But PC, they are in anticipation that somebody is gonna appear down the lanes. Only Tal, pushing out with the Shivas. Ari, they do take note of it. Nope, not time for Roche, guys. Come again some other day. Man, it would have been insane to see them just jumping out, going on tier 4s and ending this, but if you want to have that happening, you gotta make sure PC are way out, and they're forced to stay. You gotta give them a die or die scenario. Waveform gets the Amplify, but he's gonna get ganked by the entirety of PC. No, that's one hero on a dieback. He's not gonna be back in about, well, 4 minutes of buyback, 80 seconds without him. RE.Arise. What are you gonna do without your main playmaker here? What do you hope to achieve? Because now, you're gonna be fighting 4v5 for the next minute. And that's a lot of time. Roche is gonna be back by then. You know why? Hydra's Breath. Daedalus. Nullifier. And we're still waiting for the big item. Anku. He did get the refresher in the meanwhile. So that's a very good addition. Double Stampede, double Workhorse. I'm kinda sad that there's no double Shivas and double BKBs and double Pipes of Insight, but those days are long gone. Onisan, ooh, that's a big one. Orchid Benevolence. It would be, I mean, it's a 1 in a million shot if you just scour around the trees right now and you set up a big target such as a Necro to die. But Necro, he's gonna get off buyback very soon enough. Roche back in 2 seconds. Both sides. They are scouting the pit. Question is, who's gonna make the move first? Everything is gonna get... I mean, I guess we're gonna wait out for all of the buybacks to get off cooldown, which is gonna be about 2.5 minutes. And 2.5 minutes, it's closer to... Well, it's gonna be closer to 56, 57 minutes, so we can wait out another 3 minutes for the tier 5 items. So we have the entire time in the world, ladies and gentlemen. This is just game number 1. This is game number 1, and... Are you ready for the graph? Oh yeah. This is one very sexy graph. Just jumping up back and forth and back and forth. And the megas have been secured, by the way, about 10 minutes ago. Well, not 10 minutes ago. Almost 10 minutes ago. And PC, if they want to take this, it is going to be tough. They do find the ethereal illusions, though. But they're not finding the actual hero. Maybe they did, though. Maybe they realized... Actually, they caught him with the sharpshooter. And going in from the other side. Waveform, your Y. Waveform, he's gonna pretend ward, and Haru will jump up on top of him. Oh, he's not gonna stand a chance. Actually, he will find a chance to roll out and back off, instantly killing the Snapfire instead. First Stampede pop, roll gash down the river. Behind enemy lines, Olital, he's leading, he's sieging. They're gonna find Waveform. That's 90 seconds without him. Overgrowth pop from Onisan, but that's just that one big spell to keep them all together and cluttered up. Can they get the execution before Grandma comes back? Grandma is back with some flaming cookies, but Yo Y is gonna take down both Olital and Hyuga, as they do have the buybacks, but do they want to commit them? Roll gash. He is gonna find Anku. Beastmaster on the rise. Beastmaster on freaking steroids, but he's gotta fall back as the megas are hitting your tier 4. And that was scary stuff from both sides. Haru, he forced out a buyback, so that's one of the bigger buybacks that RE could have hoped for. They took down Olital, which is great, and they're not gonna be contesting Roche number 3, but now there's gonna be a buyback as... Oh my god, the Aegis is still on the ground! So the Snatch is gonna be on Haru! And with the... What? Oh god! Oh my god. It's GG. It's GG here for sure. I thought they were gonna get him. I thought they were gonna push out. I thought it was gonna be a free Roche, but Grandma had other plans. She just jumped in very last second, stole away the Aegis. She killed UI in the process and took his Divine. It's his Divine, right? She didn't complete hers. I don't think so. I mean, she's still got plenty of money, and she also used money for buyback. Their Ancient might be under siege, but they're still persistent to fight. This game is absolutely insane. Yeah, with the Mortimers, because it's also brought into the mix looking at the refresher. Oh my god. How did I miss that? That must have been amazing. Well, not amazing, amazingly sad. Because with that one swift move, RE.Arise, they may have lost the game. They're not gonna have Onisan in a full minute. They could force out 20 seconds for buyback onto UI, but they're not gonna get Ethereal in 40. Gash pops the split. Actually, UI decided to greed out and buy back? I mean, they could have used up the fortification. Okay, Haru, thrown back. That's life number 1 on Grandma. Can they kill her one more time? UI. He's closing in the gap. She pops the BKB. Beautiful disruption once again coming in from Hyuga for the safe Anku. Oh boy, they're jumping in the side. It's not gonna connect. Enough time for Ethereal to come back, and everything is shining on the screen. Haru, though, he's gonna be taken down, but the Ancient is exposed. Troll Gash trying to end this, trying to snatch this as they already used up the fortification, but... Oh god, okay, it's gonna be GG, called up by PuckChamp, as both of them got killed, with 2 minutes left remaining, and Megas sieging the throne. Oh my god, it was insane. You guys were here for these 58 minutes of absolute insanity between RE.Arise and PuckChamp, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until the very end, and it was a never-ending story until this end. And that one overextension, that UI buyback that I was so freaking scared of, it did help out. They killed Haru twice, they killed Olital, and the fact that Olital, he did use up the buyback earlier, it was just coming down on who's gonna have less buybacks and more damage suffered. But again, kudos for RE.Arise. This was an amazing game number 1, already destabilizing PuckChamp's future in this season 39. As for us, ladies and gentlemen, we shall see how the story shall unfold after this break and after game number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, with the draft coming in, it's officially time to start with game number 2 between RE.Arise and PuckChamp. Game number 1. I'm gonna keep it brief, but it was absolutely insane until the very last second. It was uncertain of which side was gonna win. I mean, Yowai and Ethereal had an explosive combination of pretty much hero deleting heroes, but they were not able to deliver until the very last moment when PuckChamp decided to push in. Yowai called in a buyback 10 seconds before he naturally revived, and he was able to take down only Tal, meaning he didn't have a buyback, there was no buyback on Haru, and without those, PuckChamp were not willing to continue. But let's see if this game number 1 is going to be tight as that one is. RE.Arise. Very interesting opener on Durant. It's going to be Axe to kick things off. For PuckChamp, it's going to be the Treant Protector, it's going to be Techies, it's going to be Luna, it's going to be Beastmaster. Now, I got a text from my brother after the match finished because he said that I kept calling Brewmaster Beastmaster instead, which is very likely to happen because both of these heroes, they've been picked up very often, they've been really predominant, and you're getting either one hero that can split himself and divide the entire team fight and keep everybody away from him, or you're opting in for the Zoo, which it's either going to be Beastmaster or it's going to be Lycan. But given the fact that RE.Arise already opted in for an offlaner, it doesn't seem like we're going to be seeing Lycan, and especially since he already got banned out by themselves. So, PuckChamp are definitely delivering a little bit of an extra pushing power. Krolgash, he can definitely have a free game here onto the Beastmaster, but question is, how well and how easy of a free game are you going to be allowed to have? Now, this is very interesting. Re-observing the RE.Arise draft. So, Axe is most likely gonna be their offlaner here, but it could be a Largo mid. We have seen that, if I'm not mistaken, it was yesterday. And it was indeed RE.Arise that brought it up versus Hive. So they might as well do it again. And last time they complemented their draft with DSF, who is not in the pool, thankfully. So he's not in the pool alongside with TB, with Lone Druid, and with Drow Ranger. No Terrorblade either. So RE.Arise, they gotta think about somebody else who's gonna counteract the Luna and her presence. Because Luna, she's always great in the farming department. She's absolutely great when she has a strong front line. But when you get to her, she's dead 90% of the time. And if you can strike her down really fast, it's gonna be great news for you. So Viper is definitely not the play here, as Axe is going to be responsible to punish the Luna as much as possible. Weaver in this game, not really sure if RIs want to bring him in again. Mainly because last game worked out for them, because they had the synergy between an aggressive mid lane pusher, which devastated the Snapfire before she can get any stronger. And we saw what happened once she got her level 25 talent with the +8 additional Mortimer Kisses. So no Tiny, no Earth, no Storm, no Viper as well, as he got already taken out. Last pick is going to go to PuckChamp, and they will go with the last pick, Razor. Now this is a hero I haven't seen in a very long time. I mean, I think it's been 2 years since Razor got super spammed. And he's always great. He's got the push. With Beastmaster, he's also got the push. That's going to be at least 2 lanes kept in check once you get the Helm of the Overlord and the Eye of the Storm. And this could be a very good counterweight to compensate for the Luna that she's going to be a little bit more active at around 20-25 minutes into the game. So, what do RE.Arise have to say? And by the way, to address what people were talking in chat, this is indeed the former roster of Rune Eaters. But then Rune Eaters, they completely changed their roster into a new set of players, with which they managed to qualify, I do believe it was at EWC. And then, I don't know if they reinstated RE.Arise, the former roster, because they were a lot more prevalent and they're a lot more domineering, because they used to be Cheeky Bamboni during last season. So there's been some politics going on in the background, but this is a completely different team from the team that is wielding the name Rune Eaters. So yeah, last but not least, it is gonna be UI picking up the Clink. So we have Yatoro at home, it seems. And It's another time. I do believe Clinks was also picked up at one point yesterday, and it was coming out from Team
10
Ion,
seconds
specifically versus PuckChamp. But last time they had a Techies,
5
they had a
seconds
TA, they had an Earth Spirit, I do believe they also had an Underlord. And in this scenario, it could be... It is definitely going to be annoying. Clinks does shut down the Luna, but does it shut down everybody else is the big question. Now, Rubik is going to have a fun time stealing all of these insane big ultimates, because what PuckChamp are having in Unison are huge ultimates. We have seen the Overgrowth, we know about the Eclipse, we know about the Roar, we know about the Eye of the Storm. Techies is your only rinse and repeat hero, but the fact that he's also spammy means that Rubik is either gonna acquire a spell that is gonna send him off a little bit closer to the enemies and blast them off into smithereens, or it's gonna be the proximity mines once they appear as level 6. So it could be a good game, but you're a Rubik, and you're always gonna be the center of attention. But there's also the Clockwork coming in from Anisan. And Clockwork with Axe, now that could be an annoying combo. And you already have a bunch of ground control. Cogs, we've seen them what they can do with the Frog Stomp. Somebody gets caught up, somebody's definitely dying. Thankfully, there's no Invoker coming in play for RE.Arise, so they were not going to be able to add up 2 early Sunstrikes for the kills, which would have definitely destabilized the laning stage early on for PuckChamp. But we shall see. Now, this is definitely where the stakes are higher than ever. Because PuckChamp, they lost 1 game already. It's not in their interest to lose the entire series. Even if they do, they need at least 2 points. And they need to pray that Hive are gonna lose tomorrow. And, I mean, 100% lose tomorrow versus Team Aeon, which may not be possible. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a super fan of this Luna. I'm not sure what to think about the Razor on coming in on Haru. You are gonna face off, so Ethereal is indeed gonna wield the Largo in mid. A little bit of sun rays. Come on, guys. Look at what they're doing to the minimap. It's like those little children's sketches when they're drawing the sun in the full angle and in the angle up top. But yeah, you don't have a lot of right click to steal away from Ethereal, which it's a good thing and a bad thing. You're not gonna get a lot of damage, but at the same time, if you get the link, then Ethereal is not gonna have any additional damage. But he can easily put that to a stop because he has got the Frog Stomp, he's got the Catchy Lick, he's gonna focus on Q and W to ease out his farm and to drag Razor actively back. And what was the matchup that Ethereal had yesterday on this Largo? He did have a tough contender. It was Invoker that he was facing, so it was a lot scarier of a foe. But this guy is not shying away from being scary, because if the static link is not going to give you problems, then the plasma field will. Hyuga onto Treant Protector, Gothic onto the Treant. It's again this Luna that I'm having very mixed feelings about. I mean, she can be insanely fast, but she's got nothing to save herself with. She's like a little bit worse compared to the Shadow Fiend in the department. If things go bad for a Shadow Fiend, he can either accept that he's gonna die, or he can pop the Requiem for at the very least to push out the enemy heroes, fear them out, and just hope for the best. Luna, first off, her range is really small, so she will instantly need to work on compensating that. With the Dragon Lance, then it's gonna be time for the Hurricane Pike, because she will be in a dire need. This is gonna be a very big 4-staff game, especially since we have the Clockwork on the other side. And, of course, the Largo and whatnot, because they can... And the Rubik as well, because they can easily force you back. But again, there's so many items. 1, fix your range. B, fix your life, because you're gonna need a BKB. Otherwise, every single situation, Luna's gonna get spotted, she's gonna die. C, work on the damage. And that's already a lot of items that she needs to get going to put herself out there in the fighting shape. So it is going to be down to Krolgash and to Everlasting Haru to keep things pushed out, to keep things controlled, to give her the space. She needs to be actively protected. She's the gem. She's the gem here that can carry the entire game. But she's going to need to go a very long way. I'm talking she needs to get the Satanic happening in order to stay strong and start cleaving down everything in her path. But then you have other problems. You do have the Axe, you do have the Largo, and Anku, Ethereal, they're going to be caught up first. Ethereal, he is trying to back off. Blast off. Gothic, he is shaking his butt, but he realizes that Ethereal is going to be way out of reach. And yeah, to add insult to injury, the big ways you have
30 seconds.
to put a stopping power onto the draft of RE, it's either, I mean, the Lucent Beam is just these small mini stuns, 0.6 seconds. It's enough to cancel a TP, but not enough time to keep somebody locked out. The Blast Off, also you have a mini stun duration, which is ultimately nothing. If you want to go, if you want to commit, you gotta either Roar or you gotta Overgrowth. And either one of those spells being out of the picture, it is gonna be a green light for RE to do more. And that happened during the previous game. Waveform and Anku, they will secure the bounty and take away one of the Beastmaster creeps. Down bottom, UI, oh, he did manage to snatch the bounty rune down the river, and he will secure one on their end, so ultimately leading to Rune Eaters getting 160 gold each at minute 0. Good start, good catch. Also, Rubik pretty much feeding off of the creeps. And they will lead to try to harass Hyuga as much as they can. I mean, the Battle Hunger is just that passive spell, which is making everybody's lives a little bit more annoying. What did Waveform get? He went with the Fade Bolt as an opener. It's gonna be possibly later on that we see the Telekinesis appearing. Safety Sentry, just in case Hyuga decides to show up and take it out. He's got nothing to deny it, so it's just gonna be a body block, which Waveform was avoiding. He's gonna be bound. He is trying to go across the tree, so the Luna is not gonna spot him out. Yet another Fade Bolt. Hyuga looking low, but so is Waveform. He's gonna pop the Invis Blood Grenade. It is still ticking upon him. But he noticed that Anku is moving out of position. If he landed the Battle Hunger, Hyuga would have been dead. Thankfully for Waveform, well, for Hyuga, Waveform hasn't placed any sentries in the vicinity, but they will throw the Hunger onto Olital, who again is really squishy. One counter Helix, and it's always gonna hurt him big time. And again, the fact that you can't time the counter Helix nowadays makes things a lot tougher for a lot of heroes. Hyuga, yet another Battle Hunger. He is hiding right under the tower. And Luna currently being head-to-head with Axe in terms of blast hits. It could keep on going in that direction. Hyuga hesitant between whether he wants to leave the lane or stay. Because he could die at any minute. Waveform, does he have detection? Yes, he does. He just needs to have somebody overstepping. Down bottom, UI is receiving a lot of heavy hitting as well. As the Wild Axes, they did struck him. But again, he's really happy for Death Pact being brought in so early in this game. As he can always eat a creep, get back a little bit stronger, but he can only use that every 40 seconds, so Krolgash and Gothic can really easily time around that. And the fact that Klinks is present, you can remove some of the creeps as such of a demonstration away from Krolgash, so he's not gonna have that additional support to push in and to farm. Blast off, Gothic, once again jumping in, Anisan trying to follow him, Gothic looking low, Anisan, can he get the strike? And there it is! First blood, it is drawn. They cannot kill Krolgash just yet. Ethereal! Yet again, reliving the Largo as a mid laner. So far, he is looking really good in terms of farm. Of course, as expected, Kachulik with the Frog Stomp already, both of them at level 2. And then just control the terrain, make sure Razor is out of Comfort's way for the farming, but this sort of overextensive push to bring him the creeps under the tower, it's making his life a little bit easier. But Ethereal, he's gonna get some additional gold with taking away that observer. Even though the investment is always 100 gold, you are getting something in return as the game keeps on going. Top side, harassment still upon Hyuga, as this time he is gonna lose the courier. And yet, things are beginning to step up for Anku, as he's able to dig behind the creep wave, and not only take away the creep wave, but also get the neutral camp. And it's still level 1 of the Battle Hunger. Olital gets taken back, forced to fight. He does not have the living armor upon him, but he's still within tower range to stay protected. Thankfully for him, Anku's got absolutely no rage, and if Waveform wants to hit him, he's gotta overextend and possibly sign off his own Death Horn, because there's no vision here against Hyuga. But Hyuga might die. The hunger still ticking. He's gonna survive by 16 HP. Even had the stick if things went too bad. But basically, Olital is pretty much forced to fight with half a support. Once again, Fade Bolt with the Battle Hunger, and he is only down to the Fairy Fire to survive one more strike. Oh, they're not gonna get the taunt off. But they're ultimately super low. Blood Grenade, the another one lands onto both of them. Oh, Olital! He is gone. Down bottom, Yoi is looking to push in with Onisan, as Onisan was forced to walk all the way back home.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But now that he's all freshened up and back to the lane, he can't keep up with the harassment upon Krulgash. So far, after 5 minutes, we have all 3 cores from RE.Arise dominating in their lanes. Ethereal, alive and well. They are pretty close in terms of experience with Haru. And he's got the Eye of the Storm.
Radiant are scanning.
But question is whether he's gonna make the move. Olital finds Waveform topside as they've been dancing around the Lotus, as Anku looking to contest. This may not be a good idea. But thankfully, Luna does not have a lot of reach, so he gets across the bridge, all safe and sound. Now down bottom, Yoi, he's left to his own means against Krulgash. And the Beastmaster, he's been a little bit slacking in the farming department.
Are fortified.
And it's been tough. Onisan, oh, they saw him. They saw him jumping in. The board, they're currently pretending that nothing is happening. But Onisan, he's trying to keep them away. He's trying to keep them pushed out. Can they get Gothic now that Ethereal joins in with the Amplify? Frog Stomp, a little bit too late of a setup. They won't be able to connect it well with the Catchy Lick, as it got used up prematurely.
Dire's middle tower is under
Minute 7. Time to secure a Shrine. Onisan already on the spot with the cogs. Even if somebody dares to approach him, he's just gonna kick one of them. And it's gonna be 200 additional experience.
under attack.
Or I assume. I mean, one part was Anku, the other one definitely went to Onisan. And then Onisan amped up Waveform for just a little bit. But he's still sticking, he's still lurking. They want to take Krulgash, because they cannot afford to see the Roar. Or, of course, the Helm of the Overlord and the Dominator. How is Anku doing? Forcing out the Blade Mail first. If we're not having any early damage, neither are you. But it's gonna be a lot more interesting once he gets the Blink Dagger. Mid lane. Oh, a little bit of a skirmish, where Gothic shall die by... well, by some unfortunate circumstance, even under the Eye of the Storm. Haru is looking for the defense, but Ethereal, Onisan, they're closing in. They don't have the Catchy Lick, as no mana is available. Thankfully, Ethereal will grab the shield. They are fighting over the Roche, but can they get at least the deny? Hyuga's gonna die down, and Roshan kills Haru.
Radiant's middle tower
Roche for the win.
Dire are scanning.
It's gonna be the first kill on to Razor. And it's kinda sad that Ari are not getting it after that entire effort. I guess Roche is gonna carry your game now. Not sure how they took Gothic there though. Maybe an overextension with a blast off left him a little bit too low. Yep, Actually, no, it was just a reactive teaser. He was yanked upon from the supports. And
Dire's middle tower
we also...
has fallen.
No, Yawai was not here. Or maybe he was. Number 1 tower, falling at less than 9 minutes. Meanwhile, Anisan caught up by Gothic. The clockwork excursions are temporarily gonna be put to a halt, and now the focus is upon Yawai. Sticky grenades, dust used up, and Oli Tal jumping in from behind with the Eclipse. Ooh, that was a sweet execution for PuckChamp. Finally, a core shall perish on the end of RE.Arise, but they're jumping here instantly on the double. They're not gonna let this tower fall, as they know there's no Eclipse. They will pop the roar against Anku, but it's only not for him to close the gap. Only Tal trying to get away across the gate. Gachulik taking him back. He's taunted. Oh, the blade won't kill him, but he won't get across the gate either. Anku, he's fine. He's fine with this exchange, as if nothing happened, but Holocash, though, might not be, as Ethereal. He's gonna go in for more. Gachulik gonna get up cooldown in 2 seconds. The Cogs are gonna push him a little bit far out. Fairy Fire popped up, but boom. There's the catch, and there's the kill. 340 damage at level 4. That's instantaneous. 7-3 so far in the favor of RE.Arise with 14 net worth. They lost Yawai, but they killed the Luna right after. And even if she goes AFK farming, the fact that they're controlling Haru, they're killing everybody else, may make things very difficult for PuckChamp as the game keeps on going. Waveform, look at this is harassment. This is harassment and this is mental damage. He's just dancing around with the plasma for the setup for Haru to die. Anisan, hookshot, he finds Gothic in the back. As this guy still doesn't have the remote mines. Thankfully he shall live, but Hyuga will not. Bleed Mill, now completed for Anku. But Ethereal... I was not... You know, the first time I saw the choice coming in from RE.Arise for Ethereals to play Largo, I was like, these guys are nuts. This is just... This is insane. But again, ever since the focus of this hero diverted away from the Amphibian Rhapsody, that's when a lot of players realized that the Q and W are very broken spells. And not only that you're potentially killing heroes, you're also using them for very fast farm. I mean, even though the Frog Stomp is 115 mana currently, at start is 85, you still get 4 stomps, each one of them dealing 36 damage, with the same radius all along. And Gothic, uh-oh. It looked like he cancelled the TP for a swift second there. But Gothic... Ooh, he's playing a dangerous game. Around the tower, the Cogs will land on him, and so does the Gachulik. Time after time again. With 4 deaths, he just got to level 5. So no proximity mines, and now the focus is gonna be on to Olitel up top. Nice catch, Hyuga jumping in. They're trying to get Uncle locked down. They're popping the Eclipse, they're popping everything, and it's ultimately gonna end up in a trade. Even Haru decides to join in, but Yawai hitting him from the sides. He's not even gonna have a chance to pop the Eye of the Storm as it's still on cooldown. Anisan chasing him. One more strike. Come on. He's gonna get it. Yawai executes Hyuga meanwhile in the back. It is a bad trade for a streak, but Luna is dead. She's not farming. We're pushing out yet another tower. And it's a good day for RE.Arise so far.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
The rest of the course... How is the Beastmaster looking? Ooh, he's about to get the recipe at about the 13-minute mark for the Helm of the Dominator. Even without it, he was able to push in, but also the fact that the rest of the team from PuckChamp were there, they were looking to put some pressure on Yawai. But they're obviously kind of late. Everlasting Haru. Well, he's still missing out on an item. He's still looking for the Mage Slayer, which thankfully the components are quite cheap for its completion. But the fact that he'll need to commit the Eye of the Storm every single time to farm instead of to fight is making it tough. Second, it expires. He will try to use it upon Waveform, but Ethereal is right around the corner. Now he's got the Rhapsody. Now he's dealing out additional magical damage. But he already used up the Frog Stomp. Actually, he didn't use the Frog Stomp. He got roared up though. Curl Gash, blast off, jumping in. They have him locked down. Now it's time to pop the movement speed, pop the boots, keep them working, play your little heart out, get the hell out of there as Curl Gash is chasing you with your creep, but Ani-san jumps in the back. He's gonna get introduced by all of the proximity mines coming in from Gothic, but all of PC are currently low, and Anku joins in the fight. They have Haru, catchy lick, and he's gone. Only tell, he is visiting from up top. He's got the Eclipse ready to go. But does he have the kill potential? If he overextends, there might be Yowai showing up from nowhere. Or maybe Waveform can catch him. Yowai. He's invis. He's walking. He sees the Luna. Can he get the kill? The army's dropped. Yo, he does not have anything to stun her, but she's taken a lot of damage. Rest of the crew now. They will pop a smoke onto 2 as Yowai's got detected. Overgrowth used up. They're popping the Eclipse and Yowai eats a creep, but it's not gonna be enough to keep him alive. But the rest of the crew, it's gonna be enough time for them to join in. Anku keeping up the chase onto Olitel in the back. Ethereal strumming his guitar towards yet another one. Can they get more? Is there somebody else? Haru? He is willing to jump in. Gash does not have the roar for another 10 seconds, but Ani-san jumps in once again, gets a lock onto Gothic. He will force them to waste their ultimates should his buddies choose to reinitiate, but Anku is kind of low on mana. He only has enough for one Calling Blade to go through. But Ethereal, this guy is playing absolutely amazing. Gash. Oh, catchy lick, taking him back. If he wants to pop the roar, now is the time because the rest of the crew are coming in. Guess what? Wait, was it Waveform? Did he stole it away? Yes, he did. Because the roar is still present, and he just swapped the roar for the Axis. Yep, that was the case. He used the roar against him. That explains why he was scared. Waveform. Oh boy, that's a little bit of an overextension. As the catchy lick won't save you. It's gonna be a 1-for-1. Well, not 1-for-1, it's gonna be 3-for-1 in the aftermath of Yowai dying. But nobody from PuckChamp is in a good shape right now. It is tough to keep this draft composed, to keep it all together, because as map space is running lower, their farming needs are not satisfied. So PC are going to be forced to fight. Even though, yeah, you can jump in with the Eclipse, with the Eye of the Storm, with everything all together in unison, but you're never having that opportunity. With RE.Arise actively pushing in, and actively forcing you to use your ultimates in an awkward fashion, which at the same time you're trying to utilize for farming. It's not looking good. Anku being very dominant here. Ethereal again. I mean, I cannot get this guy's name out of my mouth. Like, every single time he appears, somebody is dying. Catch you like for the kill every single time. Smoke has been revealed, realizing somebody's lurking, and that somebody most likely is Hyuga. Dunk him, kill him, send him back to the fountain. No information, no detection for you. While topside, now there is some intel gathering there because, well, that's a sentry ward, so actually there should be 2 of them, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, what is it? Why does this sentry look like an observer? It is an observer ward. What sort of sorcery is this? Never mind, they saw where the Luna was. They're gonna use this opportunity. Ethereal gets roared up. But without it, they're gonna look for more. Hyuga sets up the Overgrowth just to keep Anku on the side, and Haru jumps in. He is looking for aggression. He is looking for blood, but can he kill Anku? Static Link still up. He's gonna steal a bit of damage, but Ethereal, he's gonna throw him back, and they shall destroy him. See, this is what I meant. The Roar was used up defensively, the Overgrowth was used up defensively, and they were already running out. And by the time that happened, there were attempts being made by Haru to strike somebody back, but no damage went through. Absolutely nothing. It is indeed sad for PuckChamp and what is happening to them. This is not the way to go. But also, I mean, it feels like that Scooby-Doo reveal. PuckChamp used to be Navi Jr. until last season. And Navi Jr. they had pretty mixed results in the last year ever since
Radiant's bottom
the
tower
roster
is under
changed.
attack.
I mean, it's always good if you're sticking together. You might find yourself a good synergy to persevere, to prosper, to push even further. The fact that they're together, it's a good sign. But performances like these, when everything matters, they just end up being a fluke. Olital. Finally, he did manage to find some safe space for farming, but it's not at the place where he wants to be. Instantly caught up and obliterated by RE. And I was about to say, like, look at this Luna getting and climbing up on 11k, looking absolutely great. But nope. It's all a lie. It's all just bloat. It's all what Luna it's what Luna does. But there's no safe space on this map. There's no space on this map for her at all. I mean, she might be getting the money, but it's just Manta and Mask of Madness. So those are two items to just amplify your farming. But you're still having a lot of things to compensate for. You will need the BKB, you will need the lance, you will need to outrange, you will need to outdamage UI, who is currently way over you in terms of farm, and he's not even passively farming. Even though he's got less experience than you do, but he's got a Deso, he's got the Lance, he's got the Falcon's Blade, and he's working his way up towards the BKB, so his itemization is definitely a lot more focused. And of course, he can't throw it into the mix this early on. Onisan, he is gonna get killed by Hyuga, but mainly due to lurking where he's not supposed to. Waveform pretty much doing the same, but he's got the haste rune, so he can be fast. How is our buddy Krolgash doing? Well, it's a very, very slow timer on the Helm of the Dominator. And the fact that the big creep is not in the map 20 minutes in, it is a very good sign for RE.Arise. They've kept them in control, they've kept them in check. And at the same time, he's forced to share the same ground, the same limited ground that Luna has. And obviously, Luna and Beastmaster, they cannot farm on the same spot. Haru, meanwhile, caught up in mid and burned down to the ground by Yawai and his army. And this merciless hero is gonna go yet for another tower. This time, it's gonna be a tier 2 tower. Krolgash, spotted topside, hookshot, Onisan, Cox pushing him out from high ground. He's gonna pop the roar, but it's just an Anku. Waveform? Nah, he got the access once again. The spell steal. I mean, he might have popped it there, but he didn't get the right spell. He could have waited for a split second to get the roar. But yeah, with two cores out of the picture, and Luna being babysat in the Radiant jungle, it's a very dire situation, and we have yet to see the first siege for Roche. Eclipse popped, but it's just an unaware Onisan jumping in, and pretty much randomly. But it's a noble sacrifice. That's what supports are supposed to do. Hate to be agreeing with Joe on this one, but if you know that with your death, you've kept Luna satisfied and completely out of center of attention from where RE are lurking, you've done good. And with that kill, they're just gonna get the hell out of there. But Hyuga was left behind. And ultimately, they all pretty much reciprocate the effort and get a kill for kill. And there's Roche number 1, 22 minutes in. The guys will pay him a visit. They have everything that they currently need, except for the double strumming Largo, who's gonna get the scepter in about 2,500 gold. Luna retreating, well, not retreating in her own territory, but retreating in the jungle once again to work on the butterfly. Do we have any MKBs queued up? Actually, no, not yet. It's gonna be the Daedalus first for Yawai and then everything else, and a beautiful jump coming in from Anku. They will find Krolgash and dunk him to the ground. Only one tier 2 tower left remaining. And everything else is just free farm. Krolgash, not sure if he tried to cut the creep wave or he just forgot about this creep. But it's gonna be free, easy money for Anku. Even though he is at the third position, but this is when things are speeding up for Yoai and for Luna a lot more. So definitely he's gonna be slacking in terms of farming, but he's got the blink, he's got the blade mail, and he also has the BKB. So Luna's effect is gonna be completely negated because the strongest point she currently has is the Eclipse. Physical damage coming in from the Eye of the Storm, now that could be a problem, but at the same time, Razor's survivability is also very low, and he's gonna go for the Manta before he goes for the BKB. Not sure if any of those are gonna make a big difference. Gothic trying to surprise them from the back. Yoai looking like a target. They're going for the ward. They're gonna have to set up, but it's gonna be only Tell getting dunked down, instantly forcing out a buyback. Hyuga, nice overgrowth, but it seems like they're only taking waveform from this one. Haru running in the back. He's trying to fend away from the enemies, but it's gonna be him dying down deep into the lane. Olital leading the siege, looking for more. They took away both of the supports. Can they get Anku? Can they at least get one of the cores here? Nope, he's gonna blink away back to safety. They've suffered some losses, but the remainder of the course aside from Yoai will respectfully back off as Yoai, he might greed out to go for those melee racks, but there's a sentry there, so I would not recommend it. And you lost the Aegis during the team fight. So maybe a pick-off would be better. If he finds a pick-off onto Luna now that would be sick. As she used up all of her money to come back into the game to defend high ground. Somewhat of a success since the super creeps were not 100% caught up. Yoai, oh, this is bad. He's gonna pop the BKB to run away from Kolgash. Yeah, he just needs to run away. Those were the 9 seconds. Just move out, unless you have backup. And backup is on his way as Kolgash. Ooh, he's gonna find the jump. He's gonna find Ethereal. Beautiful roar, but this guy's not budging. He is gonna survive that primary onslaught as Anisan will die by the hands of Olitel. Eventually, Kolgash will land the final strike for the kill. Well, actually, no, he's gonna find Anku instead, who jumped in for the rescue. Ultimately, Ethereal is the one who surviving with the regeneration rune pop. Find good RNG. That was a big one for Kolgash. Holy, he just hit the jackpot. Vlad's completed. He's gonna go for the Assault Cura, so my job is to protect the entire team. I'm not only the Beastmaster, I'm pretty much the father of this entire game. But he's gonna be spotted out. Unfortunately, he's not gonna get caught up by Yoai and waveform. But his creep will die, so that's enough money to keep Yoai happy. 30 on to 13 so far. 26 minutes into the game and 10k net worth in the favor for RE.Arise. Now they've done quite a very good job. They've been really focused so far during the game. But things are about to get a little bit shaky. Because the Luna, even though she used up a lot of resources to remain in the game, she's about to get the BKB. The rest of the cores are having a tough time. Hyuga, though, they're not aware that they're seeing each other. Yoai, though, he might walk under the sentry, but he's gonna focus on the tower instead. I don't care if I'm being stalked or if I'm being spotted out. I can kill everybody in my path. Just like this tower over here. That was just a demonstration. They're gonna go for yet another high ground. I really want to see the Yoai Agathon Scepter being brought into the mix just to make matters more difficult. Because in that scenario, you're not going to be able to rely that much on the Mantas. You're going to be having damage flowing out from everywhere. The tower is gone. Of course, for a little bit of protection, but they're committing. Well, you know, somewhat reserved committing towards getting the racks. Good detection coming in from the Clockwork. Full team smoke. As they're either looking for a potential bait here, or they're just looking for a better approach. Or, of course, a defensive approach, because smoke can be used in that way as well. And with that, they're just migrating topside where... Oh, this could be good. Albical gets caught up. They drop the vision. Instant jump. They have him Well, they forced him out to use the BKB Monto right after. He's silenced up. He will avoid the dunk, but he's not gonna avoid death. Anisan will get the final strike. Roar now upon Anku. They were popping the overgrowth. They're popping everything. They're popping Eye of the Storm, but they're not killing anybody else. Anku will get away from the siege. He got locked down pretty disgustingly. But Ethereal with the heals.
Dire's middle tower.
Really nicely done. And yep, now we have the Aghanim Scepter. And not only is you're playing two songs at the same time, the Belly Blitz is dealing additional magical damage per grooving stack. So this guy, he's grooving, he's moving, and he's helping out the team in sieging yet another set of racks. Now that's gonna be mid lane. And with all of the racks opened up and visible and exposed, we are looking at Megas before Luna comes back for yet another time. Only the supports on the defense lines to do something about this. It's gonna be 9 seconds until Razor come back. Well, they were happy for a second there that there was some backdoor protection, but I do believe that these creeps are negating it. So that's bottom taken away. Mid, one more remaining. PC, PuckChamp. They are smoking up, they are looking for one last strike, but they don't have the overgrowth in about 20 seconds. They do have the roar, they have the Eye of the Storm, and the current only line of defense that they're having is the Glyph, which will buy some time. So these melee racks are not going to get instantly destroyed, but it does not give them the approach, nor the chance to fight for another 10 seconds. Now down the lane, Gothic, he is trying to obtain some vision, but he almost went past the Sentry rewards. He will blast off, reinitiate, jumps back in, tried to go in for a setup, but he will just ultimately set up his own demise. Anisan in the back though, he will jump in very courageously, won't get anybody on the lock, but the overgrowth, it's not gonna be far away from everybody. No, actually it's a counter overgrowth, it's from Rubik. He's not gonna get anybody, so there's the big one still remaining. Haru caught up, obliterated. Kolgash setting up for the roar, but which hero do you want to take? Do I want to take Yowai? You want to take Anku? Wrong choice. Either one of them is the wrong choice. They're still blasting, they're still hitting. Final buybacks are being forced out, but for whom? There's only 2 people left remaining as Alital. Wait, GG or no? GG or no? Wait, what? You cannot say GG no, and I'm taking that back. I'm sorry, but that's the rules. Regardless if it was a mistake or not, it was really tough for PuckChamp. I mean, the second they had a slither of a chance to fight off with the Luna, the second they finally got their setup, they were not able to push in. RE.Arise were way too powerful. Yowai was dealing immense amounts of damage. Ethereal, definitely the MVP of this one. Just actively controlling the Razor, actively shutting down everybody, and keeping the team healed up. Like, I think Largo Pause 2 is a lot better than Pause 3 or him rolling back as a support. But it's indeed a bad day for PuckChamp, and I hope they're gonna come back during the next season, because you gotta celebrate your wins, but you gotta learn from your losses. This will definitely fortify their position in the red zone, so they're not entering the playoffs, regardless of what the outcome between Hive and Team Aeon is gonna be. As of course you get points, you cannot lose points all of a sudden. So with that being said, it is done. This is all that we have for today. 3 very fast matches being played out, all with the result of 2-0. So Team Spirit Academy, they won against PuckChamp. Syntax, they took down Ilbris. It proved that they can bleed, they can lose a series, and it was a great commitment coming in from the Turkish team. RE.Arise 2-0 versus PuckChamp. As for tomorrow, it's going to be Syntax, Team Syntax versus Summer Bear, and it's going to be once again Team Syntax versus Baloo. And we have one more on the 7th of July. That's going to be the final day of groups before we proceed in the playoffs. But, you know, there's some things that are pretty apparent. 4 teams are definitely moving further into the playoffs. But it just needs to be the decider for Group A between Namiga, Hive, PuckChamp, and Aeon. Unfortunately, I don't think PuckChamp are going to go any further than this. For Group B, Ilbris Esports and Envision are moving forward. Habibis are definitely eliminated. And it's going to be the struggle between Team Syntax, Summer Bear, and Baloo team. One of these teams is going to be eliminated. The other 2 are moving forward. So that's it all for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining me for this fun stream, fun matches of Dota that we've been watching for the past 8.5 hours, give or take. I'm Base Defender. Thank you very much for being here, and I will see you during another time. Cheers! Bye.